We're into week 5 of our Italian Summer Adventure. 98 matches down. We'll hit match 100 this morning, and what a way to celebrate it. We have the top 5 teams in Italy here, starting with Cricket Stars and Gina Brescia. We have 5 teams, but only 1 spot in the Champions League of European Cricket. It's all going to be on the line. Rico's back too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Super Series, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big week in European cricket. Well, in ECS cricket, it doesn't get much bigger than this. It is Super Series time. The 5 qualifiers from our 4 qualifying weeks in our Italian summer, they are all meeting here in the nation's capital, and only one of them will get the big ticket to the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket in 2023. And we have a titanic matchup this morning in matches 1 and 2. We are going to see Gina Brescia, who won almost everything last year except that ECL qualifying spot. They're taking on Cricket Stars, one of the most improved teams in European cricket. And we are going to see them in match 1, of course, starting with the coin toss. Let's go to Sir Rob Kemming, who's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 1.
Tails.
Tails is cool. It is tails.
Ball fast.
So in the opening match, it is Cricket Stars that have won the toss. Their acting captain, Sukhpal Singh, has decided that he wants to bowl first. Always a little bit of a risky strategy, I think, when you are chasing, but we know that they have the batting to do it. I've got to say, I really was impressed with Abdul Rahman for them, and also Baba Hussain. He is a great pickup from Brescia CC. Team actually qualified earlier this year for the ECL. Well, will he be able to make it back to Khartoum? And we're likely to see him in the number 3 position. Rajmani Sandhu as well is a very, very good player to watch out for. He's likely to open the batting, the left-hander also. He's a good death bowler. They tended to bowl him earlier and earlier as that series went on. Don't forget that Cricket Stars, they were the champions of Bologna. They only dropped 1 match along the way, and I think they have their sights set on ECL qualification. But Gina Brescia, like I said, they seem to win everything in season 2021, and they only lost that 1 match, the playoff match to Brescia CC for the ECL this year. So I know that their captain, Ruki Ahmed, he'll be pretty keen to make up for that and make the journey to Spain. They do have a few unavailability issues in their squad, and we're likely to see Hassan Ahmed behind the stumps for them. He's a very good left-handed batter. It does take him out in the field, but I know that he has a very good pair of hands. So let's get ready for the first ball. Before we do, we're actually expecting a maximum temperature of about 38 degrees. Currently it's already 28. A little bit of dew, a little bit of moisture on the outfield, so maybe that is behind Sukhpal's decision to bowl first, but it will quicken up as the day goes on. Well, I know a lot of you have been waiting to see this man again and hear this man's voice. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Welcome back, Rico. It's great to have you. Let's have a super series, starting with match 1, where Cricket Stars who won the toss. They're going to have a bowl over to you, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, cricket lovers. That is great to be back. Great to be back here in Italy. It is week 5 and it's the start of the Super Series, and I can't wait. 1 of these 5 teams will be making it through to the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket, next year in 2023. We're starting off with Gina Brescia. They were, of course, the champions in Brescia against the Cricket Stars, who were the champions in Bologna. This is going to be a tasty affair, I can tell you that. But all of these matches are full of all-star players. And, well, the question for me is will the batting... I think that all of these teams, when you look at them on paper, in terms of their strength with the bowling and the fielding, has been spot on. It's the batting that has left them down. Remember, we started in Milan, fresh tropical, with the champions there with Albano. So those 2 teams, the winners and the runners-up, were going to be here. Then we went to Brescia, so 2 became 3 with Gina Brescia, the champions, the team that we're seeing out there at the moment. And the expected, well, they won't like this, Gina Brescia. 98 to 105 in favour of the Cricket Stars. Just have a look. I mean, I was talking about the timeline. Have a look at the timeline there. Gina Brescia had those 2 defeats compared to just the 1 for the Cricket Stars. And, yeah, the other team, just quickly, Cricket Stars, how did they get here? Well, they were the champions in Bologna. Then we had 4. And then, of course, last week, Roma CC, well, they came good on finals day. as they won 3 matches on the spin on the Saturday to become the champions of Rome. So there are your 5 teams. Starting off today, though, Gina Brescia taking on the Cricket Stars, and it was the captain of the Stars, Sukhpal Singh, who decided that they will field first. So Gina Brescia having a bat first up. Very good morning to everyone. I know there's a lot of excited people out there who've been waiting for this Super Series this week for a long time. Well, it's about to start here now, so get comfortable, sit down, and let the action start in front of your eyes. Can I just say, I mean, talk about front of your eyes, this pitch, this ground is looking fantastic. It's the 3rd time, or maybe the 4th time that I've been here, and bearing in mind the issues that we're having all around Europe with the weather, it's actually looking very lush and very green. So here we go, ready to start. And it's going to be the man himself, captain. The first delivery. It's a good start. Outside the off stump. Just slightly short of a length. It's going to be another fine day here in Italy. Temperatures once again will be high up there in the 30s. Always starts a little bit fresher. You can see the sun there. The shadows make this way high up. Oh, that's a good delivery. Gets this to really cut back. And gets a little bit of inside edge on this. Good morning to our umpires. They're out there. Sulaiman Saeed and Hassad Ali. Italian Stallions, our men in black. Yeah, lovely to see this ground looking so picturesque. It's not changing the field. So remember, T10 format, only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle. First 3 overs. Putting a change in the field in here to the left-hander. So Rahman to face his first ball. And comes Singh. He gets his line right straight away. 2 straight perhaps. And Rahman just a bit cautious. Not wanting to go big straight away. Just has him in a quick look now there on to his leg side. And he sees that there's nobody there at all. So apart from the man behind square, he's got the freedom to play this at will. I wonder if he'll go for it this time. If it's short, I get a feeling he will. He's eyed it up. Singh. And instead he goes straight down the ground. He gets it over the man at long off. 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras, and we're off. The first boundary of the Super Series. It's a good shot. He shows good intent there, doesn't he? He moves early, takes on the bowler, and well, the fielder responds to all of his teammates shouting at him, saying catch. He says, catch what? It's way over me. 4 runs, nice shot, nice aggressive shot. So what's going to be the reply from the captain? Goes Fuller. And, this one just gets dug out. Well played by Rahman. Yeah, Gina Brescia, they really struggled with the bat, but one thing they were able to do in Brescia was field and bowl sensationally. And even when they were posting scores around 80, you just never backed against them. They were so good in the field. So with that in mind, as this one goes wide off that man at long off, and he can't stop it. So it's another good shot. He sees that long off was pushed back on the boundary. So it just opens himself up here, hits it wider off him. It's 4 more, 2 boundaries in that over from Singh. That takes the score nicely up to 9 at the end of the first over. So very much what I think Gina Brescia will be wanting to do. Yes, so going back to that, I think they will know that if they can post a score of around about 100, then they will be, or should be, hoping to defend it. There's their top batters there, Nazir, Ahmed and Nawaz. So you can see how important Nawaz is for them. But, no Nisar Ahmed, though, in the side. They're going to miss him. And in terms of the Cricket Stars, I mean, they were hoping that the likes of Khan, Sukhpal Singh there, who was one of the top bowlers as well, and Sandhu, we're talking of Sandhu. It's not the Sandhu that's there on your screen, but it's another Sandhu, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Good morning to you.
Morning to you, Rico. shake, rattle and roll. And here is Hasib Khan in over number 2. Starts with a dot, left armour. Not really a chance last over, just looped over him. How excited are you for this Super Series? And how excited are the viewers, Rico? Because you're back.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Hey, listen, I want to have a word with you.
Okay.
What? I leave you and Corey alone for a week in Rome. What have you done to the place? You've dug it all up and everything. What have you been doing?
Ground looks nice, though.
The crowd looks absolutely perfect. Short, at him, quick delivery. And I think this will probably be buys. I don't think there's any bad on this. Yeah, the leg buys given. Yeah, this is a pretty quick delivery.
Yes, I mean, I know you were tuning in last week. There's an archaeological dig going on. How often do you see an archaeological dig at deep backwards square leg on a cricket ground? Not often. Does look like a big hole to me. There are some kookaburras in it, can confirm. But, yeah, an ancient Roman street runs under the Roma cricket ground. How about that?
Something. I mean, they do say, don't they, that in Italy, especially in Rome, you start digging up, well, you can find anything. Bowled again, so the left armour angling this right into the batter.
So tell me about your couple of weeks off. I know you've been working hard. I mean, we've been pretty hot here, but I think you've been pretty hot as well in your couple of weeks off.
I mean, yeah, this heat wave is just incredible across Europe. Yeah, I mean, in Spain, you'd expect it, but yeah, temperatures 40 plus. And of course, in my kitchen, well, I think there's anything up to 50 degrees. It's nicely played, gets himself in a good position, but no run there, fielded. Yeah, but it was great to be back. Of course, spent a bit of time with the family and a lot of friends in Spain as well. But yeah, it was all hands on deck at the bar restaurant. Look, can I just say, I want to give a quick shout out to anybody out there that does work in the hospitality trade. So if you work in a bar, restaurant, oh, hats off to you guys. See, this one comes in again. Bit shorter. Good variations there. Yeah, I mean, if you're working in these conditions in the kitchen or in a bar or a restaurant, I mean, I think sometimes people don't realise just how hard it is. So, look, anyone out there that works in that industry, you're doing a grand job.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone that ultimately is responsible for food that I get to consume, I give them all the props they deserve.
And, oh, just wide of that field, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, it was a little bit sneaky, and an excellent effort from the fielder, throwing himself to his right here. But this was just, it was a similar shot that you played earlier, Vinny, but that time it was stopped. But this time I think his place is not much better. There's the effort from the fielder, flying through the skies, can't stop it. 4 more runs, that's the third for the inning so far. So they're getting a move on, they're doing it nicely, keeping wickets intact.
Yes, end of the second over, 14 without loss, and gives us a chance to have a look at the final scorecard of exactly which teams will be involved this week. And you can see Albano and Fresh Tropical, they qualified from Milan. There were 2 spots from Milan because there were so many teams involved, 12 teams in total. I know that you watched Brescia win in Brescia. That was the last day I worked with you. Since then, we had Cricket Stars win Bologna and Roma CC, the hosts, win Rome in a pretty dramatic final day. In fact, they've all been pretty dramatic final days so far. So they're the 5 teams in the Super Series this week. And the winner will go to ECL 23.
Sukhpal Singh comes back into the attack. The captain trying to see if he can.
So Cricket Stars are quite the story because last year we saw them go 0-5, didn't win a game, although they were the kind of same organisation as Royal Palmer that made the final last year. You'll remember Royal Palmer, of course, from doing that series with me in March 2021. So something like 8 or 9 or even 10 of the squad are Royal Palmer players from last year. Lovepreet Singh was the lone cricket star that survived. He's their regular captain, but he's not available till later in the week. And they're being led by Sukhpal Singh, also known as Kang, who's bowling right now, in his absence. And Brescia, they've got their own issues. They have some unavailability issues, and so they've called for some reinforcements. And they actually have a couple from Finland, including Saif Uraman, who's batting. He's on 12. Also Bilal Masood. And they are players that we've seen before playing for Helsinki Gymkhana and even for Talon Stallions in the Estonian ECS back in 2020. So great to see them again, but what a big stage for them. Let's see if they can get up with the pace and quickly.
Nawaz hasn't really got going as yet. He gets beaten again. Good variations this though from Singh.
That's the thing with Kang, is that he gets a lot of bounce. And you see that's off a length, trying to cut and just can't catch up with it upstairs. And so, yeah, I think right now he's certainly missing probably a couple of options with the bat at the top of the order. A little bit of a sluggish start this from Jenner.
This one will be called a wide. He just gets this slightly wrong, and with that movement that he gets.
I got a question for you.
Go on.
The rumour mill, because we had some big news the other day, right?
Yeah.
And if you missed it, it's that ECC will be under lights now. It'll be day-night.
Yeah.
But then we couldn't reveal it. There was going to be a bombshell, and we couldn't reveal it straight away. And the viewers then went into overdrive. Apparently I was getting married. Corey was getting married. Don't think to each other. And one of them was something about you moving to Papua New Guinea.
Really?
Yeah. This
Where
came
did
up
that
now.
come from then?
And Keanu, hello to you, Keanu. Hope you're well.
Hello,
Why
Keanu.
are we talking about Rico moving to Papua New Guinea? Now, is there something you haven't been telling me?
This is news to me. I mean, where did that come from?
If you want to go far away, you can't go much further from this
Well, look,
part of the world
If I
to
did
Papua New
have
Guinea.
plans to escape there, well, that's ruined now, isn't it? I mean,
Beautiful
it's
place.
out of the hat.
If you need help packing.
Hey, listen, you're talking about news. After this one, it's a big swing and a miss here. I think we're getting to a point where Nawaz now is getting totally frustrated, and he's not. I think he's batting too deep in his crease. He's probably far better off just taking a couple of steps outside, because then he's going to get himself to the pitch of these, and he's just missing out too many. And I think there'll be a time pretty soon where he's going to decide he either has to go or just walk off, let somebody else out there, because he's chewing up a lot of deliveries here.
Yeah, power play. Full of opportunities missed, really. Last ball of it coming up.
And, this one will be a wide, so you just go for the outside of the off stump. Goes to what? Yeah,
You got
look,
some
big
news? Oh, we got huge news.
Big news, big
Oh,
news.
yeah.
We've been waiting, I know, for this golden ball. And I said to you, didn't I? I said, Vinny, while I'm away, it will happen. I actually thought, I sent you a sneaky message saying it might happen in the final in Rome. But it happened last night.
It sure did. And if you don't know what we're talking about, I'll tell you after this ball.
He's got hold of this one, and this one, well, it just dropped short of the line, I think. Yeah, 4 runs being signalled straight away. So finally, Nawaz gets hold of one. I think he had to play this shot, Vinny. I think if he missed out on this, he was just going to walk off.
Yeah, I think so. So not an easy shot. And I think if there's a fielder back, he's catching that fairly comfortably. It was the power play. End of the over. It is 22 for no loss. There we go. The counter has been reset. We had a golden ball in Portugal last night. And, well, it was one for the batters as well.
Yeah.
So that makes it 12-18 all-time. Golden ball 30 finally. After 405 matches without a golden ball, then it's been reset to 0. And we had 1 match last night. So now we're 1 match without a golden ball here in match 1 of the Super Series.
How do you feel?
I'm happy.
How do you feel? Because you've been calling it,
I'm actually
wanting it every single match since it got to 200. And it happened when you weren't there.
My phone was blowing up. Here's what I was doing. Full disclosure, while the golden ball was going on.
Go on, tell us.
I was having a dip in the Mediterranean and loving life, watching the sun go down, actually. It's exactly what I was doing. Got out.
Yeah.
And, well, all hell had broken loose on my phone. I was more happy because I know how much, I might have wanted it, but Corey wanted it heaps more. Corey was saying things like he wasn't going to come into work if Portugal got a golden ball. Kind of worked out that way.
Short delivery. He plays it well.
So I'm not bothered at all. I'm just happy to see any golden balls. And Charlie Hunt doing a great job there. Big day for him yesterday with 4 matches in that night series. It kind of was a day-night series over there in Portugal. But yeah, how about that? And how about the last over that led up to the golden ball as well?
Yeah, I mean, 18 runs came off that, didn't it?
Hasib, left arm is back.
Nicely played.
He's bowled really well in this tournament. He's been taken to a couple of times, but he's got a good temperament, tends to come back. And being a left arm, I think, gives him a natural advantage anyway. But yeah, huge golden ball. And it was one of those 50-50s. It was a French cut. If it gets fielded, they're not getting 2. It just got around the 45 fine leg and ended up going to the boundary. So big scenes.
Big scenes. Hey, listen, not only was there the golden ball, we also saw a hat-trick.
Yeah, we
in
did.
Portugal. And you've had a couple of hat-tricks while I've been away as well. So it's all been about the bowlers again, hasn't it?
Yeah, bowlers have been doing well. Still haven't cracked another century. They had a couple knocking on the door.
This is up in the air, doesn't come out the middle of the bat. Fielders eyeing it up and takes a very good catch. And there is the first wicket. It's nicely done. With a really nice catch taken there. Well, we saw him in the action a little bit early on, Nasir Razwan, when he made the stop. But this time he takes the catch. He calls it early, says his mind, and takes it. So that is the end of Nawaz. Well, I think he knew he had to go. He had to go big. Otherwise, he'd already used up. I think that was the 10th delivery he's faced to get to his 9th. But look, losing his shape there, head up in the air. Good catch taken there. Well, it's a good job he caught it, not the man who was next to it, because otherwise that would have gone down.
He said, hold on to it yourself. Yeah, Ramzan's their regular keeper, actually, but he's being played as a specialist bat, and Manpreet Singh's behind the stumps for them today. So, yeah, Ramzan took one of the most dramatic catches you'll ever see back in the Bologna series when it bounced off the fielder at square leg, and you probably saw that one on social media, and he caught on the rebound. Right now, didn't give the fielder the memo that he was going to flick it to him, but didn't matter. So, yeah, I think it's a wicket they had to have to try and get things moving. Hasib cashes in, 23 for 1.
Yeah, good reward for Hasib. He's kept the ball out there. He's kept frustrating Nawaz. He gets the wicket.
Few people feeling sad for us with the golden ball happening in Portugal. Don't feel sad for us.
No,
we'll get our own golden balls. I'm not sad at all. I'm actually happy because now Charlie has experienced the thrill and those people in Portugal experience the thrill and kind of confusion that can happen at the end of a game that results in a tie. Right, Hassan Ahmed's coming in at 3.
And, well, he gets lucky with this one as a wild swing, gets the edge. Well, sometimes fortune favors the brave. Hay poquito de suerte ahí, pero es 4 carreras. Mala suerte por la lanzador. 4 más.
Yeah, question from Keanu in the chat. Do we think that teams that played harder teams will have a bit of an advantage? Depends what you mean by harder teams. I mean, all teams have been tested on the way here. I suppose some teams have had more cricket than others in the series. For example, Albano and Fresh Tropical just played a handful of games compared to some of the other teams that had kind of 8 preliminary games and then a final series. But you know, all these teams here will get the 8 matches to kind of work themselves in. It's a standard 5-team format. At the end of Friday, we'll say goodbye to one of the teams. The top 4 will go to finals day on Saturday. Here's Hasib, left-hander to left-hander.
Well, decided to leave this one. It's not something we see too often in this format. He decides I'll just leave this one alone. Both batters out there now are lefties. That's a pretty good delivery from Hasib. Hey, listen, what are you and Corey been up to in here? You've been eating cakes and stuff because there's ants and flies and wasps everywhere.
We have some pets. I'll call them pets. There's certainly the wasp count.
Well, you didn't
around
empty the bin,
the cube.
did you? You didn't empty the bin. That's a big error. Short. And, well, he gets lucky again.
Well, to use one of Corey's famous quotes, not my job. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. Score is 27 for 1. And well, you expect sometimes the batters coming in to a new series probably it can take a little bit of time to find their touch, even though we saw Ginebrescia, would have been 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up winning that series. And look, Ginebrescia, if anyone does deserve a crack at the ECL, it's them. I mean, last year in 2021, they won pretty much everything except the one match that determined ECL qualification.
That was here, of course.
Yeah,
I remember
that's
it
the
well.
one that you did, right? The T20 Super Cup final.
Yeah, remember it well. But, yeah, I mean, they won it. They won it badly. But, I mean, when you have a look, I mean, you mentioned the teams, Fresh Tropical, Albano, Ginebrescia, Cricket Stars, Roma CC. I mean, it's going to be a huge week. And it's going to be some stunning matches. And one thing that I will say is this one going to be called a wide, just ill-directed from new bowler coming into attack, Shakawat. But one thing I will say, we were talking about the golden ball, and we said when it happens, there's going to be a flurry of them. So those people that are feeling a bit sad for us, don't worry. Got a feeling we're going to have a couple this week.
London buses.
Yeah,
you said London buses.
London buses.
It's a team game. That's what we understand. Here at ECM, we're thrilled with any golden balls that happen. Here's Shakawat coming on in the 5th. This is a better ball. Up in the block hole. Pushed away for 1. Got to say, Yuvraj Singh's pretty excited that you're back as well. He's donated 1,000 rupees for... You don't have to do it. He said, welcome back, Rico. And
UV. All right, UVS, you're on there. The first one, it'll be on you. Okay?
All right, that
Just
sounds
wait
good.
for it.
I liked his tactic. He was trying to get Corey to do some bras. And Corey just said, make it 5,000. Which I thought was a pretty good tactic.
Well, this is being hit well. The fielder goes down, can't stop it, but he has got some cover behind him. Gets the throw in, so just takes a single. Just a little bit short there. Shakawat gets away with that one.
Not quite the fireworks we might have expected at the start of this innings. They have been put into bat. I think maybe that's one of the tactics of Cricket Stars to maybe catch the bats a bit sleepy early on a Monday morning. Well, you're not hitting that. Don't care how long your bat is. Happens to be a huge wide from Shakawat. I know you're a big fan of the left-handers and the way they can kind of throw the bowlers into disarray.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say here in this, I mean, I always like to pair a left-hander up with a right-hander. So I was surprised that they did send another lefty in. Maybe would have gone for a right-hander myself, just to play about with the line of the bowlers a little bit in the field. This time it's Fuller. And opts to play the wrong shot. Should really be looking to play this out on the offside, maybe through the covers. But gets a single. That's the key thing here, is just to keep the scoreboard ticking and hopefully pick up a few boundaries along the way as well. No maximum in the inning so far. Just those cuatro carreras. This one's swung away from the left-hander, goes down the leg side, so wide will be called again. Anything down that leg side will be wide, and our men in black are on it straight away. So Suleiman Saeed at the bowlers and the Italian stallion himself. Some of you that remember ECC and ECL will remember him from there.
Yeah, he's certainly one guy that can break out quickly.
Once again, mistimed. They just take just a single. So a bit of tiki-taka going on at the moment, like in the field set as well. I mean, they're just asking, the captain just making sure that his bowlers put the ball in the right areas and wait for the batters to make the mistake.
Yeah, so pretty quiet first half. I think the Stars will be very, very happy with how they're tracking. But dangerous players at the crease, and the longer they are there, the more dangerous they'll become.
This one, long swing, not just missed by the batter, but missed out by the wicketkeeper there as well. So they'll take a bye.
Yeah, Manpreet behind the stumps. Well, mums aren't being used as a batter. Surprised me slightly. Of course, no Lovepreet Singh, regular captain, like I said earlier. He will be joining the team a little bit later in the week. Shekwat, formerly of Royal Palmer last year. Last ball of his over.
Decide not to take. I mean, this probably would have been a wide. I think they're getting to a point where I think anything that is in their reach, they're having a throw at it. Gets a hand onto it, stops the single. So well done, well bowled.
Yes, that takes us to the end of the over. The score is 35 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And look who has come crawling back. Rico Full, looking beautiful in your green as well. Looks like you've just joined us from Santa's factory. But how excited are we that Rico Full is back? And, well, we're going to be very fortunate because we have a special guest commentator. And we're actually going to see her next game, Nikki Chowdhury. I know that she's been lurking. So if you want to say hello to Nikki, you can in the chat right now. ECN European Cricket Network. We want to welcome everyone to the Super Series. Look, not too many bigger prizes on the line than a spot at the Champions League of European Cricket, the ECL in 2023.
No, look, let's just remind viewers what they're playing for here. I mean, this is what it's all about. 4 weeks we've had of this exciting regional, let's call them regional finals. And then last week here in Rome as well, May the 5th. So 5 teams here all playing for, well, we've got to call it, it's the Champions League of Cricket. That's what it is. Next year, 2023, at Malaga, the winners of this week will be representing it.
And no matter who it is, it will be a new club. Yeah. Because in the 2 previous ECLs, there was Jandrel Brescia in 2019. There was Brescia CC in 2022 this year. And both those clubs are already knocked out of the race. So it's going to be a new experience. There are a couple of players, including Hassan Ahmed, that's at the crease right now that do have ECL experience. He played for Jandrel Brescia back in 2019. Also, look, Bubba Hussain, who's playing for Cricket Stars in this match, who played for Brescia CC earlier this year. But yeah, I mean, it's huge. I think it's going to be really competitive. I think we're going to see a lot of high-quality cricket. Right now, a bit of a sleepy start is probably what I'd say. But yeah, that's probably could be true for both teams. Coming off a week or 2, 3 weeks in Jinnah's case, with no T10 cricket. Big, filthy swing and a miss from Saifur Rahman. But this is the difficulty as well. You bring a guy in, and he hasn't had really any experience in the format this year at least. Yeah. And so, yeah, big responsibility to send him at the top of the order. They obviously want to get him out there as soon as possible. At the moment, not really working out 16 off 15.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big lad, isn't he? And if he does hit it, it stays hit. Take it from me. I think he's just got the message now, halfway point, just 35 on the board. He's really got to get going. He's got to rock and roll. Let's see what he does here. This one will probably, well, it sneaks it inside. Oh, come on. He's disappointed that he's not got the wide here. This is pretty well bowled. I think this is okay.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. I think it's probably okay. It's judged at the time it passes the popping crease. And I think because he goes out to leg a little bit, it looks a bit wider than it actually is. So a little bit of a conference between the batters. He's got some batting to come. Bilal Masood. Another Finn is listed at 4. Rizwan Tanvir, Mubashir Hussain.
Short, and this one has been clubbed, and this one will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Says Guerrero.
There you go, Yuvi. And there's a bit of Yuvraj about this shot as well. He really throws the hands at it. That's over the fence and far away. Shekhawat watches it sail into another dimension. And maybe that's the shot that can get things going. We finally have our first 6 of the Super Series, and it comes off the bat of Saifur Rahman.
Yeah, Rahman, he's been waiting for this. I said he's a big man, and I said if he hits it, it's going to go a long way. Well, that nearly did go a long way. Yeah. We're going to be knocking on the Vatican's door to get that one back. Big hit.
It could do a lot for your confidence. But will it be 6 and more or 6 and out? We'll find out. This is Haider. He's come into the attack. Nalain Haider.
This is up in the air towards the offside. We'll take the single as it goes through the covers. I mean, full credit, you have to say, to Cricket Stars that even now at this point, they're reluctant to just push everybody back on the boundary and leg side. They're saying the confidence is with the captain, Sukhpal Singh. He's asking the bowlers, look, bowl the right line, keep the field as it is. So there is a good attacking field, but there's only still just the one man back on the leg side.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe setting a bit of a trap there.
This one is up in the air. The fielder coming across, got a lot of work to do, and it pops out of his hands. And the good thing is, though, he keeps the ball at the right side of the rope. It will just be, I think they'll take the 1 or the 2, not sure, but just looking at the catch. He does all the hard work, gets in the right position, but the ball just pops out at the last moment.
They get 2 there. Haseeb's the man. He's going to his wrong side because he's natural left-hander. I mean, what he does do is save the boundary at least. It wasn't an easy one, dealing with the sun as well. Last ball, the over coming up.
And well, he's going to have to do more work here, but he can't do anything about this. Here's his 4 more runs. So the acceleration is starting to happen. And Haseeb, after putting the catch down now, well, he's got to go into the overgrown part of the ground to pick this one up. 4 more runs. And a good way to finish the over as the score moves along to 48 for 1 after 6 overs. Vinny, where do you think they're going to move on to here?
Well, 6 over check-in time. You'd think to a ball with 9 wickets in hand is the absolute minimum. They'd want that to double their score to 96. That may be competitive. I just look at the Cricket Stars lineup they've got. They've got a galaxy of stars with a bat. But first game of the series, yeah, I'd say if you offered them 100 right now, they would take it. Yeah. To get there, they need 13 and over.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, remember in Brescia, there's a number of times the batting didn't click, but they are a team that are able to defend low scores. We've seen that from them so many times. So I think even if they can, from this point, get into the 85-plus bracket, 100 would be ideal, but even 85-plus, I think they'll fancy themselves to defend it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There's a bit of an air of the first game they played in Brescia to this as well.
Now, this is a man I'm a big fan of, Rajmani Sandhu.
Such a good death bowler, so it's not going to be easy to get 13 over off him. Here he is, Rajmani.
Full toss to start with, and this goes all the way over. Kinna Sona Shaka. Yeah, well, it was a little bit of a gundy ball, and he makes him pay for it. Massimo.
Yeah, well, give him a wrap. Knee-high full toss. Not an easy one to lift out of the ground, but he does in the end. So that'll bring up the 50 as well for Jinnah Brescia in the first ball, the 7th over. Yeah, Jinnah Brescia, first game of their group campaign. They were only able to gather 69 with the bat.
Slow delivery, just holds this one back. Good reply from Rajmani. Just a single this time.
Typically, though, through the series, Jinnah was scoring at exactly 10 and over. So that tells you, you get that 90, 100 on the board. It's competitive. And they're only conceding, that's the thing, they're only conceding 7.6. So they've been pretty good in the field and with the ball. As you'd imagine all the teams are that are here this week.
Firmly struck, gets it past the infielder, and it's not going to be stopped on the outfield either. 4 more runs. This is a really good shot. Well, this is out of the middle of the bat. This is timed sweetly. That is as sweet as the bowl of Rasmalai.
Yeah.
Cuatro carreras.
Battle of 2 gun players, really. Rajmani's just gone for the block hole a couple of times. He's overcooked it, and Hassan's gone really well through the covers there. resisting the temptation to try and drag it through the leg side because they have 3 fielders guarding the leg side boundary. At the moment, they got 2 on the offside guarding the boundaries. Deep point, deep long off, and that one split the middle.
Short, and gets away with it. Yeah, he's a bit disgusted with himself, Ahmed, to miss out on that. It was there for the taking.
Yeah, so change of tactic there to bag it in. He hasn't hit the Yorker, so he says, all right, we'll try on with a horizontal bat shot. And he's kind of forced to try and take on the leg side field here. So pretty clever bowling.
Slow once more. So good variation here. Well, he's got those variations going and mixing them up like a packet of Bombay mix.
That's quite funny. That's a good weapon to have at this stage of the innings. Be able to change the pace up like that. Hassan swings straight through it.
This one, I think, whatever. It's the last ball of the over. He's going to be going for this, whatever. And Rajmani's saying, right, he's doing the right thing here. He senses it as well. He's pushing another man back. He's bringing in the man who was back in cow corner. Let's see if it works for him. And it does. It's a quicker delivery. Bit of away movement as well. That's a good finish to the over. 59 on the board. The end of the 7th.
Yeah, 6 and a 4 and a 1 but no more. 3 dot balls finish the over. So 59. Yeah, still not quite as many as they'd want to be. Let's just let you know that Rico is back. So if you'd like to send us any messages, you can get me on Instagram at Mr. Maximo. And Rico, I know you've really been hammering the social media. I love some of your content that you've got on there. You can get him at Rico4 or Rico.4.1 on Facebook. And follow us at European Cricket on social media. Good news is we're creeping closer to the 300,000. We're now at 298,000 and change. So if you don't already subscribe to our YouTube channel, make sure you do. Because if we do get to 300,000 this week, we said we'd do the Ice Bucket Challenge.
We did. We said that would be our Italian job. That's what we said. So come on, let's get it. Let's get to 300,000.
Won't that be awful? So, just saying. All right, here we go. And it's going to be Sukraj to bowl over number 8. No wicket to hand. Got to get moving.
We'll start with a wide.
It's a funny one with the angle. Let me know what you think of this call.
Yeah, I think when you're watching it live, I mean, you see that one, it does go.
It's a tough one to judge because you don't really know from the bowler's end exactly when it passes the line. That one could have gone either way. Saif Rahman still there.
This is well hit, and this is not going to be stopped by anybody. Well, a lovely shot. 4 runs. Beautiful. And he's hit this through the covers at lightning speed. Cuatro carreras más. Que guay, que genial. Cuatro más.
Not a lot of footwork, but doesn't need it. Good hand-eye coordination just inside the line. Well, they're going to want a flurry of boundaries here.
And this is up in the air, and one back. Oh, well, that's a little bit of the Tortuga there. And Jeffrey is in the house.
That's
4 more.
Very surprising Tortuga on this ground, which for the most part, I think it's been the most consistent outfield we've had. But this certainly skids, and this might be this early morning dew. You see, it was just on him before he knew too much about it, and he's a pretty good fielder, Atiq Rahman.
Yeah.
But, yeah, tips that one over the bar for 4.
Sukraj Singh is under attack. And this is up in the air, might get him a wicket. He's got his eye on it. Will he take the catch? No, just out of his reach. Brave effort. But maybe would have been probably in hindsight perhaps a little better off just leaving that to Dipendra Shekhawat, who was coming in.
Yeah, I don't think Shekhawat would have got it. I mean, normally I think the outfielder's got an advantage on these, but yeah, proper Bermuda Triangle situation falls safely. Saif Rahman certainly using up a lot of his luck in match 1, but he's still there.
Yeah, this partnership is flourishing. See there on your screen now, 46. And this one will make it the 50. Adios, Balota. This one has gone. Well, we know there's over 300 fountains in Italy. This one is ended up in one of them. That is big.
Yeah, new balls, please. And finally get something pretty comfortable. Hassan half-tracker in the slot at the body. He says, well, send out another kookaburra. And, yep, there is a ladder over there. We've seen some players wanting to use it. But I don't think the fielders were in any big rush to get that one.
Hey, what's the snake situation been like?
Pretty healthy.
Yeah? I was going to say, there's probably quite a few snakes around. We don't remember that from last time. I know Nicky has just popped up and said, what are you talking about, snakes? Well, forget snakes. It's just bombs at the moment. That's another one that's been smashed away. Well, I don't know, but this is turning out to be, it's gone magical already. 22 off it. Says Maz, boom, shaka langa.
Well, too short, too full, and Hassan's ready to pull, and he is ready to advance the score. Just shows you, you get it wrong even slightly, and you're going to go the journey in this Super Series. So this over goes magical, just what the doctor ordered for Gina Brescia. And now last ball of the over coming up. Can he get it right?
And well, this one, he just takes the pace off it, and he says, do you want it or not? He says, all right then, I'll have it. And you take the bye. This one is one that can't be stopped by Manpreet Singh.
That's good running.
Good bounce for him, really.
Yeah, good running, because Ahmed's got the hot hand, and now he'll retain the strike. There wasn't too much to lose, because they have so many wickets in hand. So 82 for 1 off 8, and now suddenly, now you're 12 and 12 gets you 106 now. Triple figures looking, I won't say certain, but certainly more likely than not. Although you are going to have to deal probably with Rajmani coming back in the 9th. Yeah, Sukraj, that was his first over. And so you wonder whether they'll go back to him or maybe try a different option. One thing we haven't seen is spin in this inning so far. And that's one thing they're a bit light on for, I think, Cricket Stars. No Lovepreet, captain in the lineup at the moment. He normally delivers some leg spin. Anyway, let's go back to Rajmani Sandhu in over number 9. It all happens in the 9th.
Full toss, slower delivery once more. Rajmani has used that to his advantage pretty well. That's his go-to ball when he's under attack. Just a single there from Ahmed.
Yeah, just below the waist, so get away with it. Just a single. Well, this is where the rubber hits the road, I think, for Saif. He's batted the whole innings. Not the worst strike rate in the world. He'll want to ramp it up.
What delivery.
The other thing, and you'd remember, and I've been watching this week, and we've done a lot of cricket here in the past, this is one of the bounciest pitches in Europe, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think, you know, you look at some of the options that Cricket Stars have, like Sukhpal, who opened the bowling, for example. He can really get a bit of lift out of it.
Yeah. I think over the years, I have to say, I think over the years it's settled slightly, but yeah, this strike, if you bowl quick on it, you'll get reward, for sure. This is a full toss, and it's been hammered. And, well, there's another one that will go all the way. It is a Gandhi ball, this, from Rajmani. It really was. It had hit me written all over it. And, well, that's exactly what Rahman says and does. Bang, it goes. 6 more.
Slow a ball there and out of here. So, yeah, when you get it just wrong, that's what we're seeing. Get it just wrong.
Yeah.
Some of these options that are coming out with the bat, you're going to go places. And he's out of the ground again. Say hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Nice to have you with us.
Short and was angled at the batter. That's good delivery. He sees that Rahman's trying to make himself some room going down the leg side. And Rajmani follows him with the quicker one.
Yeah, he's a clever bowler. Just hasn't quite been on song so far, Rajmani. Into his second over. They've got options for the last. I feel like they'll go back to Shekhawat.
But really, that's another point I was just about to make, and you just see Rajmani giving us the indication there. We often say it's difficult to bowl when it's wet conditions and damp.
Yeah.
See this delivery first. That's a good ball right on middle stump. Just gets a single. But in these conditions, you got that. You had that early morning dew. Now there's a lot of moisture out there. The heat is on. Everyone's sweating. It's just as hard to bowl with a ball like this as well.
Oh yeah.
You know? And when you're trying those variations,
yeah,
of slow
exactly.
balls, like you said, slightly wrong as a full toss and get pelted, and that's the issues that some of the bowlers are going to have.
Rahman faces up on 46.
This one's played well. He's played that shot really well, but this is well fielded there in the deep.
Fielding's going to be important. That's here Ramzan out there. But fielding can be the difference. I think we saw that in last week's series in Rome as well. Rome CC fielded very, very well on finals day. It was enough to get them to the 3 wins they required. They came all the way from 3rd to win that series. And we won't see them today because they have a day off. A bit of extra rest. Seeing they just qualified. We'll see them tomorrow. We'll see the other 4 teams in action today. Last ball of the 9th.
Well struck down the ground. Will be fielded fairly reasonably and easily there by Atik Rahman. Just a single from it from Rajmani. So once again, a sort of a mixed over. A couple of Gandhi balls in there which did get dispatched. And that takes it to 94 for 1. Now listen, Are we going to see the dancing machine? We're not going to see the dancing machine. How about those celebrations?
Oh,
Take
the
those catches?
flips. Vimukti.
I was looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, I mean, that was something else. No one saw that coming. We had a few things that you don't often see last week. How about backflips when you take a catch? How about a genuine 7? The only second second 7
I remember you telling me about it. I didn't actually see it, I have to admit, but I remember you
It'll hit the social media. And the other thing we had was 4 wickets and 4 balls, a double hat trick.
Yeah.
And then you got crushed a minute later when you got hit for 6 to lose the game. Shekawati's coming back here in the 10th. Yeah, so if you want action, you come to the right place. I think it's just going to keep getting even hotter. Ian Johns in the chat is saying that he's still recovering from the golden ball yesterday. If you just joined us, we did have a golden ball yesterday. It wasn't us here. It was in Portugal. That's highly entertaining stuff.
A slight appeal here. I must admit, I couldn't see any indication of anything there, but more importantly, it's a dot ball. I think the wicket doesn't really matter here
Maybe
so
hit
much.
the ground. I mean, you'd always love to see the back of Hassan, but for me, that wasn't out. In fact, the bowler needed to be convinced, I thought.
The only thing that was almost out there was his shoulder as he swung at that hard.
Pretty good
he's
mini
missed
run
2
here.
in the trot. I think he's going for this one. What do you reckon? He's out of here.
Just 4 off the last 6 balls now.
And he goes for it, but he's got a chance, and it's hit Rajmani hard, and it pops out. I mean, he does stop the boundary, but, well, maybe in hindsight, just a single there is not a bad thing.
Yeah, slippery ball. Talked about it before. You see him just wiping his hands. I mean, he does stop it.
Yeah.
That's probably more important at this stage. And no easy catches flat in the morning game. Rahman, though, comes back with another chance to get to his half century.
Plays this nicely, but once again, it's straight to the fielder. And now it could be an overthrow here. They think about it. Decide against it.
Here's a good thing. I mean, Saifur Rahman, I wouldn't say he's batted the house down, but he is 48 off 27 with 3 6s and 5 4s. So if that's an average day at the office, especially it's his first bat in the entire series. So I think I'll be very, very happy with that result.
Yeah, that's encouraging signs. See the bowler there once again, just wiping some of the moisture created by the heat now.
How good's this last over, though? It's gone ... 1-1. That's coming off 4 singles to finish the 9th. So 6 runs off the last 8 balls. Still 2 to come. Can they get the triple digits?
Slow one. It's up in the air. Watch the spin on it. The fielder sort of does. And, well, they've got to go here. Well, what's that? We said the ball is a bit slippery and a bit of moisture on it. Well, I tell you, I always say, "Paronte khaya karo, par haath bhi saaf kar liya karo." There's too much butter on his fingers after that paronta.
It's a genuine fletch from Ramzan. I know you didn't see it live.
No, it's not genuine because the cap doesn't come off. It's sort of a genuine. Here we go.
Yeah. That's the old spikeage. All right, last ball. Strap yourselves in.
Firmly struck, straight to the fielder. It'll take him to 99. Will they try and take the second? Well, you think you might as well, but they decide not to. It finishes on 99.
It does. It does cost. The spike throw costs Uraman the chance to go for his 50, but I don't think he'll be too bothered. Hassan Ahmed will finish on 35. Saifur Rahman on 48, not out. They do get to 99, so they set a triple-digit target, exactly 10 over required. And look, based on what we've seen this week, that's about a pass score. I do have a feeling in the Super Series you might see scores go up a little bit. But, well, it was time for the Super Series, and I would say that Saifur Rahman at the top of the order. Big task for him to get things rolling for Ginebrescia. His first innings of the Italian summer. But for the most part, he delivered, and he ended up with 48 not out of 27 balls. And Sharik Nawaz, he was the one that struggled a little bit early. Eventually, he was caught by Nasir Ramzan, who was pretty keen to hand it off. But then we saw this second wicket partnership essentially take them through the rest of the 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, look, they didn't start at a blistering pace, did they? I mean, there was a chance there that went down, and there was a chance later on as well. But only 35 came off the first 5, but 64 of the second 5, and that was the acceleration that came in. I have to say, there was a few loose deliveries that were put away. I mean, that one wasn't loose. That was just a thunderous shot. But, yeah, the bowlers just going for just losing their lines a little bit on a few occasions. Got the full tosses going. They were assisted with this bounce. Well, that one really did take off. And the Tick Lamar, there was nothing you could do about that, and that was a full toss that was just absolutely blasted out of here. So they did get the acceleration in the second part of the innings. And I remember, Vinny, I was saying that I reckon a score 85 to 100 would be good. They've got that score, and they've got what it takes to defend it.
Golden zone. That's all I'm going to say, 85 to 100. One thing I would say is that when the bowlers got it wrong, I think Ginebrescia punished them with the left-handers.
Yeah.
But they didn't get it wrong that often. And I've got to say that the last 10 deliveries were pretty good. Only went for 9 runs. So that I thought for sure they were getting the triple digits. In the end, they get 99, so close to. Nawaz went early, couldn't find his mojo. But Saifur Rahman and Hassan Ahmed end up taking them to that score of 99. The partnership was worth 76 in the end. And I think that's a reasonable score without being outstanding. I think Cricket Stars have a good sense of where they're at. One thing I know about Cricket Stars, when they batted first, they have always put big runs on the board, 140 plus we're talking. But the one game they did lose along the way to Trentino Aquila, they faltered in the chase. And I guess we'll have to see exactly what happens when we return. But first, let's have a look at the bowling figures. And Haseeb Khan, I thought left arm very good, continues his good sum up, 1 for 9 of his 2 overs. Apart from that, I've got to say, Shekhawat was excellent, especially in that last over. He only concedes 12 of his 2. Sukraj went for a magical over of 22, and that's probably the reason they get to the 90s. Otherwise, I feel like it would have been grounded around about the 80-85 mark. Also, Sukhpal, I think it's a nice return for him after he got whacked in the final in Bologna. He only conceded 17 early on and created a few dot balls. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And when we do, we'll have a look at Cricket Stars with the bat for the first time. They will need 100 for the first points of the Super Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Falls with me. And Nikki Chowdhury is just around the corner. You're watching ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Bentornato, welcome back in the middle here at the Roma Cricket Ground, where we've made a start to this FanCode European Cricket Series. It is the Super Series, where the 5 top teams in Italy are going to battle it out to see which one of them will represent Italy in next year's 2023 European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket. So there is everything to play for. This, the first match between Ginebrescia and the Cricket Stars. Well, I think it's evenly poised. Ginebrescia, they were put into bat and they scored 99, just losing the 1 wicket. There was a good partnership there. 76 runs between Safi Rahman and Hassan Ahmed. Rahman finishing 48, Ahmed 35. Both batters not out. So they've got the runs on the board. And the way things were going, they needed some acceleration. They got that in the last 5 overs. Despite a good over from Shakwat there towards the end, the last 5 overs went for 64. So they've got the runs on the board. And one thing that I do know about Ginebrescia is that they are masters of defending. And they're going to start with Hassan Ali with the ball. He was somebody that really impressed me in Brescia, as did Faisal Shabir. So they're 2 to look out for. And then, of course, they also have their captain. And he's something sensational as well, Rukhsar Ahmed. He takes wickets for fun. So it's not going to be easy for the Stars. But what they do need is a good power play. I think they'll be looking to get around about the 40. If they can get 40 runs in that power play, I think they'll be up and running. But Ginebrescia, they'll be looking to get early wickets. And if they can get 3 wickets or so in the first 3 overs, I think they'll believe that they're in the driving seat. It's going to be Singh, who's going to be opening the batting. Here's the first ball of the innings, and it's been hit hard. It was wide, and it's been absolutely clubbed. This, well, what a shot this is! It's a sort of uppercut over point, bang, 6 runs. What a start! 6 carreras, and well, it doesn't get more explosive than that. Well, there's the old the sight there. Well, this one, well, look, if you find that, don't worry, that's not going to be an ancient something or another. It's going to be one of our kookaburras. Well, that one's not coming back in a hurry, is it? Gonna have to wait for the excavation team to go out there and get that one. Well, slight bit of width there from Ali, and he's pounced on it straight away. Rajmani, this time, just defends this and takes a single. Nicely played. I mean, Rajmani, he's a sort of batter. I mean, first time that I saw Rajmani, he was a class bat, but he was a typical sort of 50 over 1 day batter. Never really got going straight away. Sort of struggled when his team needed acceleration. But it just goes to show, just within 2 years of playing this format, how he's changed. And that's what it's all about, is changing your style, is adapting. And you can see there from that first ball, smacked for 6, how he's adapted well. And now it's his partner, Manpreet Singh, to face his first ball. Rajmani just leaning on his bat there, thinking, well, I've done my bit. 7 on the first 2 balls. Ali now to the right-hander. It's well bowled, right in the block hole. Well played as well. Manpreet gets himself off the mark. Very warm welcome to you wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, one to everybody that are tuning in the sub-Indian continent, watching via FanCode. And of course, a very good morning to everyone that's watching via YouTube. And remember, subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your family, subscribe. We want 300,000 off you because we want to do the Ice Bucket Challenge for you. Yep, so you see, we put ourselves on the line for you. The Ice Bucket Challenge, myself and Vinny said, if we can get to 300,000 subscribers by the end of our Italian summer, then that will be our Italian job. That's what we want to do. Ali, I mean, this is one thing about Ali, is he's always there with his line. He gets it right most of the time. Once again, he's down to the left hand, a chance, and taken. He's guided this straight into the hands of that man there. Sort of in the gully area, and no power in the shot, just relying on placement, but places it into the hands of the fielder. It's the first wicket, and the left-hander, Rajmani Sandhu, has to go. He's going to be disappointed here because he's rolls his wrist on this, trying to place it, but he can't get it past the fielder. That's a really good catch there. I think that's Mubashir Hussain that takes the catch and says adios to Rajmani. Well, he should have relied on his brute strength like he did the first ball he faced when he smashed it for 6. This time he decides to guide it, tries to be a little bit, bit stylish, but ends up putting the ball in the hands of the fielder. Good catch, low down. And like the way that he cushions the blow when he hits the deck as well. So the first wicket, so Ali does get the breakthrough. The new batter makes his way in. Well, let's see if he's going to be happy. I know he's got happy on his back. So Babar Hussain is the new man. He joins Manpreet out there in the middle. So a ball to go in the first over. 8 for 1. Rajmani goes for 7 off the 4 deliveries that he faced. Ali wanting a good finish, and it's not a good one. Strays his line this time. It's not often that you see him do that, but well, he won't mind so much. He has picked up the wicket. He does get one of the openers out, and it was the dangerous Rajmani. Nice work there from the wicket keeper, Hassan Ahmed. Oh, that's a beaut. Absolute beaut. Well, that's a good comeback, and that's a great way to finish the over. So 9 on the board, but he gets that 1 wicket, the prize wicket of Rajmani. What a lovely ball that is as well. And a good point too. Welcome back into our commentating position to Vinny Sandhu. Welcome.
Good to be back. Well, something twigged just then.
What twigged?
You remember where the last golden ball was before yesterday? It was in Portugal. Portugal is stealing the ball. That was in the ECS back on the 31st of March. And once again, Portugal delivering the goods. And so really all of the golden balls have been centralised in one geographic area of Europe. We've had them in Gibraltar, Spain and Portugal, all of them this year. So I think it's about time we get a bit more further east, I think.
East.
I wouldn't say we're in Eastern Europe, we're more east. But yeah, 1 match without a golden ball now, because last night it wasn't. The 3rd match out of 4 yesterday was. So this is just the sort of total that it could be a golden ball as well in the Goldilocks zone between 85 and 100. His Faisal should be out. He's going to come out and bowl over number 2. But what a good first over that was from Hassan Ali, the youngster. Slip in place. Let's roll.
Wide delivery. Just issues controlling the ball. Well, how about that? A look from Shabir there. He's got the old war paint on, the headband. He's ready for action, isn't he? He's ready for war. That one just goes too wide. Yeah, I mean, you talk about the last over. Remember, the first ball was smashed for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a real good comeback from Ali. He's a very consistent bowler. He will always take wickets, and being left-handed as well, I think that's a good weapon to have, isn't it?
Yeah, for
An
sure.
opening bowler.
Some straighten down the line, some don't. Should be out. Right-handed version.
Well, this one has come out wrong as well, and gets away with it, just a single. It ends up being a filthy full toss, so he's having issues here controlling the ball.
It's borderline, I think. Probably just below, only just. Remember, if it's waist or higher, it'll be a no ball. Yeah, that actually snaps the streak of 4 bowling wins on golden balls, and you can see that the batters haven't had a great time, but that one evens it up slightly, so now we're 12-18 all-time in golden balls, and we still haven't seen a wide or a no ball.
We still have,
and that's 5 full overs of golden balls now.
Listen, though I knew it happened, I didn't see it. How did they get the runs? Was it a boundary or was it a run too?
It was pretty much, I could describe it as a big drive and a French cut, which just got around the short fine leg.
Okay.
It was probably 1 metre away from being fieldable. So he dived at it. If he stops it, I don't see them getting 2. I think the fielders would have won. But it got past him and went to the boundary, so went for 4.
Hey, doesn't the ground look great? It
looks brilliant.
In Portugal. Lovely ground. I mean, of course, I was there last year. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful ground.
A lot of nice comments about it too.
Short ball, and just falling short of the fielder. Doesn't quite time this way. Didn't look comfortable playing this, to be honest. Bangs it in, and I think he takes his eye off the ball as well.
Yeah, just not quite the Baba Hussain that we last saw a couple of weeks ago.
Now listen, one thing, there we go. See, he just takes his eye off it. One thing I'm looking forward to, I mean, we haven't seen a century in a while now, have we? I know that we got close a couple of times last week. This is up in the air. He goes for timing, and luckily for him, he finds it in a position where there's no fielder, then take 2 runs. So Hussain, it's a streaky start. But yeah, look, no century, but we know that somebody who is capable is Hussain. I mean, he's not going to get one here today. Not enough runs on the board to chase, but they certainly would like to get him back into the groove, back to his best, so he can perform in this Super Series.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. He's a class player. Let's just see if he can get in.
Gets a bit of bat onto this, and this will go all the way down for 4 runs. And I'm going to say, you're going to play at these, you're going to be a wide anyway. If you're going to make contact, make sure it goes to the boundary, and that's exactly what he does.
I think he's lucky here. This is off the glove, I think, and that could have easily gone anywhere. It hits the bottom of the glove, so it goes down and finds its way past Hassan Ahmed. So a bit of a streaky boundary there.
Yeah, Ahmed there having a chat with the bowler, saying, come on, wait, you're bowling. And it has to be said, Shabir, I mean, okay, that one goes to the boundary. He's been pretty lucky so far. It's not been the best of starts from him with the ball. He's had issues getting the ball in the right areas. See where this is going to go. Here he comes. This time he gets it right outside that off stump. That's the corridor where he wants to be. Just get that ball in there. Looks to me here, Vinny, I reckon he's having issues controlling the ball. I think he's swinging too much for him. And looking at the way that pitched and went on and the lack of bounce on it, I think he's probably holding the ball across the seam here.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of swing. And these Kookaburras, it must have been a swinging batch because they tend to be doing a lot. We've seen a lot of balls swinging outside the tram line. It's just a matter whether you persist with it or not. He's a weapon for the bowlers. Lifts up and could be trouble, should be trouble. Shruk Nawaz is under it and he'll take the catch. So Baba Hussain goes. That's a big wicket in the context of this game. Never quite found his timing in the 6 balls. He was at the crease and he departs for 6. Well held by Nawaz at mid-on. 2 overs down now. It's 18 for 2.
Yeah, well, this is a big wicket. As soon as he hits it, you can see Hussain knows that he's in trouble. And that's a very comfortable catch taken by Nawaz. And just like that, Gina Brescia, they're finding themselves on top in this match. I mean, I said that if they pick up 3 wickets early, then they'll fancy themselves. They've got 2 of those already without conceding too many runs.
We were just talking about Baba Hussain. Probably not a great time to show this, but he was one of only 3 century makers we've had on ECN this year. I was playing for Brescia CC versus Zayton Murnazafa, the Turkish champions in match 7 of Group C at the ECL on the 22nd of February. So what's that now, about 5 months ago? But he wasn't in that kind of touch this morning, and he departs for just 6. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen so many centuries. I think it's a couple of things. I think the fielding's been better. I think more chances are being taken. I think the bowling's been better as a whole. And also I think that batters are just taking more risks earlier in their innings, and they're learning about the T10 format. So not so many are getting to a position where they might be able to push for a century. So it's a bit more unselfish batting, I suppose. 18 for 2 then after 2 overs. Hassan Ali, the youngster, coming back to bowl over number 3.
Yeah, big over this, Ali. He knows if he can take another wicket here, he's bowling to Manpreet Singh. Oh, absolute beauty. Oh, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball. Jagadite. That is superb. Hassan Ali at his best. What a sight this is for a fast bowler.
If you look up rip snorter in the dictionary, you'll probably see this. I mean, I don't know how you're meant to deal with this. Comes in and hits the top of off stump straight through the gate. That is high-class bowling. And Manpreet checks the damage, doesn't like what he sees. He keeps on walking. What a delivery.
This is an absolute beaut. And you can see, I love the way that after taking the wicket, Ali turns around and says to the batter, don't worry about it, mate. Better luck next time. Look at that. Keeps the other 2 stumps standing and the bail on top. That's quite incredible.
Oh, what was incredible was how perfect that delivery was. A lot of batters around the world wouldn't be able to deal with that. So, Cricket Stars having their own troubles with the bat, and they've actually lost wickets along the way. Well, it wasn't really an issue for Gina Brescia, only lost 1 in their 10 overs. Right now, they're 18 for 3.
That was an absolute beauty. And new batter comes in to face the fire of Hassan Ali.
That's a Rahman, the new batter.
Oh, well, he went for the Yorker delivery. I tell you what, he's done well to get back onto this, because I don't think he was in the right position at all. If he misses this, this would be knocking his stumps out.
Atika Rahman, this is going to be a really interesting time for him to go with crease, because you can tell it, by the way, by that shot. He doesn't muck around. He's in there to score runs and score runs quickly, and he's going to counterattack. He doesn't care about 3 wickets. And he's just probably thinking, positively thinking, 4 more balls left in this power play to attack. Still getting over that delivery from Hassan Ali. He's got 2 for 10 now.
Ali once more, the left armour. Oh, absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. They asked him the question, and it was a great... I mean, you can tell he's not out because the bowler only starts to appeal once the keeper and the slipper dancing around, but that is a beaut.
This is exactly why left armers are such a handful, because the ball that knocked out the top of the off stump pretty much bounced around the same spot. So this one just carries on. And if anything goes the other way, Ramzan can't deal with it. Ramzan playing as a specialist bat this game. We did see him keeping during the Bologna series. And right now, he's got to try and get his team out of a big hole.
Yeah, this is right on the stumps as well, I bet. Well, it goes down the leg side. He lets himself down a little bit there, but the ball slows up. They're going for 2, and they've got to hurry. But it's a wild throw.
Look, the throw was quick. I think it's online. Might have had Ramzan in trouble, but he hustles back. You see here, the throw comes in and beats him, but it was well offline. Hassan Ahmed didn't have a shot at it. Who'd be an opening batter? That's always left that to the top order batters, trying to work out how you're meant to play. Ball's going all over the place.
Big swing, and you got to hurry here. Oh, he just doesn't get the ball under control quick enough. It's a good pickup, but the ball slips out of his hands. He keeps it in his body, but not able to get thrown straight away.
Yeah, it's Fareed. He double clutches it. That's what we normally say. See, it's actually not in his hand properly, so he has to grab it again before he throws, and that allows the batters to get home safely.
Ali creating problems. Ball to go, and it's a dot. And well, this is where I think maybe a little experience from Ali in time will show. I think he's got a batter there that's in trouble. I think if he gets this one on the stumps, he would have had another. But it finishes so well, doesn't he? 2 wickets, just 11 runs conceded, and that was a horrible looking shot, really, wasn't it?
What a good spell.
Yeah.
I mean, he ends up 2 for 11, gets 2 big wickets, and you need to take wickets if you're going to have any chance of defending this 99, I think. A wicket in each over. So just going for 22 in the power play. Now we head to the middle overs. They'll have the protection of up to 5 outfielders now. Game very much in the balance. It's Atika Rahman. He could come off and still chase this down with time to spare. To use some of our parlance from last year, Atika Rahman was the specialist crocodile feeder in Bologna, and he loved whacking the balls over that leg side fence at that oval Rustignano. Bilal Masood coming into the attack. Oh, it's a really nice cut shot as he cuts down on it, and it will get to the fence. So Ramzan gets 4, fairly low risk. Wasn't the worst location from Masood, but the batter gets in a really good position. Look at that back foot getting back and across, and he just chops down on 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. And you see there, Hassan Ali is a tall man, but even he, reaching down, couldn't get a hand onto that. 4 runs. That's what they need here now. Need a bit of a fight back. It's not going to be easy, though, is it? Masood probably now knows that he doesn't want to be bowling too wide.
I suppose the length was the issue there, not so much the line.
That's better. Good reply. Goes full and straight.
Well, there's Rookie Ahmed, the captain, who I think will have a big role to play in these middle overs with the ball. He's a wily fox rookie.
He's a good captain, isn't he? I love the way he's always in the match. He's always talking to his bowlers. Masood. And this is well hit. It goes a long way up, and it goes all the way. Shaba, shaba, shaka, lagya. Well, just for a moment there, you thought the fielder, Adil Ahmed, was probably in the hunt, but he gets enough of this. This is a big hit to hit that part of the ground. Look, all the way over, sort of extra cover. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, to take on deep point and win, you better get it in the middle, and he does. And despite the efforts of the man out there, Adil Ahmed sails over his head, 6 runs, and whether that 6 are out, it's a big swing in the game, isn't it? Ramzan gets going. Masood is pretty clear what his tactics are. He's hunting that tram line.
This is hit fairly firmly as well, but straight to the fielder. No mistakes.
Fielding. Really good fielding from Rizwan Tanvir. Just keep an eye on that. The over rate. They want to be 40 after 4. Pretty much on it. Bang on it at the moment. Game in the balance.
Slower delivery, swell ball, and you can see Rahman's trying to smash everything, isn't he, big? And you just get the feeling that sooner or later the bowler's going to put a straight one in and he's going to find his stumps knocked over. He's obviously been sent out there to play aggressively, but at the moment he's just joining the dots.
This is his game. And he will swing like a rusty gate, Atiku Rahman. But when he hits them, they go a long way. I don't think he's changing his game at all. Last ball of the 4th.
Shorter one. Hits this pretty well, but there are 2 men out there between them. They should deal with it. They're taking him on, and he gets sent back. I think that's a good shout because that's a really good throw.
Good idea to go back. It's the end of the 4th over. So the score is 34 for 3. At the moment, Gina Brescia do have Cricket Stars slightly behind the rate, and they do have 3 key wickets early in the 2nd innings.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you know, we're talking about the excavation that's been happening here, so this archaeological dig. Do you know that only 10% of Rome has been actually excavated?
Is that right?
Yeah, only 10%. And the reason for that is apparently what used to happen in the olden days is once they built a new city, all they would do is knock the roofs down of the old buildings, fill it up with dirt and concrete and build on top of it.
Yeah.
And that's why there's so much that hasn't been excavated.
And they've
here.
built on it several times, right?
Several times, yeah.
Yeah.
What amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that a little bit last time. But it's quite incredible to think what sits underneath this cricket ground. That we're playing cricket on a site which is literally thousands of years old. I was thinking about that yesterday, actually, as I was quietly enjoying myself at the beach while there was a golden ball happening in Portugal. I was thinking that's one area they probably haven't been able to build on top of, because that's the sea. Yeah, it was so salty, you could float so easily. Anyway, pleasant memories right now. Here's Rookie Ahmed.
Oh, and he's got him. Rookie comes on to bowl and gets a wicket straight away. It's a horrible looking shot from Rahman, but you knew he was only going to play one way. And I'm not sure if he gets a little bit of something on this as he knocks his stumps over, but it was an ugly shot. Well, shot Maria Gunda, Bapas Agia Banda, leg stump at the ground. And once again, we see one stump gone, the other 2 there with bail intact.
Yeah, to be fair to Atiku Rahman, this doesn't bounce as much as he thought from Rookie. So that's why he's looking up, he's looking down, he's looking all around. But he's going to be looking at the bench very shortly as he departs. Not able to move the needle in this. He ends up going for 2 of 5. The score is 34 for 4.
Yeah, and the experienced captain, Rookie, comes on and does the job. Takes the wicket. And we've seen him do this so many times. He just, like I said earlier, he is a wicket-taking machine. And he's a lovely guy as well to talk to. I was having a nice chat with him this morning. Of course, he was concerned that he was missing 1 or 2 of his star performers, but at the same time he said, yeah, but we got 1 or 2 others. Let's see how they go. Well, they went pretty well, in fairness, and he's going pretty well as well. Here he goes, his second ball. And it's a slower one, slow Yorker, in swinging. Batter just leans forward, gets a bit of bat onto this, takes a single, but well, with that rate going up, it's coming up to about 12 required per over. They've got to start, it can't be tiki-taka.
Yeah.
They need a bit of boom-boom as well.
Dipendra Shekhawat is the new batter who's out there. Yeah, but Rookie certainly doesn't look the 41 years of age which he's carrying.
Nicely played. They think about 2, but the ball holds up nicely for the fielder. Gets the throw in to take another single. But Ramzan now is probably the established batter. Moves on to 13 off the 8 deliveries that he's faced now. Shekhawat, what can he do? He wants to go big. In comes Ruksa. It's not going to be easy. Oh, well, he's got him. It's another one. Well, this is, I'm not sure what he's trying to do with this delivery, Shekhawat, but he's played all around it. And it's the second wicket to Ahmed. Have a look at this. He's just not sure about it at all. And I think this one does take a bit of the inside edge. It's another stump that's been knocked out of the ground.
Yeah, it does. It's an inside edge. And once again, it's a seed from Rookie. So have a look at this. It, again, doesn't bounce as much, I think, as much as the batter thought. And so onto the stumps it goes. And right now, Cricket Stars are shooting. And they're shooting fast. It's 36 for 5.
Yeah, the captain, rookie Ruksa Ahmed, comes in and he is destroying the stumps. So another batter departs as a new one comes in. It looks like it's going to be Hasib. See what he can do, what he can make of it. They need something to happen and need it to happen quickly. At the moment, all smiles on Junior Brescia. I did say they're a team that make an art of defending. They are sensational. They've got great bowlers. And they don't really, the other main thing about them is they don't rely on spin. It's just seamless, but they all do something different. And that's the key thing.
A lot of similarities between these two teams, actually. Anyway, here's Hasib. Got to say, Desirage has made a good point. We're talking about the history here in Rome being thousands of years old. But he says, isn't every site thousands of years old when you think about it? However, Rome must be pretty impressive. I guess he's not wrong. But, certainly the fact this city has been around for a long time. In fact, we get to see some of the landmarks, the Colosseum, of course, and Trevi Fountain, the Pantheon as well, Spanish Steps.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. And, what a way to finish the over.
It takes us to the end of the 5 overs, a mini drinks break as well. Cricket Stars, some food for thought for them. It is 37 for 5 after the 5 overs. And once again, it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. If you're just joining us, Rico is back.
Yeah.
And Rico, we're going to see a lot of competitive cricket this week, no doubt about it. Cricket Stars. They only lost one game along the way. Jeddah had a couple of wobbles and had a bit of a slow start. I mean, I just feel like feels a bit like two heavyweight fighters just warming up so far. But I've got to say that the class performers perform, and that's what Rookie Ahmed's done. They had a very good series with the ball, the veteran, and he knocks out the pegs twice in his first over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difference at the moment for me is, I think we touched on this before, that Junior Brescia, when they're out there now in the bowling, it's been tight. There hasn't been any bad deliveries. I think when they were in the bat, when they were having a bat, they got those full tosses, didn't they? They got 1 or 2 and over, which they were able to put away, especially in the last 5 overs. That's been the difference. I think the consistency from the bowling has been great. Every bowler that's come on has been right on the pegs, knocking them over.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been a good performance from them.
And well, I just want to say a quick hello as well to Corey. I know he got back to the Netherlands safely. Had to catch an early flight Sunday morning. He was playing for VOC Rotterdam in a quarter-final. I think it might have been their second team. And we're missing you here, Corey. And I'm glad he's not here, actually, because he would have been telling about what he did in this game where he came on to bowl with the other team 9 out and closing in on the target. I think they were 1 or 2 runs away, and he took the last wicket off the first ball he bowled to win the game for VOC Rotterdam. So he would not have kept quiet about that all day. So anyway, I mentioned it once, Corey. That's it.
Yeah.
Here we go, over number 6.
Well, I think this is pitching outside leg. Cannot be out, and you can see straight away from the umpire. That's good umpiring like that. Shake of the head straight away. They do take a leg bite.
Very experienced umpires out there. Asad Ali and Suleiman Saeed, both with ECL experience.
Yeah, look at that. I think that's great. Quality umpiring. Well, umpire Asad Ali, who's out there with Suleiman Saeed, are Italian stallions. And our men in black, led brilliantly, of course, by Rob Kemin, who's the tournament referee. Masood wants to get in on the act. Wicketless so far. Short, and this has been hit hard, and this has gone. Balle, manos arriba, Mitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. ¡Qué grande!
Yeah, nice shot. A little bit short, and he pounces all over it. Well, a little bit my voice. Like my voice. That one's gone.
That's too much salty water.
Also, the castle in the background.
It's been peppered a bit, hasn't it?
A lot.
It's been peppered a bit, a few kookaburras,
We
a
found
bit of damage.
Despite the way that looks, it's actually 600 metres away from the pitch.
That's
but if you saw the Volcano play for Kent Lanka last week, we thought that he almost got it there. And we thought maybe there's some sort of Rapunzel situation the way that castle looks. It's a bit further away than the camera suggests. Anyway, that could be the shot that gets him back in the hunt here. Ramzan becomes really important. 19 off 10 now.
Big swing. This time, go to the man at mid-wicket. Oh, gets the throw in. Bit of work to be done by the keeper.
We have seen some magical overs, even supersonic overs, over the past few days. If batters can get in, they can go on these boundary-hitting runs. So Hasib, who, he's more of a bowling all-rounder, really. I think he's just got a support role to play. Ramzan's the man for me. I think needs to do most of the damage.
Nazeeb does his job well. I think that's what he's got to do. Bat onto ball. If he can take the single and keeping Ramzan on strike. If he keeps finding the boundaries, they stay in this, but they don't want to drop too far behind. It's around about the 12 to 13 per over at the moment. Masood, a couple of deliveries to come in his spell. And this has been hit hard, and it goes all the way. 6 más, que grande, 6 puntos.
Yeah, remarkable shot, really, because he just throws the hands at it late, and bat kind of turns his hands a bit, but just the nature of the contact, it went a long way. It went actually all the way for 6. Brings up the 50 for Cricket Stars, and they are not out of this yet.
Yeah, put them up in the air like you just don't care. He'll be through 6 more. Comes down the track, hits this pretty well as well. Well, 6 and 4, and he's hungry for more, and this is exactly what they needed. That's a good way to finish the over with back-to-back boundaries. Well, they're not giving up just yet. And, well, Masood, his 2 overs go wicketless. And he ends up going for 30 runs of his 2. So, Cricket Stars are still in this despite having lost those 5 wickets.
Yeah, so what do they need now? They need 44 off 4. So that's very gettable. But how important cracking a couple of wickets right now for Gina Brescia? If they do that, especially if they get Ramzan, I think they can put this game to bed. But you have a look at the discipline of the bowlers, just 3 wides in the first 6 overs. I think that'll be a big difference between the teams here and the teams that didn't make it. And Masood ends up going for 30 off his 2. Welcome to the Super Series. Rookie Ahmed, though, this becomes a huge over, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is massive now. Needs a good one in there to keep his team on top. And playing well, that's sensible cricket. Naseeb Khan, he knows that there's no point in him swinging and missing and playing out dots. He just takes a single and he gives Ramzan the strike once more. He's got to realise that it's all about how his partner Nasir bats here. And Rookie checks his field, so he's got 3 men on the leg side, all waiting. 2 men are straight as well.
Hang off 3rd man there.
And well, he doesn't need it. That's his 3rd wicket. Jagadite Fatte is as easy as that, says Rookie. What are you talking about? What trouble? We're not in trouble. He takes another. Well, this time he doesn't knock the stumps out of the ground, but both bails are gone. Well bowled, and that's the experience, and that's the knowledge, and that's how important he is to leading this team.
Yeah, well, you can talk about who's not here. Let's talk about who is here, and the captain's turned up. He has smashed stumps 3 times now. He has 3 for 4, and that is the big wicket of Ramzan. And I do feel it's going to be a long way back here for the Stars as they now are 57 for 6.
Yeah, wonderful bowling, isn't it? I mean, you know, when people look at this, it's all about, as I always say, you just got to bowl at the stumps. Don't try and do anything special. Don't try and bowl too fast. And that's exactly what he's done. He knows that that Nazir is trying to do. He's trying to hit the ball to the boundary. He has to. He's the only one at the moment who's been capable of doing it. Gets the ball right up there. You miss, I hit, and that's exactly what this is about.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just the leg and the off stump seem to be disturbed. The middle stays untouched. Anyway, here's Ali Muhammad. See if he can do something.
Places out onto the onside now. This is going to be interesting now because, of course, Naseeb, who's just been playing the anchor role, just taking the singles and giving the strike to Nazir while he was out there. Well, he's not anymore, so he's got to start playing a few shots.
So, Sagar Reddy was saying if Ramzan stays up to the 10 overs, he'll finish the game, but he's gone now with pretty much 4 remaining. It's a lot more responsibility now on Naseeb Khan. He has to try and play more of a leading role.
Firmly hit, in trouble if he hits, and well, I think he's out. Yeah, he's got to go. That's good work again there between the fielder and the bowler. He could have really gone for a wild throw. The stump doesn't. Gets it to Rookie. Look at this. This is great cricket from Rookie as well. That's what you always wanted the bowlers to do. Get back to the stumps. He does and takes the stumps with the ball in hand. It's another one bites the dust.
Just basic. Ali Muhammad, because the ball's hit hard, I think the non-striker often will just take off. But the striker could see where it was going. So probably the play there is to look at what the striker's doing. And if he's not running, you're not running. He just took 2 steps too many, didn't he? But well executed. That's the professionalism that I expect from these teams in the Super Series. Taking that run out. And Ali Muhammad goes for 1, 58 for 7.
Yeah, good cricket there. This is what it's all about. Look, just pick up the throw, and it's an easy throw. He isn't trying to blast and knock the stumps out the ground. He knows where he's got to be, and he gives time for his captain to take the ball and take the bails off. Really good cricket.
Another shot for Haseeb. Been joined out there by Sukhpal Singh, also known as Kang. And he's a guy we saw leading Royal Palmer last year, so we know that he's a very experienced leader. And, again, no more for his bowling, but he can hit a long ball. Let me just have a look at him. But they're leaving themselves a lot to do late. Having said that, that required rate is still under 13. It's just they're running out of resources and quick.
And, well, I think this is gone. There was the umpire shakes his head, and Rooks are saying, let's go to the cameras, umps. And umpire Sullivan says, no, there's definitely a noise here. And, well, I think it actually bounced. Does it bounce before it gets to the keeper? I'm pretty sure it does. Let's have a look. Does this carry or not? I think it just bounces.
I don't think it's a bump ball.
No?
I think that there may have been a little scratch on the toe of the bat, but it's little. The umpire's not sure. And, well, we're watching the replay, and we're still not sure, rookie. But you have bowled well. He'll take 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. And 59 for 7. Long way home for the Stars, but they will get a chance again in match 2. Jinnah Brescia winning the toss, electing to bat first. So, once again, they will be batting first, putting the runs on the board. I think they like defending. And you can see that similar looking lineup, although Muhammad Ali comes in for Jinnah Brescia
I thought he was retired.
at the expense of Adil Ahmed. Not to be confused with Ali Muhammad, who's playing for Cricket Stars, of course, just got run out. So that match is starting in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. It's the second of 6 matches that you'll get today on ECN. 4 here in the Super Series in Italy and 2 in the Night Series in Portugal tonight.
Well, Fareed comes into the attack. And it starts with a short one. It should be stopped there. The man behind square. They'll take just a single. And, well, tiki-taka just won't do at the moment. They need boundaries. That rate has gone past the 13 now, just under 14. So need a couple of, we're looking at 3 boundaries minimum per over.
Yeah, and even 2 boundaries might get them there with a bit of hustle. But that's the thing. You're playing teams that don't give away runs that easily. They bowl less bad balls. And you're right down to, let's just say, the lower order. But, yeah, Cricket Stars, when they have faltered, which is only once in the summer so far, they faltered in the chase, and that's kind of where it's gone wrong here. Both teams missing a couple of key players, which you'd expect.
Just a good shot from Sukhpal Singh. Cuts it away. Again, just get the single. The field seems to be well set here, and the bowlers are bowling to it. There hasn't been any really bad loose deliveries. There was just that one over, wasn't there, from Masood that went for plenty. He went for 30 of his 2, but other than that, all the other bowlers have been spot on. Fareed. Well hit, but hasn't got the power to beat the fielder. Will be fielded by
Here's the thing, Rico. When I polled a bunch of people in the know, the 2 names that came up when I said who's favourite for this series, the 2 teams that kept coming up were Jinnah Brescia and Cricket Stars. And nothing against the other teams. Probably Fresh Tropical. Skerritt behind that. But right now, they've both looked a little bit exposed at times.
Listen, here's a question. I mean, would you and can you rule out Roma? I mean,
no.
Roma, what they did, I mean,
don't rule out anybody.
To win 3 matches on finals day and to win it. And also, 2 things that come to mind to me. A, it's their home ground.
Yeah.
B, they played last week as well.
Yeah,
so
true.
They're in the zone.
And they were getting better and better as the week went on. They had some key inclusions like Krishan Kalugamagate. And Nathan was outstanding for them. We'll see them tomorrow for the first time in Super Series.
Big swing, but very little connection. And well, that's one way to field it. Thought you'll get a little bit funky there, doing the old, well, what do you call that? The old bunny hop bit of fielding.
Shabon in the chat, hello to you. And how about this for some party tricks?
Well, I reckon.
Now, what if I told you I once tried that in warm-up and did my ankle and I was out for 3 weeks? True story. And I won't say squealed like a baby, but...
What, on the landing?
I tried to do it with a running start and accidentally stepped on the ball. not one of my greatest moments.
She just dropped short of the fielders and deal with it well. It's just another single, so tiki-taka continues. That's the end of the over, so not a bad start there from Fareed, just going for 5.
Yeah, very good over in the context of the game, because it pretty much puts this to bed, I think, just considering how these two are going at the moment. Although, could get a magical 9th and get a surprise. But right now, Cricket Stars 64 for 7.
Well, just be reminded, he's got 18 there. That was 18 that was scored in that final over yesterday. That led to a golden ball in Portugal, so it's not over yet. But we've got to do that for 2 overs on the spin.
I see, he's done some pretty special things with the ball during this summer. Let's see if he can pull something out in the 9th. It's Shabir with the ball.
Optimistic appeal on the pads. They decide to hold on to it, which makes sense. The single is not going to hurt them. So
That's one. I'd say it's a gift, but it's one that we're wanting to put away. You got fine leg up in the circle. Just 2 back on that side of the field as well. But clunks into the pad. Let's see if Big Kang can whack one out of the park.
well, that's a good take from the keeper. It was a horrible delivery. What a stop this is from Hassan Ahmed. This is class.
Pretty tall for a keeper, but this is where it's handy because he doesn't really have to dive. It's more of a fall. I'll give him a dive for that, actually. Good hands from Hussey.
Yeah, that's good. Nicely done, nicely dealt with.
And they had 5 wides written all over it, didn't it? Could have been a window back into the game.
This one goes over the stumps. And once again, no mistakes from the keeper, Hassan Ahmed. So it's another dot ball.
Frustrating chase this for Cricket Stars. And we'll look back and we talk about the importance of partnerships, don't we? And you look at that partnership between Saifur Rahman and Hassan Ahmed in the first innings. That essentially has been the difference between the two teams. There's been no significant partnerships at all in this second innings.
Sliced up in the air. I don't think it was full. Oh, well, it does. He does carry to the fielder. That's a really good catch, actually. And he's saying, he said, I had to take it low down because the sun was right in my eyes. That's a good catch. I didn't think it was going to carry, to be honest, at first, but he gets there, does the hard work, and then finishes off by taking a good clean catch. So a wicket there for Shabir.
Yeah, it's a bit of an up and under job, wasn't it? You see the weight's going to the legs, kind of skews away to deep backward point. But it takes it despite not really seeing it. And so a wicket for Shabir. Second wicket, in fact, and Cricket Stars. Well, I think you can almost put this one in the book. They're 8 down now, 66 for 8.
Yes, another wicket. Shabir does well. He's not trying to do it, like all of the bowlers here from Union not trying to do anything special with it. Just getting the ball up there in the right slot, in the zone, and the fielders have not let them down either. It's a good catch that was taken there.
Yeah, I think that's Rizwan Tanvir. No, it might be a deal Ahmed actually out there. Ahmed does son as well.
Good delivery. First up to the new batter. There's not too much they could do with that one. Nicely bowled. And, well, it's all delight. It's all shabba at the moment.
Might have hit him on the top of the foot, you know. That could have easily bounced into the stumps. It just flicks the foot. Watch this.
Well, this is one that leaves you with a nasty black toe, isn't it?
Yeah. Toe basher. Back to live action.
Hyder on strike. Showing all his stumps. And a straight ball will do it, you think, wouldn't you? It's another one that goes behind. So it's all but done here. Ginebresha smiles on the faces of the players, and Shabir, well, he's got a big smile on his face. Looks like he's ready to do the dance-a-thon, doesn't he?
I think so. It's going to be a disappointing start. I would say, though, you don't win series on day one, but still, you always want to start positively and send a message to the competition.
This one goes through him again, and just joining the dots up. That's the end of the over. So 9 gone now, and only 66 on the board. What a good over that was.
It sure was. So, yeah, just 1 to go. Can't see it happening now. 35 required. But, I mean, this is the beauty of the double-header format, isn't it? We have another chance to see these two teams, and the team that doesn't work out, They can always have the right to reply.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do like is the back-to-back headers. And plenty of times we've seen a real change in fortunes from the two teams. You know, it's never the same.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Right, here's Farid to finish things off.
Just be another... Whoa, wow. I think it's that rookie that's gone down there. Well, he's gone down like a sack of potatoes. They will get two. But how about this?
Well, I thought the archaeological dig was over off the field, but he looks like he's fallen down a wormhole into another dimension here. And he wasn't getting up quickly.
Well, he's gone slithering all over the place. That's Rizwan Tanvir. Mereka glasi pi kya like that. He went down there quickly like a sack of potatoes, but he's okay.
Do you think we should put that with his 3 for 6 in his highlights video?
Oh, how about this? Well, I think he's bounced this ball into the ground and onto the stumps. Have a look at this. Look, there's the bounce, boom, over the fielder, who luckily doesn't get a hand to it, because if he did, I think the non-striker would have been done.
It's like one of those snooker trick shots, isn't it? Try and do that again.
Do that again.
We're waiting a long time.
You won't see that again, for sure. See, Khan. Well, I think you'd like to finish with a couple of boundaries, wouldn't he? Whatever the result, let's see if he can. He has a go. He goes sliced in the air, and he's going to go. His catch well taken. It's another one that's been held. The fielding has been good. They haven't let themselves down at all, have they? Straightforward one in the end. So Farid picks up his first wicket, and that's the 9th that goes down for the Cricket Stars. So now maybe in danger of being bowled all out with a couple of deliveries to go.
Potentially. There's just nowhere, was he? And that's pretty well taken by Saifur Rahman. He's enjoying his first game of this Italian summer. He'll be finding it pretty hot, I'm sure. So 9 out now. As we're going to see Sukraj coming out at number 11. Disappointment for Cricket Stars. They will find themselves chasing again. That's the thing. And look, all of these points are going to be crucial. The 2 points that we're seeing Jina Brescia get here, there are no easy beats in the Super Series. And like you said, you can't count out any of the teams here, including Roma CC, including Albano, who weren't even able to quite win the Milan series, but they were close.
Outside the off stump, so we're going to miss. 2 balls left in the innings now, so they'll have a little bit of a break in between this and the start of the next match, but really they've got to have a quick regroup and think where it all went wrong and come up with a different plan, a plan really that's going to work against this outstanding bowling attack with Jina Brescia. More of the same, just that off-stump corridor, no bat on ball.
It's been great to have you back, Rico. You enjoyed your first game back, just nice little ease in.
Always lovely to be back in Rome for the Super Series. I'm back with you as well. I missed you.
Yeah,
I missed you.
Always.
It would have been lovely to see Corey as well before I went. Hello, Corey.
We're looking forward to reuniting at the ECC, put it that way. It'll also be great. Stay tuned, because Nikki Chowdhury is coming up in the second game, which will start in around about 20 minutes' time. Here's the last ball of match 1.
It's another one that there's no bat on. So that is that. It'll finish with the 3 dots to the new batter. Ida couldn't get bat on anything. End of the innings, end of the match. So it's victory to Jina Brescia. And once again, true to form, they demonstrate for us just why they are so dangerous, especially the bowling attack. I mean, they're a team that are, I mean, I said at the time, didn't have any of that. They're a team that they get 80 of the ball, they can defend it. And they showed that again here, restricting the Stars just to 68.
And look, in the last 11 balls, only 1 is scored off, and that's the one where Rookie fell into a wormhole, and the rest weren't. So that kind of shows you how the wheels fell off at the end. But Cricket Stars will have the right to reply in match 2 in about 20 minutes' time. It was a different story first up, wasn't it? We knew the top order are very dangerous. Rajmani with a Maximo over backward point. That went into prehistoric times, but he fell, and he wasn't the only one. Top order failing, only scoring 15 between them. Well, with the exception of Ramzan, no one would reach double figures for Cricket Stars, including Baba Hussain, the hero of ECL 22.
Yeah, I mean, there's just one rare bad delivery, wasn't there, that we saw there, but all the others were good. That was Hussain. As soon as he hit this, he knew he was in trouble. Nawaz was not going to put this down. And, well, if they thought they were having trouble at the top, well, wait for when rookie Ahmed came on to bowl the captain, and he just showed us just why he's so dangerous. It really is a very good performance. But what about that seed there from Hassan Ali? That was just absolutely superb. What a ball that is, an absolute beat. That's a delight. And that's why we say this European Cricket Network, it makes players' dreams come true. Well, that is one that that young man, would treasure for a long time. What an absolute beauty that was. Well, this is what we were talking about. This was the innings from Nasir Ramzan. And he was the one man that was keeping things together. He played some amazing shots, including this one. It was like the old sort of up and over, all the way outside the off stump, went for 6. But then here came the man of the moment, the captain, Rooks Ahmed. His very first ball was the wicket of the dangerous man. He thought, okay, here we go. It's time to party. He did party. He took 2 wickets in his first over, and he finished up with the 3. But that was an absolute beauty. It really was. But he still had the danger man to get, and it had to be the captain, Ramzan, or Rooks Ahmed, who took the wicket of Ramzan. And this was it, and he turns around and says, what are you all worried about? We got this in the bag, guys. We've got it in the bag.
Yeah, it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to all these players. See Ramzan eventually, that was when he went, and really there wasn't a lot that happened from this point onwards. And, well, it even got from bad to worse, mix up. Where's the end of Ali Muhammad, again, rookie, knew exactly what to do, getting back to the stumps. Big Kang came out. You'd hope that maybe he could swing a few out. A few party tricks as well. Oh, there was time to party, wasn't there, for Ginebrescia? Team that won pretty much everything last year, except the one match that would have taken them to Spain for the Champions League. That was a nice catch by Adil Ahmed, who couldn't see it but caught it anyway. And by the end of it, he just knew that Cricket Stars were not in the hunt. Bit of a party trick from Hasib, who found a way to even have the stumps conspiring against him, preventing a run. Catch late on in the piece. It was Saifur Rahman that was able to catch Hasib Khan for 9 or 13 balls. That kind of indicates they weren't able to get too much going. And it was an innings where, out of the 11 batters we saw, only 3 were able to hit boundaries, and only 1 was able to hit more than 1. That was Ramzan. Coming up next, we've got match 2, starting in 15 minutes' time. News from the toss is that Ginebrescia won the toss. They will be batting first. Cricket Stars will not want some revenge, won't they? And look, they do have the batting to do it, but can they keep Ginebrescia quiet? They kind of had them on the ropes early, let them off the hook with that partnership. They just couldn't break through. One team took 9 wickets in that match, and one only took 1. I think that was a big difference as well. So join us for match 2, coming up very shortly, right here on the European Cricket Network. Looking at the scorecard, and you can see what I'm talking about. A lot of single-digit scores. It was Nasir Rahman, the only man who would get to 10. In fact, he'd get to 30 before he was bowled by Rooks Ahmed. 3 Maximos, 2 4s in his innings. Apart from that, there was a 6 from Rajmani Sandhu. There was a 4 from Baba Hussain, but no other boundaries. And the other thing is they don't give too many away. Just 4 wides in 10 overs. And so that's always going to be tough. So just seeing, again, this trend continuing in Rome. A bit lower scoring than last year, when we saw kind of 100, 110 as par. This time, the teams combine for a run rate in the game of in the low 8s. As far as the bowling went, plenty of good performers there to choose from. With the exception of Masood, who was a bit expensive. He went for 30 off his 2 overs. All other bowlers went under a run of ball, and some remarkably so, with Rooks Ahmed 3 for 6. He was the most economical and the most successful of the bowlers. 2 wickets each to Hassan Ali and Shabir. The other wicket went to Fareed, who only went for 7 runs off his 2 overs. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, really excited to welcome Nikki Chowdhury as our guest this week in the ECN commentary Ice Cube. And it's a bit more of a hot cube at the moment because the action's hotting up here and out in the middle. Take a quick break, then come back and join us for the second match of the day. We'll see you shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and Nikki is on the way. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. It is Super Series time. It's week 5 of our Italian summer adventure. It has been hot, hot, hot this summer, and it's going to only get hotter into the final week of play here. 5 of the top teams in Italy competing for just the one coveted spot in the European Cricket League in 2023. And these two teams, they already sparred once, and it was Gina Brescia that got over the line, 99 to 68 in match 1. So I'm certainly sure the Cricket Stars will want to come up with a bit of a better effort. Their batting just didn't click at all. Manpreet Rajmani and Baba Hussain not firing. And when your top 3 fails, it is hard to win cricket matches. And you can see there, in fact, apart from Ramzan, no one was able to even get to 10. Gina Brescia, their innings was based on a big partnership from Saif ur Rahman, who is into the squad, as well as Hassan Ahmad, who we saw with the gloves in the second half of the match. So almost ready for a start here. News from the toss is that Gina Brescia, they won the toss, elected to bat first. They were sent in the first game, but it worked out for them so well, they decided they did want to have a bat. And there is Saif ur Rahman, who has come into the lineup for this game. And it will be Kang Sukhpal Singh to open up for Cricket Stars. So we're almost ready for a start here. So Lovepreet Singh, the regular Cricket Stars captain, not quite arrived in Rome yet. Has other responsibilities. He's a busy man, Lovepreet, but he does have plenty of stars around him, and they are led in this game once again by Sukhpal Singh. Tall right armour. We'll get a lot of bounce out of this surface, no doubt about it. Shuk Nawaz struggled a little bit early in game 1, but he will get another opportunity to open the batting here in match 2. Great to have your company all around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Let us know how excited you are for Super Series. Very excited to welcome somebody into the box for this match. Rico having a well-deserved break after match 1. He'll be back for the afternoon session. More about that in a second. Right now, shake, rattle and roll. Here comes match 2. It starts with a wide. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me for the first time, making her ECN debut, is none other than good friend, Nikki Chowdhury. Welcome, Nikki.
Morning, Vinny. How are you?
Very, very well. I'm excited to have you here as well. Of course, I have heard you doing a little bit of commentary this year in the UK.
Yes, I made my commentary debut over in England earlier, a few months ago now. So commented on the Black Caps New Zealand game early on in the season before they started their test series against England.
Good to see that. Here's Kang. Again, too much movement down the leg side. I mean, that must have been a great experience for you, and we're really excited to have you here at ECN.
It was a great experience. It was a bit daunting at the same time. My first time in the comms box was just doing an international squad, so that was pretty surreal. It was great fun though. I met all the Black Caps players, and they're very nice and very tall. Yeah. Especially when I'm very short.
In New Zealand, there's something about
something
the water.
in the water there.
They are big. Here's a pretty tall man. Sukhpal Singh coming in, another in-swinger. This one is going to be for the first boundary. Well, there's Sam. He's not going to fumble any this week. He was a bit embarrassed with the drop catch the other day, so he quickly fields it and back to the back of the dugout. That's a nice shot going with the movement there.
It's a great shot. Nice to get boundary early on, isn't it? Always helps.
Now, I don't want to talk too much about you because I know you're very humble, but you obviously have been going places in your cricket career as well, Nikki. And I have seen some footage of you batting, absolutely smacking them.
Where have you seen that?
I've been doing my research. Don't worry about that. So, and look, you have been playing in the domestic system in the UK, playing for Surrey currently. Is that right?
Yes, playing for Surrey County Cricket Club, so playing for the women's team over there. Yeah, so I've been playing for them, and then before that I was at Worcestershire, playing women's cricket there, and then before that again back at Surrey. So I kind of left Surrey for a brief period, and now I'm back there.
Surrey's a pretty nice club.
Oh, it's a great club.
It's a beautiful
setting.
part of the country as well. Pretty hot, I've heard, back in the UK. No ball back foot, I think, here. And here's the issue. Some of these bowlers are testing out patience. And yeah, you see there, I think that back foot cuts the back line. It has to be grounded on the line, but I think that's a pretty good call. And so we're going to have a free hit coming up. So, okay, obviously you have cricket knowledge beyond your years. I have to say that's something I've noticed.
I feel like I know too much than I should sometimes. I've got to like bite my tongue at points like, oh,
I'm going to have a look at this free hit now. I've got more questions. I want to know more about you. I'm sure a lot of our viewers would like to as well. He almost does another one. He missed out the free hit, but it's going to go for buys. How many? I'm not sure. It's going to go for 4 buys. So, our second bounce not dealt with by Manpreet Singh. That's one way to get a boundary off a free hit. What do you think here? Just an awkward one.
Just an awkward one. Didn't even really carry and got the keeper on the edge of the fingers by the looks of it. He's shaking his hands off.
That's the last thing I was expecting. But again, he's got to watch that back foot. That was dicey. Again, this time he's all right, but he pushes it down the leg side. So where does your cricket knowledge come from, this wealth of knowledge?
Oh my gosh, I have to give all credit to this to my dad. So my dad actually was a professional cricketer back in India. So he grew up in India and he played professional cricket out there, and then eventually he moved over to South Africa and then ultimately the UK where we settled. So everything is basically from my dad. I've heard about cricket, known about cricket pretty much since I was in the womb, so.
That's interesting. Well, I have actually heard your dad coaching you in a video that I saw on the BBC website. It did seem to be pretty much on point. I think you both seem like you've got a bit of fiery personalities to you, so I'm sure
I feel like, there is a
training session sometimes.
Yes, everyone says that, even especially after that video. Apparently it was more obvious. I have no idea how, but yeah. There can be some clashes more often than not.
Only natural. Here's Saifur Rahman for the first time. This one goes straight across him. I think this will suit Sukhpal, who's bowled lots of balls like that. To the left-hander, it's not an issue. So, James Stewart, you're saying buongiorno, Nikki. Welcome aboard.
Buongiorno.
So if you want to say hello to Nikki, now's a great time in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Here's Kang. Oh, fiddles at this one, gets nothing. End of 1, and the score is 13 for no loss. Very, very warm welcome to you. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo Rico, taking a break this game and welcoming in for the first time, Nikki Chowdhury. Nikki, it's great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
You've seen a lot of cricket and high-level cricket recently, but I bet you've never seen anything quite like the European Cricket Series.
No, nothing quite like it, but it's always good to have a bit of a change-up, isn't it? So.
Yeah, we're super lucky to have you. Such a high-level cricketer as well. But one thing I really find interesting is how people from the outside view this and view the tactics. There are a lot of things happening in this form of the game. Often they're a little bit ahead of T20 cricket. That's what I've noticed over the last few years as far as tactically. But right now, I mean, it's a great time because the top 5 clubs in Italy are here.
Yes, it's great, and especially to see the display of cricket. Honestly, the first match, even like seeing some of the bowling and some of the batting, I was quite surprised with the talent. It's taken me back.
Yeah,
so it's been good.
If I'm honest, they haven't quite hit their straps yet, based on knowing these two teams pretty well. Here's a guy that did hit his straps pretty early, Haseeb Khan, the left armer. Once again, swing and a miss. A good angle there. I mean, left armers, you'd know this as a batter, Nikki. They're always a bit awkward, aren't they?
They're always a bit awkward. That angle that they come in at is just a bit challenging at times, especially if it is moving around a bit. So it's not the easiest to play, but
yeah, natural variation, is what I call it. Some come back and some don't. This one doesn't, and it goes straight across him. So even those ones that don't really swing very much.
Because you don't know if you can play at them or if you shouldn't. You should play at them. It's just because it goes away from you just at that last minute.
Yeah, that one actually hits the seam and goes away. You know, one thing I found really interesting, obviously coming from a background of playing cricket on natural turf surfaces my whole career, is that artificial pitches, different ones actually behave differently.
Yeah, but they just tend to be more bouncy, I feel. They just have more of a bounce sometimes compared to a turf wicket, which is less predictable.
Probably something I find interesting is that different artificial surfaces actually can behave differently to each other. And that's something that I hadn't really experienced until I spent a lot of time on the continent here. Here's Haseeb. Hit straight down the ground. Well, this will pierce the field, and it's going to be a real teaser.
Ooh.
Oh, in the end, we're going to have lack of social distancing. They both play the man. The ball goes for 4. Well, talk me through this one, Nikki.
That was a bit of saving themselves from a little collision, wasn't it? I think they got confused. Who was going to stop that one?
Well, they were both going for it.
And then
they were both leaving it.
Yeah, no one said who's going to take it. And then they just and then they've given each other a bit of a hug, and the ball's gone down to the boundary. Welcome
to the world of ECN. I hope you're ready for the ride.
Can't wait.
Next one goes straight through, and so first boundary of the over. Not quite the way it was intended. Yeah, so this is a pitch which I think has probably more bounce than an average artificial wicket that we've seen. It does have a concrete base. They don't always. Sometimes there's more of a...
I think the concrete base obviously helps. And then I think it's also to do with how old the artificial is.
Yeah, that's actually very true as well. Driven. They go on the hit. Think about a throw. They throw to the keeper's end. They'll get a single. Yeah, and the other thing is these Kookaburra balls that we use, they have very pronounced seams. So you're going to see some sideways movement. And here's another thing, if you're watching last week, Nikki, the ambulance was in the action because wherever they parked it, it seemed to be an expert at avoiding the Kookaburras. And the one time that the ball got hit to the ambulance's parking spot, it had just transported a player to hospital. I'll tell you why in a second. As Saif pulls, doesn't run, and it's very ECS. 12th man ran on pretty aggressively at the 5 over mark for the drinks break and pulled a hamstring, and then the ambulance had to take him to hospital.
He ran on to run the drinks. And
he ran on the drinks and with a slightly suspect hamstring and tore it.
Shouldn't be pulling muscles in this hot weather.
This is what I'm talking about. You never know what's possible till you watch ECN. Let's have a look at the table. Early days, of course, Brescia getting the points in match 1. Cricket Stars down the bottom at the moment. They won't want to stay there because whoever's in 5th spot after match 20 will be out of the running. We're yet to see Albano and Fresh Tropical. We'll see them this afternoon. And we're yet to see the hosts, Roma CC, who will make an appearance tomorrow for the first time. And they were the last team to qualify, getting through on Saturday. Yuvraj saying that Corey is driving that ambulance. Well, put it this way, Corey wasn't driving anywhere on Saturday night. But
I've heard all these stories. So.
Did go back to Netherlands. Didn't miss his plane, which I was pleased about. Here's Kang, 3rd over. Okay, it's just not a good shot selection from Nawaz, who's had the bulk of the strike so far.
I haven't met Corey yet, but after your antics on Saturday night, I'm sure he's quite the character. After all these stories you've been telling me, I feel like I need to meet Corey.
Corey was a good boy all week. So I'll let him stay up a little bit late on Saturday. I'm not going to say anything else about it. But he was in that plane and did win a game for his team. Well, this would have been out. No other way to say it. So this is lazy running from Nawaz, who maybe knows he's dispensable after meandering to 10. And he thinks about running faster and then just realises he's left his run too late.
But Vinny, I've got a question for you. You've been here a week now already, right? So what have you been up to that the fact that we are literally surrounded by millions of wasps?
The wasp factor is more, to be honest.
I am petrified of wasps and I'm literally jumping out the way to escape them.
The wasps own the cube now. Here's Sukpal. His boy's played on, and I don't even know how. He's gone off the bottom of the bat, and Sukpal, the acting captain, well, he's acting tough as well, and why not? That's Uraman, who was able to put together a 40-odd earlier on, and now he's gone for a duck. First wicket of match 2, 19 for 1.
What a celebration that was. Look at that.
Yes, that's outside edge of the bat, outside corner of the bat, and he says bang. And Kang is punching the ground, punching the air.
He's going to dislocate his shoulder.
Well,
trying to punch the air like that.
It's unusual dismissal, isn't it? To get literally the bottom corner of the bat down onto the stumps. So Brescia lose the man who was able to score 48 in the first match. That was the top score of match 1, but he won't make any runs in the second. As we'll see Hassan Ahmed come to the crease in the number 3 position.
There have been some bizarre dismissals, something I do not see in the county championship back in England. There's some crazy dismissals going on.
Few things he does wrong there. Feet going the wrong way, backs away. And that doesn't really play a shot at it, basically. It's a half drive, tentative drive. And finds a way to play the ball on. Vivek Davda in the chat saying, hello to Vinny and Nikki, hope you're both well. Also, Nikki, welcome to ECN. Big fan of your radio shows in the UK. But what have you let yourself in for? Well, I can't
Vivek, you listened to me on...
Tell us about your radio career. Oh, I know, I've been listening. I was listening on the train earlier this month.
So I'm a radio jockey or radio presenter on a station called Sunrise Radio in England. It's the oldest going Asian radio station in England. And I think it's 34 years, 33 years off the top of my head. So yeah,
a lot older than you.
A lot older than me.
Yeah.
I was born listening to it. Literally, when we moved over to the UK, it's the first station I remember listening to. And yeah, I now present on a Friday and Saturday night doing the weekend night show, and it's great fun.
It is. I like your selection as well of music.
And
Rico, it sounds like every morning with Rico when he starts pumping the tunes, that one's pitching outside leg stump. But
I do love the music, and I get to choose all the songs, which you don't actually get to do in some radio stations. So I have full authority over the playlist. So dependent on my mood,
and
is everybody else's mood.
And you do a fair bit of talking to yourself in that job,
Oh
don't
yes,
you?
I do talk there.
Because you do it solo normally, is that right?
Yes, you do it solo. You're just stuck in your own, on your own in the studio. So yeah, I do a bit of chit chat, talkable things, Bollywood, gossip, cricket, and some other sports, whatever's relevant at that point.
Yeah, I like it. Wherever the mood takes you. Got to say, on the subject of solo work, Charlie Hunt, big effort from him yesterday. I know that you're acquainted with Charlie. He is in Portugal, and he had 4 matches to do yesterday. That was the biggest day that they'll have in Portugal. Did a great job, and he was rewarded with a golden ball.
Yeah, I heard he got a golden ball whilst you were in the ocean. Whilst you're in the Mediterranean, you missed out on the golden ball. Like, how could you, Vinny?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
But I'm really curious about Vivek listening to Sunrise Radio. Vivek, you've never messaged me on the chat, like on the radio station.
Malurka. All right, this one is 1 bounce. So lurking isn't a negative term. It's sometimes what we call people that are watching but don't really get a chance to jump into the chat very often as we get to the end of the power play. 22 for 1 after the power play. And, well, if we go back to the first game, Ginebrecia scored exactly 22 in their power play as well. On that occasion, they hadn't lost a wicket yet. So runs-wise, they were exactly the same. And on that occasion, they were able to get to 99. But it was a partnership that did it. And, yeah, partnerships, even in this form of the game, they are really important.
Yeah, partnerships are really important. I think no matter what form, T10, T20, longer formats, it's crucial, especially if you're trying to get that big score on the board. It's something you really need to focus on. And I hope that we can see Nawaz and Ahmed build a partnership for themselves here.
Yeah, for sure. Nawaz is a guy, he's spent a bit of time at the crease now, so he'll be hoping he can go on with it and that it's not all a waste. Hassan Ahmed, very good player. I mean, we've seen him playing in Switzerland for the Zurich Nomads. We've seen him at the ECL before a few years ago. Saw him playing for Italy in the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket, which will be coming up in just a couple of months now. Not too far away. I wasn't worried at all about a golden ball happening in a match I wasn't commentating.
I love how you keep clarifying this. You're like, I wasn't worried. I promise I wasn't worried.
I've got a lot of messages about it. And
are you sure?
We're a team here. We celebrate these things. And, well, good on Portugal. I mean, Portugal was the last golden ball we had. You know who I really feel sorry for? Is Rico, who he's done a huge stint and hasn't had one. But we've had plenty that could have been. I mean, we had a keeper underarming at 3 stumps when they missed it off the last ball, scores tied, and they were able to scramble a bye. I wouldn't be taking him 10-pin bowling. That was a Chivadate game in Brescia in week 2. But
pretty good at 10-pin bowling.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I've got some good news for you.
Are you good?
I'm not saying that. Here's Haseeb. Oh, a little French cut, and it takes away from the keeper. Awkward bounce for Manpreet. He just has to get the noggin out the way. That'll be 4 runs. The backward straight drive.
Take it however they come, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Not too many coming off the middle at the moment. Nawaz will take the stats. Cuatro carreras. Well, there is a shopping centre around. I know you haven't spent too much time in the hotel.
I only got here at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Your flight was delayed in, right? So by the time you got to the hotel, it was about 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Something like that.
And then they confused me for Rico at the hotel check-in.
Yeah, that was
they
actually
were like,
funny. Because
are you Rico?
Rico and Nikki both came in. They said, well, we're looking for Rico. I said, well, Rico's already asleep. Swing and a miss this time. Nawaz tries to go across it. Yeah, so there is a huge shopping centre called, fittingly, the Maximo Commercial Shopping Centre. 100%. And it is big. You'll probably check it out over the next few nights. They have 10-pin bowling. They have everything there.
Oh, wow.
So I think maybe we're going to have to
go
have a staff night. And it's air-conditioned. So that's probably one of the best things about it.
What a blessing. What a blessing. It is hot here, just like it was back in England. It was scorching.
There we go. Bit of an inventive flick across the line.
Very inventive.
Get 1. So it was.
It's like a semi-helicopter, semi-flick kind of shot.
Yeah, it's almost like he made up his mind. That's where he wanted to hit it. No matter where it was.
I don't care what I do. I need it over there.
Yeah. Manipulative piece of batting. But,
any other Sunrise Radio listeners? I'm curious.
Yeah,
now.
okay. Come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, if you're a Sunrise Radio listener, now come on. Let me know. I might even dedicate a song to you next week.
Goes straight and goes pretty well. This one's out of here. It is straight. It is great. It is Maximo. 6 to Hassan Ahmed. And that one was a sight screen buster.
It was indeed. What a good shot that was. Straight down the ground, and it's cleared it comfortably.
Yeah, and you can see why he's so dangerous. And he does go leg side a lot, but when he makes up his mind and holds his shape, he's a very, very good bat.
I think he's pulled a shoulder. Look at him rubbing it.
He's just warming up his muscles. Don't worry about that. Last ball of Hasib's over. He's wicketless here in match 2. It's a slower ball. Clever bit of bowling. Hassan will push and retain the strike. He moves to 9. 4 overs down. The score is 35 for 1. So, yeah, you just got in. I mean, be honest with everyone. How much sleep did you get last night?
I'll be honest, not much, because then I put my alarm on and then I was like, I'm in a new place, and then I was like paranoid I was going to miss the alarm, because I always have this on the first night of being anywhere.
Sure.
So I was literally up every half an hour. So let's just say maybe a good 2 hours sleep, perhaps. So.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're lots of people in the chat right now. It's a great time. Maybe you want to ask Nikki some questions, because it is her first game commentating for ECN, and have your services this week. I know, helping out in the cube. But is there anyone from Prakash Gowda who's asking, who is your favourite cricketer, Nikki?
Who's my favourite cricketer? Oh, this
Apart
is...
from your dad.
No.
Apart
See,
from
that
your
wasn't
dad,
even
Raj.
on the list. Sorry, Dad. This is easy Prakash. This one.
All right.
After this ball attack.
After this ball from Shekhawat, who's into the attack, who gets hit straight and hit pretty well. And that one's coming into the cube. And, well, Nikki, welcome to the furnace. And, well, you're in the right spot at the right time. And, well, that's 4. And you got a very good look at that one, didn't you?
How did that ricochet off me? Like, literally, it was about to hit me off the head.
That's what we call.
Oh, it's that.
That's what we call a Tortuga bounce. Well, lucky you're a knee high to a grasshopper, as we'd say in Australia, because otherwise that was hitting you between the eyes. Here's Shekhawat.
Oh my God.
And now it goes square of the wicket. Long chase out there for the fielder. Just a single. And welcome to ECN, says all our crew and the TV production.
Oh,
you know,
thank
they're
you.
in the firing line as well, of course. We've got Karina up in the tower. She almost was knocked out of there last week.
Wow.
Right up there.
Oh, yeah, up there. I'm not
Up
sure
there.
who's up there right now, but I
Yes.
saw them earlier and we're having a chat about the wasps, and we're just like freaking out about these millions of wasps.
Karina up there at the moment, but Martin's also helping out on the camera this week. And, yeah.
Oh, I need to answer Prakash's question. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, we'll get there. Fast-paced game, right? And it's not going to slow down here. It's in the air, and it's going to be gone. So Nawaz, again, just cannot get anything going. He points to the sun in case anyone was in any doubt about how difficult that catch was.
It is so difficult, especially with clear skies like this. And there's a bit of like a white haze. Like, it's really hard to see the ball.
It's almost too bright to see.
It's too bright. Way
isn't it?
too bright. That's why you're like shielding yourself from the sun while you're trying to catch the ball.
See, it's a good area, though. Doesn't really have a strategy for this. And that is Ali Muhammad that takes the catch and then just says, BT dubs. That made it harder. It did, but he took it anyway. So the second wicket falls, 40 for 2. Well, now, let's get back to it. Who is your favourite cricketer?
Oh,
All cricketers.
without a doubt, it has to be Virat Kohli. Like, I am obsessed. I've been obsessed since I was with him since I was like a kid, and then it was like, obviously he plays really well, and then I kind of had like a massive crush on him, and then as I was growing up, and then like when he got married, I cried.
Yeah.
Like, there's a
I think
whole,
we all
there's
did a little
there's
bit.
a bit of an emotional like attachment here, so like it's gonna be Virat Kohli like till the end. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And so we're getting lots of questions about Virat Kohli when people are putting random questions to us. I know that Corey got a lot last week. He hasn't had the best form recently.
No,
and
he
they-
hasn't.
and they're
I know
asking-
a lot of people are going on about it and debates, but I feel like it happens, right? Everyone goes through that patch.
Good ball first up from Shekhawat to the new batter, Bilal Masood. He's the other flying Finn. Has come in as a reinforcement for Jinnah.
And you don't just go out of form overnight, right? So maybe it's just a...
Form is temporary, class is permanent. That's what they say.
There we go. You said it here.
So I do think it's a matter of when, not if. This will be dragged away for 1. I mean, one thing that I said in the modern day, it's very difficult to escape the scrutiny in the chat. I mean, in the old days...
It's all in your
players-
face right now, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's just
in the old
wherever
days,
you look.
it would be just don't read the newspaper.
Now it's like you can't even look at your phone.
Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
that must be something. He is a human being when it comes down to it.
But like a lot of people are saying that he just needs a break, and I think I agree with them.
Yeah.
Just go off on holiday, come to Italy, go
So
visit.
what's the moral of the story? Don't get married.
I'm not making a comment there, but
Sometimes I wish I could mute myself. Anyway, here we go. Last ball of the first half. Small ball, Shekawat.
I'm sure-
Very clever bowler.
sure lots of hearts were destroyed. Lots of hearts were crushed that day.
I think so.
Still remember, I was with a friend and we both cried.
Is that right?
We saw-
42 for 2 Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maxwell, alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury, who is spending her first game with us. And I know that we're really excited to have you. And yet, keep the questions coming for
Yes,
Nikki.
keep asking questions. I'd love to answer
It's
them.
one of
so-
those special things about ECN is that people can interact with us
Yeah,
live on
it's
the air.
great.
And there really is nothing else on the planet like the European Cricket Network. It's unprecedented.
It's so unique. It's great. I just honestly, when I was tuning in, it was just like, wow, what is this? This is great to be involved, and I'm really happy to be here. So
Yeah, and so I might even in the chat in the second half when we get going send a link to the article and the video from ABC Sport in Australia
Okay.
who gave a bit of a background about how we
Oh,
came
yeah.
about, what we're doing. Our founder, Dan Weston, featured prominently in it. And it is about shining a light on European cricket, growing European cricket, and joining countries together in a way that they haven't really been joined before at the grassroots level. So that's what the ECL is all about. And by the end of this week, we'll know who will represent Italy at the ECL in 2023.
yeah, that's in Malaga, right?
It is in Malaga. It'll be February or March. We're still working on dates. But yeah, before that, we have the ECC, which is the International T10. And well, I know that you'll be pretty busy over the next couple of months, but we may see if we can burgle Nikki for a little
I
bit.
hope so. I want to be burgled. Let's go.
Yeah, but I know you've been working on lots of things in the UK, right? We're doing
Yes.
commentary for BBC. Some stuff with the 100 as well, right?
Yes, I'm working in the 100 from next month or next week, as you could say. So yeah, doing some content creation for the teams out there and interviews and behind the scenes footage. So yeah, it'll be lots of fun.
And we've got some of our good friends playing, well, hopefully in the 100. I know that Harrison Ward's been in pretty good form for Sussex, and he was playing for the England team at the ECC last year. In the county system, Ari Kavelis, who is a Greek passport holder, he made his first class 50 as well for Sussex over the weekend.
Yes, I saw that. It was in the match last week.
He's a lovely guy, Ari, as well. And not too long ago, he was in Finland representing Greece only a week or two ago.
Whoa.
So there you go. It's good form. Actually, one of my, a person from my club in Australia, Jeremy Fajuras, played some of his first international cricket for Greece as well in that series. It's still ongoing, the World Cup pre-qualifiers in Finland. Rajmani comes in, and he's going to start with a wide.
I really like these orange pads of Mossad's at the non-striker. Look at them.
Exactly,
I need to
right
get
on
myself
point.
some pads
You're
like
going to
that.
see some interesting equipment over the next few weeks. Once you stay with us, we know we had a pad fall off, causing a run out last week. It fell off mid-run completely. It was actually Prabhath, who's from Roma CC, and he was just here wearing the Australia shirt, actually. He was
Yeah,
trying to
oh,
get the good
yeah.
bit. He got run out when his pad fell off as he was running. He only had 2 straps on the pad. Maybe that's why you meant to have 3.
Was he wearing wicket-keeping pads?
No, it was just, I'll try and dig it up for you.
This is bizarre. I want to see this.
Yeah. Well, you can go to our social media at European Cricket. You can find all the best bits and more. There's plenty of action every day on ECN.
Talking about social media, you're pretty active on your Instagram.
Sometimes. Okay, this is going to be into the gap. And, well, they're both going to look at each other. Bisects it perfectly. Masood gets his first boundary of the Italian summer as the score creeps up on 50. Yeah, I'm
Going live here, Vinny
no,
live
so
here.
I've been trying to do it a bit more because I get a lot of requests for it. But the issue here is my phone keeps overheating. So every time I try and do an Instagram live, I say hello to everybody and then it pops out. Everyone thinks I'm ghosting them.
Nah, but I love a bit of social media.
Not-
I'm kind of obsessed with Instagram, I think. Like,
Yeah, you're not the only one. Slow ball and gone. Clever bowling. Rajmani comes up with a wicket. And Masood gets done by this change of pace. Rajmani hadn't shown it to him yet. He hit the pace on to the boundary. He tried to go again. Instead, a little inside edge, knocks over the castle. Clever bit of bowling, 48 for 3.
it's a great bit of bowling. Look at that. And just the batsman had no idea. He's literally looking to launch it. And he's been cleaned up. He's about to head back to the shade now.
It's that back of the hand slower
It
ball.
was.
Which has a bit of overspin on it, and it just slows it down. He disguised it well because that arm still comes over
At the same speed.
Exactly the same
speed. And the batsman literally did not pick it.
And especially if he wouldn't have faced Rajmani much.
No.
So it comes as even more of a surprise. I think someone that had faced Rajmani a bit more would probably see that that's the tactic he would use. But instead, it's a third wicket, 48 for 3. Cricket Stars losing the first game. Well, they're in a decent position here, but still a lot more work to do if they're going to get their first points of the Super Series.
Definitely. Cricket's a game you can't speak so early, though. Like, genuinely, it looks pretty good now, but anything can happen. It's something that's not so predictable like maybe other sports, as you could say. It's just a last-minute ball changer, and everything can go kaput for one team.
Highly unpredictable. This one's angled in on the stumps and well hit away. First ball, Muhammad Ali. Well, he's come out punching, and he brings up the 50 for Jenna Brescia.
50 up, that's going to really help them pump some confidence, and hopefully they can get a nice big total from here.
More questions coming in, and keep them coming in.
What are the questions?
Next one, also from Prakash. I'll come back to a couple that I might have to
Prakash,
scroll up
so
for.
many questions. Keep them coming.
Do you have a favourite IPL team?
Oh my gosh. Do I have a favorite IPL team? So like my IPL team is like very okay. There was a point when I was liking IPL teams just I was supporting whoever was playing on a daily basis, depending on who I knew in the team. So if I had a mate play in one team, I'd support that one.
Yeah.
But again,
Kohli's team? RCB?
I know I shouldn't say it because they've just not done as
Can
well.
read you like a book. Oh, how about that? He's gone. 4 and out, Muhammad Ali. Well, pumps out a 4, then he's knocked out and off stumps out of the ground. Rajmani hits the timber again. He's got 2 in his first over. 52 for 4.
Told you anything could happen. Told you cricket is just a one-ball game. Anything can happen. And look at that.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's on a hat-trick now?
Well, there was the 4 in between, don't forget.
Was it? Oh, yeah.
Don't blink, because you'll miss stuff. This is the quickest cricket in the world. No, but he did hit the 4. But the next one, I think maybe he's thinking slower ball, which I might have been thinking as well, but it was pace on, and it knocks the off peg out of the ground.
But yes, it is Kohli's team. I know I shouldn't say it, but this year when they qualified in the top 4, I was like, oh my gosh, it's happening. They're gonna qualify, and then I generally thought they might make it, at least to one of the qualifiers, the first qualifier.
Yeah.
And then, nah.
I'm a bit of a fence sitter in these things. I tend to kind of follow individuals as well because they do kind of move around teams all the time.
They
So
move
it's hard
around
to
teams
get
so much. It's hard to find that loyalty straight
Yeah.
up. So I think if I like this player, then I'll follow what's going on. And I think that's an easier way to do it rather than sell your soul to one team and then you're kind of upset if they don't make it.
Exactly. I feel like they should auction for the fans' support every year as well. They tend to auction for everything else.
They auction for everything. Yeah, we'll just
Here we
include
go.
the fans. Why not?
That's for the over. Here's one ton. Vera's new batter, and he gets one off the end of the bat, and this will just be pulled back. Come back for 2, and Vera off the mark.
That was well fielded.
Yeah, it was. He had to catch up with it. Alpha gets quicker and quicker as the day goes on, as it dries out. You can see here, he's got Happy on his back. He could be happy with his work here. Just pulls it back. How's that left foot?
Look at his left foot. Look at his left foot.
I think he's all right. Yeah, I don't see the rope moving.
It's a shadow, so it's just a bit tough.
Yeah, it looks here, but the camera's a bit weird like this. You can see actually his toe when he takes off. It's the right side of the rope. So no issues there. 54 for 4 after 6 overs. Question from Vinny Fangirl. Yes, that is real chatter.
Is that for like your Vinny Fangirl?
Actually, it's not me. I'm not that good of a multitasker. Saying, welcome, Nikki, to the ECN Madness. How did you get connected with ECN? That's her first question.
Oh
How
my
did you get
gosh,
connected
this
with
is
ECN?
so random. Okay,
Yep.
So basically, I posted on my LinkedIn when I had done my first debut comms experience with BBC. And then I got loads of people like on my LinkedIn, like messaging, and then actually Charlie was one of them.
Yeah?
And then I saw so he connected with me, and then I saw that he was doing obviously the ECN stuff, which I'd seen on social media, and because my friends had sent like videos, and like when on a group chat you get some videos flying around. So I was aware, and then I saw that Charlie was doing it. So then I was like, right, this looks fun. And now I'm starting to do some comms work. This will be good to see like what's going on. And then I actually coincidentally connected. Coincidentally connected with Roger.
Yeah, Roger Finer,
yeah.
our CEO. Hello, Roger, if you're watching.
And then I connected with Roger, and then he messaged me saying that he was in London the day he accepted my connection. And he was like, why don't you come to Lords and we can meet? So I went to Lords.
As you do.
Literally, he was like, so literally like 5 hours later, I went down to Lords to watch Surrey versus Middlesex, London derby in a T20. And I met with Roger and Dan at Lords, and then the rest is history, and then I'm here.
Well, we're really pleased to have you as our guest, and depending on your busy schedule, we might be able to sneak you on a few more times.
So yeah, Vinny's fangirl, that's exactly how.
And the other thing that Vinny Fangirl was asking was if you have a catchphrase. It's a bit too early to talk about these things. You can just ease yourself into it. Of course, Rico's got his balle, balle, balle.
I'm going to have to figure mine out.
Well, Corey's had 300 games almost, and he's offered nothing. So I wouldn't worry about that. Corey has headed back after taking 2 weeks out of his schedule. He's been very busy. He's currently coaching Spain, of course, and the ECC's coming up, and Spain in the first week of that. So, yeah, Corey, wishing you the best. And
hi, Corey. I've heard about all your antiques, so come on, like, we need to meet. Like, this sounds like exciting.
You have already complained noticeably less than Corey did. Corey's head was on the table by the 3rd over.
I can deal with hot weather. It's just if it gets, like, too hot.
Uh-oh, this is trouble, though he does get a finger on this. Manpreet Singh, it'll be too wide.
There's a breeze here. It's all right. We're in the shade. But, like, in London on Monday and Tuesday last week, there was a heat wave. It was like 40-odd degrees, which felt like 55 degrees because the UK is not made for weather like that. It was the first time in history it's gone over 40. And we're just not made. Our houses are not equipped. Houses are made to keep heat in England, okay? Not keep heat out like they are in Europe. Like, oh, it was very, very hot.
Sounds like it. Hitting 40 for the first time. That's crazy. And
I just spent my day just lying in front of the fan and literally I was like, I can't do anything.
Makes perfect sense. More questions coming in. Tell us a bit more about your family background. Were you born in the UK yourself?
No, I was born in India, in Calcutta. So family background, so my dad is from Calcutta and so is my mom. My dad's Bengali, my mom is Punjabi. And so my dad played cricket in Calcutta. He played Ranji Trophy cricket, if you're aware of the professional setup back in India.
Yeah.
And then played some zonal cricket as well. And then ultimately, after doing all of that, he moved over to South Africa where he got a job. He was doing pro cricket here and there throughout some you know, as players do to like fill the rainy monsoon months.
Sure.
And then he got a job at school in South Africa, and then he got a job at school in England, and that's when we moved over to England. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So a bit nomadic in your time.
So I can say I've lived in Cape Town, and it's quite
Cape
cool.
Town's beautiful. I played the Indoor World Cup there, I think 3 years ago.
Cape
Table Mountain.
Yeah.
That's a very vertical chairlift that gets you up there. Well, it's not a chairlift,
I
it's more
don't
like
remember.
a cable car.
I remember really small bits and pieces from it, but I remember I went to this really cool nursery, which was basically predominantly just outdoors. And we had like turtles and like wildlife like in the nursery. It was really cool.
Super cool. Here's Ali Mohammed. This one is lifted off stump, and it's going to go for 4. Well, that's clever batting. Kind of goes with the angle there. Tanveer trying to get something going. They're on about 90 pace at the moment. Well, based on how they defended earlier, that might be enough. But, yeah, boundary's all important. There's 4 runs here. So, more questions coming in. I'll try and go a bit more.
Come on, let's
quick fire.
Quick fire.
And be creative with your questions as well. And
don't throw me on the spot.
Yeah, that's all part of it. But one thing I want to ask you about is, I know that you've got some mad language skills. A little bit like Rico.
Yeah, I think Rico outdoes me because he can speak European language.
Yeah, well, this one's going to be madly hooked out of the ground. It wasn't even that short, but Tanveer had enough of it. And maybe a thick top edge, but it flies with the pace of Ali Mohammed. Maximo 6 to finish the 7th over. Walking stick 77 for 4. What a shot.
What a shot. I think he's got a boom bat in that bat. It's bombed across.
Well, just a reminder about who we'll see this week in the Super Series. Albano and Fresh Tropical qualified from Milan. It seems a long time ago we were there. And then Brescia were won by Jenna Brescia. Cricket Stars won Bologna, and Roma CC won Rome on Saturday. Those are the 5 teams that will compete over 20 round-robin matches. And then, of course, the 4 finals on Saturday, and the winner goes to ECL 23. Back to live action. Time for the 8th over. In fact, it won't be the 8th over. I think that's the last ball of the 7th. So
now we're going into the 8th.
now we're catching me out there. But
Come
It is
on.
71. 72 for 4. You've thrown me now. Okay, I want to know. So,
Language skills.
tell me what's
Okay.
the language? English. You seem to have
Obviously,
got that down pretty
I can,
well.
Yeah, I can just about master that. I can speak Bengali, I can speak Hindi, I can understand pretty much 70 to 80% of Punjabi, but I can't speak Punjabi because that just didn't happen. But I'm trying.
We'll pick a bit of an up around here. I mean, I picked most of my Punjabi up from Rico, despite my dad being Punjabi.
And you don't know what, like...
See, my mum's from the UK, so they never really spoke it in the house.
Oh,
you see.
okay.
Anyway, here's Shekhawat. He's had a good day so far, and he might start with a wicket here. Probably should. Well,
No.
now we might have a run out, but they're not even going to throw.
Didn't even attempt that. Come on.
I just think either he doesn't pick it up or he just sees it all wrong. It was skied. Just had to take about 4 steps in.
Literally, you could have, like, lunged his way
He's
forward.
got such long arms. Thought maybe we could just lurch it forward, but sometimes you see him, sometimes you don't. You did mention it's pretty hazy here, right?
It is.
So the white ball in the light blue sky isn't always easy to pick up. And he's also got the captaincy, so he's probably, his brain's ticking over a million miles an hour about who he's going to bowl when, where he's going to have the fielders. And the last thing he was expecting was a catching opportunity. Pitched up, Hassan Ahmed pushes out. So go on, give us a little bit in every language then. Go on, show us. I'm sure all of our
Hello,
viewers.
namaste, namaskar. Like, what else would you like me to say?
You can do the next ball in pick a language. How about Bengali? We've got a lot of Bengali viewers in the chat, especially.
Why are you doing this to me?
This
It'll
is
come
what-
out when it has to come out.
Okay, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to press you into it. You just let it come out, but feel free to drop a bit in.
Oh, I will. Don't worry.
All right, here's Shekhawat. Big swing and a miss from Tanveer.
Big swing, no ding, as they like to say over in England.
Probably one of my least favourite cricket expressions. I've just heard kids saying that all the time.
No, the worst one is send those bales to Wales.
I
Like,
used to
no,
like-
don't tell me you like that one.
I used to like seeing better batters in a fish shop. This is hit, and it's hit for 6. Maximal. Tanveer's come and moved the needle since he's been at the crease. And he whacks this one out of the ground. Again, slightly slower delivery. He picks it, has the length, lifts it up out of the ground.
So question, is your dad, was he born in Australia as well?
My dad was born in Malaysia, although his parents had just moved from Punjab
Okay.
before he was born. And
Okay,
then
cool.
he moved to Australia for university. Oh, a little nick on this, and also nick on the keeper's gloves, but it won't stop it from going for 4. So Tanveer, 6 and 4, hungry for more. He's moved up into the 20s, and he has gotten things moving. Ginebresha up to 82.
It's crazy how everyone's lives are so different, right? Like,
Yeah, so my father moved to Australia for university. He met my mother.
At university?
Who was working at university at the time. And eventually, I'd say pressured, but my mum agreed to go out with my dad, said one date, and then please never approach me again. And now they've been married for 44 years.
Wow,
Classic
that is
story.
impressive.
And
Similar case, I think it's a similar case with my parents, because I always tell my mum, I was like, Mum was like, I think I just felt sorry for him. He was like after my life. And I was like, okay, let me just go out with him once and maybe we'll just calm down. And then
it only works every time, except one. 80 for 4 off 8 overs. Yeah, so keep the questions coming for Nikki. I'm going to keep an eye on the live chat.
Any other questions?
Nikki will be doing the next game with Rico as well. Step out and catch up on a few things. But, well, James is watching from Estonia, saying you've got some mad language skills. Any chance you could pick up Estonian? Well, Estonia is actually where I'm based when I'm not working, which is hardly ever. But I'd say my Estonian's a little bit
You know what?
amateur.
I can speak I can get by with a bit of French. So if I was to go to France, I can get my way from A to B, and I can do that, and I can order in a restaurant. I can say the food was great. I can do all of that. I did GCSEs in French. I also did German, but my German is shocking. I feel like German's a language if you don't practice it because the grammar is horrific.
Yeah, again, to do it perfectly. Well, that one's gone, and you can forget it. New balls, please. Hassan goes Maximo on a length, and he loves this shot. When he gets the length to work with, it sits up, asks to be hit. He says, I will, and that takes him up to 88.
That was a bit of bish bash bosh there. That was, oh, I like that. Bish bash bosh.
That's actually pretty good.
I'm going to go bish bash bosh.
Yeah,
But
bish bash bosh is good. Well, in real time, I think we've just discovered something
I
there.
think we've discovered something.
Stephen's got a great question. Stephen's watching from the Netherlands, and I just discovered it on the chat.
Hello, is that what they say in the Netherlands? What's that?
They say, oh, they might just say, hey. Hit it back hard,
I think
straight.
that's
Two fielders converge. We've been here before. This time it is handled, and it'll just be one. Stephen's question is, Nikki, what do you think the best way is to grow the game at the grassroots level in the UK, where it struggles compared to decades ago? And do you see any parallels with growing it in Europe? That's a deep question.
Oh my gosh.
How do you get kids interested in cricket? And obviously for you, having a family background in the
I think obviously
game is
having a
important.
family background does help, because then you're automatically just around the sport, and then once you're a certain age, then you're going to end up you'll be sent to a club, and then you're already in that pathway and that system that becomes your life, really. I think other ways are, in terms of in the UK, I think participation at a club level, really young like ages, like when you're like 6, 7, 8 years old, that's actually quite high.
Yeah.
Participation once you hit the early teens is when it drifts off.
Yeah, I think it's partly the way the world's gone. You know, when I think about a generation ago, maybe in Australia where I grew up,
it's definitely because
there were less alternatives. Now you've got computer
there's so
games.
many distractions.
People going to the gym, they want to do stuff more individual. People's work schedules are off. A lot of people work weekends now. There's a lot of factors, I think.
There's loads more distractions and alternatives now, I think, as well, that people obviously have more choices.
This one's just worked down for a single. Hassan Ahmed, who's batted well today, hasn't he? When you consider he was not out in the first game, made 35 not out. He's already up to 26 here. Have you caught any of the Andrew Flintoff show recently?
I've
Field
been
of
watching
Dreams?
clips. I've been watching clips on Twitter. I haven't had the chance to catch it. That's one of my things I want to catch up on and watch. But I think that's the clips I've seen have been insane. Like, I think what he's doing and he's trying to achieve.
Well,
whoa!
Yeah, that one's gone a long way. Well, there's some more Bish Bash
That's
Bosh.
a bit of bish bash bosh there.
Tanvir, who's going to smack it out of the ground, get some length. Height has been a little bit too short for this time in the innings. And, well, summarily dispatched for 6. Big shot. He moves into the 30s.
I think, what he's trying to do and achieve through that is great. And I think he's obviously really catering for that sector of the market that has not been actually addressed. And I think...
Yeah.
I think
probably in the UK more than any other place I've been, sometimes cricket is looked at as a bit more of an upper class sport.
And I can see why as well, because like if you look at it, if you want to go get cricket coaching, it's expensive.
Yeah. And
but
equipment, even equipment, 99 for 4 after 9.
Equipment's expensive. Coaching's expensive. Like I say all the time that if my dad didn't play cricket, I probably would not have played cricket.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of money you got to pump through to try and actually sustain, obviously training and then doing all of that, affording equipment, going to matches and stuff, and then obviously the time involved as well. Like it's not a short game unless you're playing something like T10.
Yeah.
So it is. I can see why it is classed as an elitist sport, but I think that's what they're trying to do with the 100 as they're starting. That obviously it's going to be the second year in this from next. This year.
I think you've got to be creative these days as well to bring the game to people. It's got to get in your blood as a kid. That's the thing. It's got to get in your blood. And then, so I don't have a
I feel like
family
once
background
it's
in cricket.
in you and you like the sport, as long as you like the sport, then whatever format you play shouldn't really matter at that point, because you're liking to bowl. You like to come in, like, head there and come in and bowl. That's what you want to do. Like, it doesn't matter how hot it is. You just enjoy coming and doing this, right? So, I think it's important just to enjoy whatever you're doing at that point, not just...
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not a simple question. I think you've addressed a couple of things there.
And the other thing with cricket is because it's such an individual sport in a team game, like, if you don't perform, whoa.
All right, good luck. Who wants this one? I think Shekhawat, no, Tigger Rahman's going to go for it, and he's going to drop it. It's almost caught the rebound. They're the masters of the rebound catch, and it's Ramzan, who is the man that caught it off Sukraj's shoulder back in
oh my goodness.
Bologna. He's almost the man that catches this on the rebound. Look, that was miles high, Nikki.
I didn't even see where it was. I couldn't see the ball. It was right in front of me, but I just lost it.
He almost got it on the rebound too. But... yeah, well, I've got plenty more questions I'm going to ask you. Might have to wait for the second innings, as this innings is rapidly drawing to its conclusion. 100's up now. Ginebresh have more to play with, and this one is going, it's gone.
Bish, bash, bosh.
Yeah, Maximo time, and Tanvir goes to 40. He's played a really good knock for Ginebresh here, Cricket Stars. Well, occasionally they've missed their spots, and when they have, they've gone the journey. That one turns into a full toss.
That was a proper case of bish bash bosh.
Keep.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, well, that's good. We want you to enjoy it.
This is
3 to come. Well, that was one of the all-time great swings.
that was nowhere near intended where you wanted it to go.
Well, it's all about having fun. This is what I often come back to as well. We have a lot of viewers that don't have a cricket background, some that do. Obviously, the ones that do obviously find some beauty in it, even though it probably wasn't a beautiful shot. But the new ones, they find this format really engaging. It's all kind of the action-packed bits of cricket enclosed in a bite-sized format. You don't have to wait too long to make things happen. 2 to come. Low full toss, hit hard. Shekawat slightly fumbles, but I think they'll only get the one.
I was going to move out the way. I thought I was coming straight back at my head again.
So I had Kian Kirby, which was he's a cricket mad youngster, son of Dane Kirby playing for Roma Cabanilli last week. He was commentating with me right here, and the ball got hit right here. Luckily, I was in the way, not Corey, so I was able to catch it.
Wow.
But Kian, I think he still liked cricket. He was just a little bit more frightened. Last ball, seatbelts on, everybody. And I don't see them going for 2 here, the way they approached the first one. And that's why. Perfect throw. So Tanveer will finish 42 not out. Hassan Ahmed is going to finish on 28 not out. And the score is going to finish 110 for 4. Well, that for me, I think by the end of the week, 110 will be about a pass score. Right now, Cricket Stars, their batting just didn't click this morning, and they were only able to gather 68 runs in their first innings. But they do have some good batting. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go in this chase. And maybe some of their stars can set up. But, well, it was match 2. And Sukhpal, the acting captain, he had a foot foul, and then the wicketkeeper fouled with 4 byes. But, yeah, ultimately, we see a little bit of cuddle. The ball found the rope. The fielders found each other. I don't know if they found love. And there was no love for Saifur Rahman after making 40-odd in the first game. He had to go for a duck. And, well, Cricket Stars, early on, he felt like they were all on top in this game.
Yes, definitely. Just look at the dismissals. Cricket Stars were just leading the way in this, honestly. Great bowling.
Yeah, so often it's a innings of 2 halves, and I feel like this felt like one of those games where they were 42 off the first half. They'd end up putting together 68 in the second half. And what they did this time was the batters that weren't really clicking, they tend to get out of the way. Speaking of getting out of the way, well, Nikki had to get out of the way. She was saying, well, what have I got myself into here? But it's a nice catch.
I bet you told them.
I can't control what they do. They are above my pay level. Anyway, Omar Mohammed was the man that took a catch despite risking potential blindness by looking straight into the sun. But there often is just one player that has a day out, and it felt that way. Hassan Ahmed was there, obviously, but Rizwan Tanveer, his 42 off 16, was super important. After Rajmani came up with a double strike in the 6th, Rizwan came in and changed the game with his innings, 42 not out, containing 4 maximos.
It's been great. Honestly, look at the bowling that's been going on, and I think if they bat like how they've been bowling, I think we've got an easy target here.
Yeah, I mean, Cricket Stars, we know that they pride themselves on their batting, but they have been a little bit suspect chasing. And Jinnah seemed to love defending. And you see, this is a bit of the hit the 6, and he might have had a couple of words back at the fielder giving him the chirp, said, well, where do you think that one's landed? And this
you always need a bit of chirp, always.
This one almost went into prehistoric times. And then ultimately, I think they're fairly comfortable with this target.
I think so, and especially with the outfield drying out a bit, I think if you slash at it hard, it's going to go.
Yeah, it certainly will. I think they will be aggressive. We expect that from Cricket Stars.
Bash Bosh coming up.
I think we are going to get some big bish bash bosh. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Rizwan Tanveer comes in at 6, and that's what you need, players that can get going straight away. He did 42 off 16 with 4 4s and 3 6s in his innings. Hassan Ahmed, again, pretty good day at the office for him, as he's able to score 28 not out. Goes with his 35 not out earlier today. He was kind of a rock of stability in their morning session. Nawaz, the other man, to make double figures.
100% strike rate as well, don't forget. That's always handy.
Probably on the light side, though, I think in this form of the game. 8 wides in there and 4 byes and a no ball. 13 of what I call the avoidables in there, and that probably helps them get over that 100 in the end. And just looking at the bowling figures, Rajmani Sandhu, the double strike, 2 for 25. I still think he's not quite hitting his spots yet. A couple of full tosses rather than hitting the block hole. A wicket each to Sukhpal Singh, who took 1 for 12, the acting captain. I thought he was probably the best of the bowlers. The other wicket went to Dipendra Shekhawat, who took 1 for 18. All right, Nikki, that wasn't so bad, was it?
No, it was great fun.
And that's your first innings down, and we have plenty more action coming your way. Join us in around about 10 minutes. We'll have the second half of this one, and it will be Cricket Stars hoping for their first points of the Super Series. They'll need 111 for victory. Keep the questions coming in. Hashtag Ask Nikki. She is here, and she's ready to answer your questions. Join us very, very shortly.
Fire them away.
Yeah, we're looking forward to your company when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Nikki Chowdhury with me, and we'll see you shortly for the second innings. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. It is the opening morning of the Super Series. It's a series which has been over a month in the making. The top 5 sides in Italy are taking part. And ultimately this week will decide who represents Italy at the ECL in 2023. The Champions League of European Cricket, won this year by Paco Care Badalona of Spain and previously by VRC Rotterdam of the Netherlands. Right now, nice bit of byplay between some of the top players on each team. And you can see that's Manpreet Singh who's going out there to open the batting.
A bit of friendly chit-chat.
Yeah, so yeah, joining me in the commentary box is Nikki Chowdhury. And Nikki, you've just done your first innings of ECN cricket. What did you think?
It was great. I had lots of fun. And there's good shots and good bowling and always makes the day go quite nicely, right?
It does. How are you handling the heat so far?
You know what? It's not too bad. There's a fan in front of us and there's the occasional breeze, so I'm all right.
Yeah.
I can deal with a bit more. But actually, not
breeze-
them asking for it, but like, I don't want to
breeze
jinx it.
Is your friend. That's all I'll tell you about that. We do have a fan.
Yeah.
We've got our biggest fan here, which is the fan sitting on our table, and it's stopping everything overheating. Or meaning it's not overheating as fast. Here's a guy, I thought he bowled really, really well this morning. Hassan Ali, who really impressed me with some of the jaffas that he bowled. 2 wickets. Can he take one here and scuttle the chase? Rajmani faces up, 111 to win. And it starts with a wide. There's a bit of a theme, because especially with that new ball, Nikki, sometimes don't quite know where it's going first up.
Yeah, this innings as well. First ball, we've started with a wide. It happened in the last one as well.
Yeah, I think so. But still, the fact he's moving it around is positive news. And we saw the fact he can move the ball back, but then also occasionally get one to hold its line. Difficult for the opening batters. Once again, good delivery. Rajmani's an interesting one. He's a guy who is naturally attacking, can play short shots all around the wicket. But he just seemed a little bit out of sorts at times in the Bologna series with the bat.
He looked a bit confused with that delivery from Ali as well.
It's in that middle zone, is it? You don't know whether to go forward or back. You don't know how attacking you can be. Obviously got an attacking mindset in this form of the game. Slip in place for Hassan Ali. This time, short enough to pull. They might have to hustle here. Shai comes in, but safely home. The first run off the bat. And thanks everyone for your questions so far. If you have any more for Nikki Chowdhury, let us know. She's here as our special guest this week.
Had some interesting questions so far, so keep them coming.
You've actually sparked a bit of a discussion about best way to develop cricket, obviously. And one of the things we're doing is showing more cricket. So that is one part of the puzzle. But also, getting cricket into schools is being talked about. It's not always the case in Europe, of course.
I feel like you need to spark the awareness, and then once it comes into schools, it'll become easier because people are more aware of it. They're used to seeing it, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's sport.
It's a generational thing as well.
Yeah.
It's something that's not going to pay off in a year or two. It pays off in maybe decades. Drop kick nicely, and this will be for the first boundary of the innings. And Manpreet with a little bit of panache here. Just gets one drifting onto his pads and he puts it away. Cuatro carreras.
A bit of finesse there. Look at that. Beautiful shot.
You don't have to be just lining up and trying to break the sound barrier by swinging your bat, especially in the power play, where if you can get it through the infield, it does run away pretty quickly. And this outfield already, Nikki, you probably noticed it's a lot quicker than it was first up this morning.
So much quicker. Like when we got here and we were outside, like my feet were soaking. There was so much dew, and now it's scorching.
Weird slip position. It's in the keeper's pocket here, but he will work it. Next ball, Manpreet. They're going to take on a 2. Slightly dicey. Forces an error on the throw. Good running.
Wasn't a great throw, so that was allowing them to actually take. That was pretty easy.
So where do you like to bat? I know that are you considered you're a specialist batter, right?
Specialist batter.
Yeah.
I like to bat around like 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have a particular format of the game that you like? I mean, it's mostly limited overs cricket you'd play.
It is mostly limited overs cricket. I quite like the 50 over stuff that we do, the longer stuff. So that's my preference, just because you just got longer time.
Yeah,
I prefer that.
Driven nicely and stopped nicely by Sharuk Nawaz.
And sometimes, I like T20 stuff as well, but sometimes in the T20, if the match gets intense, so much happens in such a short period of time, you don't really get that moment to soak things in.
Yeah. Well, get that, put it on steroids, and that's what people experience here in the 10 overs.
I literally missed a ball, and I blinked, and the ball's gone. I was like, whoa, this is way too quick.
One of my theories about why this is so watchable is because I don't think any of the players would say this is their favourite format. It makes them uncomfortable. And when they're uncomfortable,
things happen.
Yeah,
Things
exactly.
happen.
You
Bizarre things happen.
You don't have a lot of time to play yourself in. You have to take risks, take calculated risks. Sassanali. Wow, nice shot. He helps on its way. They might have gone for 6, That was a supersonic boom off the pads. I just think this may have gone all the way. We'll check it out on the replay. Would have been a wide, but he said, well, never mind that. I want some runs, and he gets them. And, yeah, it has gone all the way. So, Maximo Rajmani, he cashes in, and that will also be the end of the over. The score will be 15 for no loss. 2 matches without a golden ball, and, well, you've come at a good time because it was up to 405 when it got reset yesterday. And, well, now we're back to 2. But a bit like London buses, and you know that, coming from that part of the world, sometimes you don't get one for a while, but then you get a few at once. And I got a feeling.
And they all come up.
I got a feeling this week, especially with the 5 top sides from our Italian summer together, we're going to get some close ones.
Yeah, let's hope so. It'll be quite exciting if we got another one, wouldn't it? I think.
Well, Charlie Hunt, he's smug. If there was such a thing as a smug emoji, I think Charlie's got it.
There is a smug emoji.
He's put the lurking emoji and he said, someone say there was a golden ball.
Is he on?
You know very well, Charlie. Anyway, I was pretty happy to see it. I was having a dip in the Mediterranean at the time. Some of the saltiest water I'd been in. I was floating pretty well.
Is that actually a thing? The saltier the water, you float?
Yeah. If you go like to the Dead Sea, then it's super salty and it's hard to sink. Yeah, either that or, I don't know, maybe I'm just getting floatier as I get older. Anyway, here is the start of a new over, and it's going to be a nice looking back foot drive, and it's just time for 4. And Manpreet's come out looking the goods. He moves to 11 off 4. What a shot.
That was a bish bash bosh 4, and getting floatier as you get older, well.
Can happen. You'll understand one day.
It's got a while to go for that.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure commentating for ECN, and it's time to hand the torch on. Speaking for myself here. Uh-oh. Big trouble. No ball. And I think that one's gone the journey as well. So this is a worst case scenario. No ball 6, Maximo time. Halfway to heaven. That one's worth 7 and a free hit coming up.
That was a super duper shot. That's gone into the fields.
Yeah, well, there is a ladder, but I don't think they're queuing up to climb it.
I bet you it's with the mice now. It's gone. It's with the mice.
You know I have a thing about mice.
Well, I got a thing about wasps, and you weren't being helpful with that one.
I was. I said ignore the wasps. And if they sting you, we got an ambulance. So don't worry about it. All right, free hit. Sound the horn. Here we go. He goes for it. Goes for it pretty good. Throws the hands. And that one is travelling long distance. Maximo. Well, that ball's basically worth 13.
That is, I think that was worth 20. Come on. That is worth 20.
Well, they get the 6 and a no ball. Doesn't count as a ball. There's 7. Plus the 6, 13. Carry the 1. Right now, Cricket Stars, very different power play. And this is the power of having the openers doing the job. And, of course, it's even better when you're batting with immunity and you've got the free hit to play with. Masood having a tough time of it. Again, he's one of the replacement players who I have seen playing in Finland before, in Estonia as well on ECN. He's around the wicket now. Manpreet now 35% more careful. Just works a single.
Just, what's going on?
Yeah, this is one of my pet hates. I see Rico in the background. He's following through in front of the umpire. He's going from around the wicket, so it makes it pretty hard for the umpire when they're trying to look through you.
I thought it was about the untucked shirt. I thought it was that. That's what he was like
No,
showing.
we don't allow untucked shirts.
I thought we were going like proper posh here. Talk about elite.
Thank you to Yuvi for another 1,000 rupees. Rico says thank you. Up in the block, better ball. And so just one. I was going to ask you about the state of the women's game. It's changed a lot in my time, in the last 5, 10, 20 years. It's an exciting time to be a women cricketer.
Yeah, it's changed a lot just in the last 4 or 5 years. So much has gone on. I think just the exposure women's cricket's had in such a short span of time has just allowed it to grow. And obviously we've had other tournaments. The county structures become a bit more regionalised. It's just really allowed girls to have that platform to go and play and be exposed to that better quality of cricket around them.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're seeing gradually, but certainly move in the right direction that way. And obviously, we here believe that the inclusive nature of cricket, about everyone, all ages, all genders, all backgrounds, and obviously bringing cricket to Europe has its own challenges, but we're looking forward to seeing some high-quality women's cricket coming up as well over the next couple of months. Well, this one is laced through the covers by Rajmani, who says, well, don't forget I'm here too. That one, if the scorer didn't realise it was 4, they pretty much had a good idea as it whistled past their table, and Rajmani whacks a boundary.
It's gone off like a bullet. That was literally flying through the covers.
That's the hot zone. That's all I'm going to say about that.
That is the hot zone. You better watch out if you're sat out there in the dugout.
That's exactly right. So 39 for no loss after 2. Very good start. Already they've got the required rate down to 9 and over. It did start at 11.1. And Cricket Stars will hope to get some points here. Again, the team that finishes 5th after 20 matches, they will be out of the tournament. The top 4 will make it through to finals day.
Is that a breeze coming?
I think it was more of a mini tornado picking up off the dirt. So I don't want to get your hopes up.
No, there's a breeze. Look at the flags.
There we go.
Yes.
The funny thing about this ground is if you look around the ground, you'll often see the flags going in different directions. So I don't know how you're meant to approach that as a player. Anyway, I'm going to get Hassan Ali coming in. I think he's a real new ball threat. And he'd be their big hope. Gina Brescia to break this partnership. It's worth 39. Played away intelligently. They should get 2 here at least. Yeah, they will. That's good running. Not too many 2s out there, but I mean, these teams, they're champion teams for a reason. They seem to be pretty intelligent with their decision making. They do the little things well, like running between the wickets and running the first one hard.
Yeah, they're playing very smart cricket, and I think also against Ali, he's been doing bits with the ball, like as I like to say. So he's been doing bits, and especially with the humidity and stuff, it's been helping. And then the Stars are really going to have to play some smart cricket like they have been doing. So
yeah, goes after this, and it's just over cover. I think this is going to run away for 4 as well, and it does. So again, good power play batting. We're into the 3rd over, and Hassan Ali's had a good morning. Not an easy guy to hit over cover like this. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but went through with it anyway, and Manpreet gets another 4.
yeah, I'm thinking Manpreet probably thought he would like to slash at that slightly harder so he didn't have to bite his tongue as that went over the fielder's head.
I want to say a quick hello. Brian Launchbury, saying bowlers who run in front of the umpire 3 times should be penalised by being no-balled. I don't think I'd even wait till the 3rd time, if I'm honest with you, Brian. This one's on him a bit quicker than he thinks, just gets 1. Also, want to say hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand. Lily, meet Nikki. Nikki, meet Lily.
Hi, Lily.
One of my favourite viewers, I've got to say. Also, Liam Day's watching from New Zealand. Selva Kumar Murugasamy is watching. And anyone else that wants to say hello, please do in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Interesting game in progress. Sometimes you see teams running away with it, but then 1 or 2 quick wickets can change that. We can see teams fall in a heap. Had a dramatic finish the other day when 7 were required. The batting team was only 2 down, but Lasso went wicket, 1-6.
Exactly. Anything can happen. Like we were just speaking in the last innings, just 1 ball, 2 balls can change the course of the game drastically. And you can't switch off. It's such a fast-paced game.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, almost fell off her chair at that finish. And that actually went a bit viral on social media. We cut together last over into about a 2-minute package. And we've only ever seen 4 wickets in 4 balls, or a double hat-trick. We've only ever seen it twice on ECN in about 2,500 matches. Just to think that the guy who went from 7 off 6 to 7 off 2, then he gets hit for a single, and then the other guy, who again had to, because of the catching rule, not crossing, he was stuck at the other end the whole time. He just whacked a 6 and walked off. And the guy had his best moment and his worst moment in the spot of about 90 seconds. Now this is a pretty good moment for the batter, and well, Andy's pulled the hands out of that one, and he's put everyone at risk. Andy House, what's going on there? Maximo, it's in the ambulance, and hopefully none of our scorers are. That brings up the 50 for Cricket Stars, but check this one out.
As I like to say, that is definitely a bit of bish, bash, bosh. Look at that. I think that's everyone watching for their heads over in the dugout.
Well, there's going to be an inquiry into that one over there. Andy's main job is to protect the officials' table. And I know we're a long way away. It looks like he pulls his hands away at the last minute. Driven and driven into the gap for more. Well, this is really turning into something special. The partnership's gone past 50, and now at the end of the power play, Cricket Stars are flying. They're over halfway there now. It's 57 without loss.
They're on target, aren't they? They're going to make this look like a clear breeze. Fingers crossed. Hopefully. I don't want to jinx anything, as I know I'm very good at jinxing things.
Yeah, so 57 for no loss. Don't worry, we all do it. Some more questions in the chat. Hello to Zaid Aziz, firstly. And I also want to say hello to all our viewers from Nepal and Bangladesh and India and Pakistan.
I'm going to Nepal.
Are you going to Nepal?
I'm going to Nepal in...
Talk to me.
When am I going? End of October, I think. I can't remember.
Cricket related?
Cricket related.
Yeah.
I've been selected to go play a tour out there. So going on a tour to Nepal for 2 weeks.
There's some beautiful grounds in Nepal, and they are crazy for cricket. I know we're working with Andrew Leonard from Ireland, not Andrew Ireland from... There is an Andrew Ireland, you know, before you get on to that. Andrew Leonard, and Lenny has worked a lot commentating the Everest Premier League there.
Okay.
And they get like 15,000 in there, and they are absolutely crazy for it. So I want to say a quick hello also to Mike Seal, hello to Junaid Iqbal, to Iftikhar Ahmed, saying hi Nikki and Vinny, and hello to Reynold Play, watching from South Africa. He's lurking today, that's no problem at all, to vlog with Parash as well, who's watching from Nepal. As we head into the fourth over, field can go back now. This is Faisal Shabir. Oh no, no ball called. First one, just overcooks that. Might have got him on the end of the finger. He doesn't look happy here. And so, have a look at this. Rajmani, again, gets one, which is certainly above the waist, but he just cops it on the gloves. A bit of self-preservation there. Might have hit him with the non-battered hand. Hits him on the back hand. Have a look at this. He shakes it straight away.
Front hand or back hand, I think it's still going to hurt. And he's had to drop his bat in the process, hasn't he?
That's nice. A little bit of a hug.
Yeah.
And we know sometimes accidents happen. That's life, isn't it? And, well, this is a nice little moment. So, you almost broke my finger, but it's my non-bowling hand. Let's hug it out and get on with it. Couldn't do that a couple of years ago.
Oh, no. Tell me about it.
When we started ECS after lockdown, there was nothing like that going on.
Was it pretty tough?
So
you couldn't give Rico a hug, could you?
Yeah, I think I had an exception with Rico because we were stuck in the box together. It's, well, that will be a no-ball free hit coming up. And once again, I want to say a big hello to Nikki Chowdhury, who's with me here in the box. Already we were under attack, weren't we?
Yes.
With some kookaburras coming our way. But hello to all of our viewers out there watching on FanCode in India. And this is Nikki, and she's with us this week for the Super Series, helping Rico and I out. Gives us a bit of a break as well in this heat. So we have to go find the Spring Production hammock. They used to have a hammock that we could use. I do think that'd be a nice place to watch a cricket from. So you're going to Nepal. I mean, that's pretty exciting.
Yes,
have you been to Nepal before?
No, I've never been to Nepal. I've always wanted to go, but like, I don't think it's somewhere you'd think, oh, I'll just go directly there. But now there's an excuse to go, so I'm going to go eat all the dumplings and momos and go visit the temples and obviously play some cricket as well.
There you
so
go.
It'll be great.
Maybe some of our viewers in the chat, they can go and watch you play. I'm sure there'll be a bit of interest now because we've got a huge viewership in Nepal.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, they love their cricket. They're really passionate about it. So it's a really good start for Cricket Stars at the moment as they have made it to 59. Still 6 to come in this fourth over as well. Free hit coming up. What I find really interesting about this T10 cricket format, and when I hadn't done it before, the thing that probably surprised me the most was how many times the game can change.
So many times,
So many times, and sometimes it's just a couple of dot balls that do it, 1 or 2 wickets. I mean, that finished the other day where we saw 4 wickets fall and 4 balls, and despite that, the batter holding his cool, Nat Ndige hitting the last ball for 6. This is the kind of action you're in for, so I hope you're ready for the ride.
I'm ready. I'm all buckled up for the ride. I can't wait.
Yeah, and so talk me through your cricketing journey at the moment. Where are you at? I know you're playing with Surrey on occasion, right?
Yeah, so I'm playing with Surrey. I've recently just shifted back with them. So I'm playing with them, and I play some club cricket all the way back in England. So when we don't have county stuff, playing club cricket. So yeah, basically just doing that, and then obviously got work bits that are picking up as well. Had a kind of like complete change in career path recently. So
and tell us a little bit about your cricketing education, because for example, learning the fielding positions, right? Did you have quite a strict regime of almost homework from your father?
I feel like you've heard a story about this. This is why this is coming up.
Yeah, maybe.
So there is a story behind it, and there was quite a strict regime, and probably looking back, I would not advise it to anyone. But it actually goes back to Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I think I was 7 or 8 years old. I literally just started playing cricket, and we had gone up to my dad's uncle's house in Manchester to celebrate Christmas Day. It was our first, I think it was like our first Christmas or proper Christmas experience in the UK. So I remember going, and they had a very nice house and big Christmas trees and decorated, like proper Home Alone vibes. Okay.
Yeah. Free hit missed out, by the way. So valuable dot ball gets things back on track.
So Home Alone vibes, we've gone there, and I'm sat in front of the Christmas tree. I'm just enjoying, like, soaking it all in. And then my dad, and we're just like waiting for food. I can smell like my dad's uncle and auntie like cooking, and we're having a proper feast. It was my first Christmas dinner. Like, I was over the moon excited, okay? And then my dad sat with me in the lounge, and I can't even, and he's literally, sorry, I can't even like get myself to say the story. So he's got like, he just started doing his UK coaching accreditation. So he had like this laminated like booklet of fielding positions. So it was just a laminated sheet, showed a wicket and a pitch, and it showed all the like fielders with a cross mark and their name.
Yeah.
At that point, for some reason, I still do not know why, he thought it was a good point to give me that and say, your job is to memorize all of them. I'm going to test you until you get it right. We're not eating.
Ooh, that's harsh. Ooh, close. Maybe just missing. So basically,
He literally, I was
held you to
bribed.
ransom.
I was literally, and I remember being there, like literally panicking.
That was way closer than I thought live. Just have a look at this one. That's just, look, he's caught in the crease. Umpire's call, maybe. Maybe lucky to still be there. There's another way you could put that from Manpreet Singh.
Better make the most of his time now at the crease, right?
I want to know how you went. I'm going to have to ask you after this ball from Shabir. He's trying to get a bit funky with this. So how long did it take, and how did you go in the test, and did you starve?
So it didn't take me too long, because I remember I was like, oh gosh, I'm under pressure, I need to do this. But so it did take me a good, I'd say half an hour, I think, until to memorize everything. Because he basically, what he did was gave me a blank piece of A4 paper.
Was it just you that wasn't allowed to eat, or was it everybody?
No, it was like, no, like everyone, like we won't go and eat.
It's a lot of pressure.
It was a lot of pressure. Like, trust me, that was a lot of pressure. And like, I was so excited. It was like Christmas, come on.
Oh no, trouble with a capital T. Slow ball down the leg side, bounces twice to Hassan Ahmed, and that'll cost him 5. Just the opposite of what you want when you're trying to keep the screws on. Shabir had gotten away with a couple of sins earlier in the over with a high one, and now it gives away 5 wides. That hurts.
Yeah, that's going to hurt
I
bad.
think that, here you go. It's gotten you where you are. So
yes, I could say
2020.
that. I was an 8-year-old, and then I think there was a problem though, because by the time I was 8, and then I knew all the fielding positions, right? And there was a point, obviously, the girls around me at that point weren't aware of everything. They were still learning and stuff. So it got me like into this really like awkward situation that I kind of felt like I was a bit know-it-all, as you know, like you're in a situation, you're like, oh, this person should be here. Like I kind of had that. I was taught that understanding very early, even if it was just like more programmed into me.
Yeah, well, whatever it did, it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't always matter how you do it. Bit like that edge, which was not really what Manpreet intended, but he does move to 46 within reach of first half century of the Super Series. We had a couple of go close this morning, but no one's quite cracked the 50. Just going to address a couple of comments in the chat, a couple of questions. I know that Shrug has asked about the Jersey ECL entry, saying the Old Fix won the T10. International players were missing, so Farmers were undermanned badly. Come back to that in a second. This is hit really hard. Fielder's got about 5 metres to go, but instead he puts out the boot and it doesn't work out. And that is 50 now to Manpreet Singh. What a good innings that's been. 50 off 19 balls with 3 maximos and 6 boundaries. He set up what potentially could be the first successful chase of the Super Series. Well batted.
Well batted indeed. And he just kicked that over the boundary line. She just got down.
Oh yeah.
The
By the way, in Europe, people field with their feet. Just like in
Thanks for the
Australia,
heads
the water swirls the other way. 72 for no loss after 4. I love your surprise. I didn't really bat neither to that attempt, but I would say hands is the method that I was taught And it's probably the method, especially when there's grass on the field.
It hurts less, for sure.
Yeah,
But getting
depends.
that on your ankle is not a nice one.
I have seen some pretty nice through balls, though. We even saw a back heel piece of fielding, which was pretty remarkable because it got it over his direct opponent / teammate last week. Anyway, 5th over, here's Rookie. He's just kept hitting the stumps for fun today. Jamani will get away with this, even though he'll get a ball on the backside. So, going back to the Jersey ECL, I know that last year they had some sort of point system that it kind of aggregated their T10, T20 and longer form. And so it was based on a point system. So I can't give you any more information at the moment, Shrug. But it may not be as simple as who wins the T10. But every year, it's up to each individual country federation to decide how they determine their champion club. And in Italy, for example, they're deciding whoever wins this Super Series is going to go to the ECL.
It's very exciting. It's all in for this,
Sure
isn't it?
is. Oh, it's down leg side. Flicks something. I think it flicks the pad.
By the way, can I just say, I did get to eat Christmas dinner that day, and I was so hungry by that time that I kind of like demolished like so much food.
Yeah, don't worry, you're allowed to. And also when you're in Italy, it's like every night's Christmas. You'll find out.
I'm honestly, I went to the gym before catching the flight yesterday thinking, okay, there's a week in Italy just going to be pasta, pasta, pasta,
I
pasta.
hope you spent 20 hours a day there, because that's what you'll need to cancel out what's going to happen this week. Another one in the block hole. Brooks Ahmed is really good bowler. He's a guy who in the Brescia week, he often would bowl others ahead of himself just to try and develop them and give them a few more overs. But when he came on, he was always spot on. His control is a remarkable thing about his bowling.
I want a carbonara.
Oh, you'll get one.
I just thought.
I'll tell you after this, which is probably going to go for 4. And that's a good shot. I mean, Rajmani doesn't really get all of that, but still gets enough of it to get it for 4. Not a bad ball, really, from Brooks Ahmed, but still goes to the boundary.
They are cruising along here, the Cricket Stars, making it look like a walk in the park.
So normally the last game of the day, we have what we call food chat, where we talk about food, maybe where we are or just in general. And I
Okay.
know I'll probably be doing the last game with Rico, so I'll tell you this now about Saturday night, some of our post-match celebrations at the rooftop bar at the hotel. I have become addicted to the carbonara at our hotel. I wanted 4 of them, one in a row, one at a time. I got to 2, and when I ordered my 3rd, the kitchen closed.
Oh, what a shame.
Look, it's probably for the best, but
I want a good carbonara.
I would have easily knocked over 4. Pretty much most of the money that I earn goes on carbonara here in Italy. Last ball for Rookie, it's over.
But like what I think I really want to do is go to like a local restaurant and have a carbonara. I love doing that when I'm like in Europe especially. You have to go to a local place, maybe somewhere that's not too full of tourists and too busy, and go eat the food there.
Don't worry, we've done our research.
You've done the research.
We've done our research. End of the 5th over. The score is 78 for no loss, so just 33 required in the second half now for Cricket Stars to get on the board. And this is what we're talking about in this Super Series. Got 5 top-class teams. If you see a one-sided result, I think more often than not, the other team's going to come back and make a point that they're no easy beats.
I think they will because, yeah, we haven't lost a wicket so far, but anything can happen. It looks easy, but listen, like, something could happen after this drinks break. We just need a bit of concentration lost, and boom.
Yeah,
back in.
absolutely. And the drinks break probably comes at a good time for the fielding side. It's just a very short drinks break, 2 or 3 minutes. And normally, or still are very strict on time here, so that the teams have to start their 10th over before the 40-minute mark. Otherwise, there will be penalty runs. And we have seen it happen. But there are allowances, for example, for the drinks break. Also, if you take more than 4 wickets, you get an extra minute per wicket you've taken over. 4, also if there are some genuine injuries and stuff like that. But obviously, we hope there's nothing like that.
It's a good opportunity to like regroup as well and have a
Yeah.
bit of a chit chat if you can't like convey the same messages. So let's see, maybe there's a plan up the sleeve.
Yeah, they need to get something from somewhere. I mean, we still haven't really seen any spin today, and that's something that has surprised me. Spinners have been really effective at just disrupting the innings of batters a lot of the time, but neither of these teams really have a lot of genuine spin options. I know that Lovepreet Singh for Cricket Stars not in the side at the moment, and so yeah, it's difficult to change it up when the batting team's on a roll like this.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, having pacers and seamers in the attack makes it slightly easier to score runs, especially with the pace. But spin would be nice, but if it's not available, then
Yeah,
they're going to have to step up.
It's not just enough to bowl spin. You need to be bowling spin well.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't
not
just
just
come
bad
on.
spin.
Yeah, if you're
Can't be
coming on bowling
long
bad
hops,
balls,
no.
yeah, especially in ECS cricket, you're going to have a bad time, that's for sure. Well, Jenna Brescia weren't having a bad time this morning as they won the first game 99-68, but right now they are in a spot of bowler, to say the least. 33 required off the last 30 balls of this one. And it does look to me like Ghulam Fareed is going to come on. And he took 1 for 7 off his 2 overs earlier today, so he was a very effective bowling option. So let's see if he can break through. But I say Manpreet's batted very, very well for me. And this is the difference as well. When your top 3 fires make such a big difference. I mean, Manpreet scored 2 off 3 this morning. Rajmani scored 7 off 4. But here they put on 78 as we head into the 6th over. This one comes back on him a little bit. Gets past the bowler for a single.
It's a well run, actually.
Yeah, had to know it went past the bowler.
Bit confusing to actually tell, but yeah, it was well run. And at this rate, any run counts. Just
Lily Panda in the chat saying, Nikki, you're a natural on the comms, a welcome addition. That's very nice of you to say, Lily, and I thoroughly agree.
Oh, cheers, Lily. Thanks.
Ripon saying hello as well. Ripam saying, Nikki, he's also from Calcutta. Proud of you.
Oh,
and
you're
all caps, so you know he means it. Don't know how that stuck through.
Like proper proud.
Keanu did 3 all caps words the other day, and he almost got blocked.
Like proper proud.
There we go. Here's Fareed round the wicket. And doesn't quite get this one. It's a catching opportunity, not an easy one. 2 fielders are going to combine, but the infielder would take it going backwards. So slow ball does the trick, again, changing the pace as Fareed that breaks through. He gets Rajmani for 19. The first wicket falls, and well, maybe the strategic drinks break. Don't know how strategic it was apart from quenching the thirst, but it also does the trick of breaking the partnership, and it's 79 for 1.
Told you it would. What did I say? Literally, what, 2 minutes ago, there's going to be a wicket. Anything can happen. They're coming together. It's going to happen.
It was kind of a tired shot as well from Rajmani. And, you know, yes, you're only batting maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 overs at most. It can take it out of you on a day like today when you're running hard, obviously. And
can like suck the energy out of you. Just feel like lying there. And
mental energy as well. But it was Hassan Ali that took the catch going backwards. It's a tough one. Often I think outfielders probably should have right of way. If they can reach it coming in, it's an easier catch. But Hassan, he did back. And I think the outfielder coming in could see he was going for it, so he didn't get the collision that I feared. And now this will bring Baba Hussain to the crease. One of only 3 centurions this year on ECN. Batted very, very well on finals day for Cricket Stars. So here he is facing up.
At least his teammates done most of the work, let's be honest. So
that's true. And now he's a pretty intelligent cricketer. He's got gears, I would say. He's the guy that can smack it, but he won't always look to do that. I think he'll read the game situation. He'll know they need under 7 and over, and so he can do that with a minimum of risk.
yeah, if there's no need to go crazy, then you don't need to, right? Just save and preserve it and just like see your team through. So 31 runs and 27 balls is pretty straightforward at the moment. But again, jinxing takes no time in my books.
Yeah, 7 off 6 looked pretty easy with 8 wickets in hand until we saw a double hat-trick the other day as well. So don't turn away just yet. Here's Fareed. Oh, gets it pretty wrong. This will be called no ball. And even though he'll spill the catch, won't matter. This was a slower ball, so it was dipping a bit, but the regulations say now if it's waist high or above, then it should be called. And that to me is waist high, so I don't have a problem with that call at all. So now we're going to get a free hit. Again, we've seen it a few times. Maybe it's the bowler's sweaty palms or something, just losing the length. The rookie trying to take a juggle. In the end, he went down and so did the ball.
You wouldn't make it into the circus with that juggling though, let's be honest.
That is 100% true. All right, free hit. He's dons the immunity cloak. Doesn't get a lot of it though. Thick bottom edge for 1. So, Joel Rana was asking, are you, where were you born? I think we mentioned it earlier. You were born in Calcutta, is that right?
Yeah, I was born in Calcutta.
But moved around a little bit through South Africa. And where else was it before you went to England?
No, so it was Calcutta, then
Yep.
South Africa, and then we moved to England.
Yep, gotcha.
South Africa was very brief though. I think it was just a year, maybe just a year and 2 months, something.
Oh dear. That one goes all wrong. Knocked away by the keeper. Hassan saying, what's going on? You bowled it on the wrong pitch. Also want to say a quick hello to Bud and Mia, watching with the West Indies, to IPL Raz saying nice commentary, and to Noman Ali saying hello to us, saying we're looking good. Well, we might be looking good if you like people that are commentating in a microwave.
Looking good and feeling sweaty, let's say.
It's true. Oh no, pulls it left again. Hassan Ali probably doesn't need this in his life at the moment. Behind the stumps, he's able to get a glove in it and keep it at 2 wides. Liam Day is agreeing with Corey Bubba as a gun, and Bubba has saying, Corey loved his batting. It's always going to be exciting when we see him, especially after he picked apart Zayt Bernazaffa earlier this year for 100.
But with those little extras and buys coming through, they can't afford it now, can
They
they?
just don't seem like they got it.
They just can't afford
They had it
right
before, now they ain't got it. Gina Brescia.
Once again.
Once again, yeah, I mean, another overcorrection. Tries to slow a ball, this time can't locate it. Rented play asking where in South Africa, but I believe you said you lived in Cape Town for that year?
Cape Town, yep. Cape Town is where it was.
Where are you from, Ronald? I know you're from SA, but I can't remember what city. Beautiful country, that.
You know what I wish, though? I actually wish we stayed in Cape Town slightly longer, because I think I love Afrikaans, and I just wish and I like that South African accent. I just wish I could have picked it up, just, you know.
Dit is baie goed. This is going to be just off the edge. My favourite thing about South African language, and it's English, it's, okay, what you might call a zip line, or we call it a flying fox. You know, it's like a line that you...
Yep,
do you know do you know what they call it in South Africa?
No.
You'll love this. A foofy slide. I'm not joking. I couldn't even make that up if I wanted to. A foofy slide. That's what they call a zip line, or you know what I'm talking about? When you're holding on.
And you're like harnessed in.
I laughed my head off.
I want to go on a foofy slide in
Wouldn't you love to go on a foofy slide?
I want to go on a foofy slide.
Oh, this has to be a wide because it's outside the return crease. So even if he moves, still a wide. I don't know what Fareed's aiming at, but it's not the middle of the Rome cricket ground right now. 5 wides. And so even though he moves, any ball that's outside the return crease, that is by a mile.
That is miles. He literally moved off the pitch as well. Look at that.
That's why you need 2 slips, because the second one might be able to catch that. And he has completely lost the plot here. A guy that only gave up 7 runs in his first game, and right now he's going for plenty. It's not great. The other thing that I love about South Africa is bunny chow. Do you know what bunny chow is?
No, I can't speak it. I have no idea. I just
These are English words, I'm telling you, by the way. One second. Bunny chow is, imagine a curry in a loaf of bread which is hollowed out, and they pour curry in.
So they make a hole,
If
right?
They make a loaf of bread, or like a square of bread, as we get to the end of the 6th over. But this is important food chat coming early today. 93 for 1 off 6 overs. And they take off the top and they hollow out the bread. They tip in a curry, and then they put the bread on the top.
Oh, I've seen something like that before.
I had mine super hot. I think Durban is where it originates from, but it's kind of all across SA. Tell me if I'm right, Reynald. But yeah, bunny chow and foofy slides. What a country. Go
what
back
a
sometime.
country. And the accent. Like, I just wish I was there long enough so I could at least picked it up, because I'm just obsessed.
Rookie comes on and bowls wide, so even he's got the wide virus at the moment. But
like, there is a chance of me dating someone just because they have an Afrikaans accent. Like,
there you go, guys.
Accent.
Start practicing. Yeah, I mean, things right here seem to be travelling towards an inevitable conclusion.
Yeah.
Knocked down to long on for 1. But Nico Fernandez in the chat from Kent Lanka. Well, they were the team that unfortunately got hit for that 6 off the last ball the other day. And if that hadn't happened, they would have qualified for finals day. But unfortunately, they didn't make it. Hello to Nico. Nice to see you in the chat. Saga's asking, where's Rico? Rico will be back with Nikki next game. I'm going to sit out next one. And Nikki and Rico can take you through the 3rd match of the day, which will be Albano Fresh Tropical. 2 teams that know each other very well because they played each other in the final of week 1. Albano, the only team that didn't win a week to be here because Milan had two slots because of the fact that they had 12 teams, so they get the 2 spots. Next one knocked out for 1. Yeah, the extra is just costing him here. Reynolds says I'm right. Bunny chow originated in Durban.
Wow.
And I want to know where Foofy slides originated for.
Where's a good Foofy slide in
Oh, there's
South
some that
Africa?
are huge, actually, over there. There's one, I can't remember where it was. It might have been Johannesburg, where you can go and there's about 12 of them you do in a row.
Whoa.
Some of them are hundreds of meters. It's a bit creative here. I might get a run.
Very out the blue, wasn't it? Very out the box.
Yeah, just trying a few things now. So I just got a feeling, for the most part, 110 is going to be around par this week.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I don't think it's going to be too much of a difficult chase.
Rookie, so often good at getting the breakthrough. Doing the Mumpreet, hasn't had a lot of the strike of late. So he hit down the ground, bit of work for the long on. This one will be handled. That's Sharuk Nawaz down there. Of course, Yuvraj is saying in the chat to Nico, missing the flip celebrations. It was Vimukti from Kent Lanka that did the old catch and backflip. Have you ever thought about learning backflips just so you could use it for catch celebrations?
I think I'm not that flexible, so I'll skip that one out.
Yeah, lucky we had the ambulance on standby, put it that way. He knew what he was doing though. Leans on this, pretty low risk shot. Does get fielded. Now they're going to come back for two, and the throws to nowhere, and they probably could have got a third.
That was an easy third there. I could have made it even easier for
I've
themselves.
run this far. I don't want to run anymore. So 100 comes up off the last ball of the seventh. It's 100 for one. Just the 11 required off the last 3 overs. And coming up this afternoon, we have matches 3 and 4, starting with Albano versus Fresh Tropical, and finishing with Albano versus Fresh Tropical, because they will play twice this afternoon. I know that Nikki and Rico will take you through match 3 while I take a little bit of a break, maybe have a spot of lunch as well. But Fresh Tropical won the toss, elected to bat first. I think that they have probably the most aggressive batting lineup in the competition as far as their approach. They will go
Fresh Tropical.
Fresh Tropical, cool name by the way. I'm kind of glossing over it, but that's kind of originates from the company that sponsors their team, Fresh Tropical.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if you like your exotic fruits, then you'll enjoy Fresh Tropical. Naqvi and Sharif, top of the order. They are a dynamic opening combination. Azim Ali is another guy who can really whack it. They bat all the way down as well. They've got Zahid Chima, who is a familiar face to those of you on ECN. But Albano, Gerard Wysing, big fan of him. Irfan Sheikh is leading them. Albano wants some revenge for getting beaten in the final of Milan. Start a new over. And this is Shabir coming back and starts with a dot.
You really would hope they don't take this down to the wire, really.
Yeah, you'd hope not.
A few more dot balls and it could look a bit like a bit of pressure's building, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. When you're the fielding side, you just want to take it as deep as possible. The other thing is the longer you can make it go, the less the impact on your net run rate, which can be crucial come the end of the week. Remember, the top 2 teams get the double chance. The top 4 qualify for finals day.
Ooh.
Yeah, put away. And I'll get one here. So Ian Johns in the chat saying Fresh Tropical are his favourites to win this week. Well, they certainly have the right approach. I don't think they ever really clicked in Milan. But having said that, they won the week. And so that's pretty scary to think that they can probably play better. Fresh Tropical were runners-up of this Super Series last year. Gina Brescia were the winners last year. Cricket Stars playing for the first time in the Super Series, as are Albano and Roma CC. Pretty good ball. And has that hit the stumps?
Has it?
Wow, I thought that went very close to
That's
hitting the
what I
stumps.
thought.
But I think he's just got a little bit of pad or a little bit of inside edge on this. I was waiting to hear the death rattle, and I think so was Baba Hussain. I mean, he says he's got through everybody. Let's see what this hits. Comes back, yeah, flicks the back pad. That was the noise. Gets through for a leg bye. Yeah, Shrug saying I've definitely put the mockers on the Fresh Tropical openers with the big build-up. Probably both get ducks. Well, you know me too well, Shrug. Thick edge. Handled.
So
just a single.
At this stage, apparently Gina Brescia were at 72 for 4.
Yeah.
So clearly very, very ahead Cricket Stars here.
And, you know, people say wickets aren't important. They kind of are. If you look at the first game, Cricket Stars lost 9 wickets, Gina Brescia only 1. And in this game, Cricket Stars have only lost 1. Gina Brescia lost 4 along the way. So, again, if their top order clicks, every team has a top 3 that are the ones they want to do the heavy lifting in the innings at the moment. Top 3 have performed for Cricket Stars.
Yeah, I think it's super important. Wickets in the shorter format. I think wickets is what helps you win. You can't. There's no other way about it.
Yeah.
You
You don't want to overvalue them, but you know, you...
It makes your life easier.
Absolutely. That's a really good way of putting it.
It makes life
I mean, when you
much.
consider the top 3 cricket stars combined for 15 runs last time. Okay, and this time, you know, between them, even if you take out the extras, you know, they have scored, I think, 94 so far. This one's pulled away. Could be trouble. It's dropped, and that's not going to go for 4, so you might want to keep running here.
Oh, it's just stopped, just short of it.
I think they'll get 2 in the end. Bubba Hussain, a couple of slices of luck this over, but I think they are rolling towards inevitable victory. They can get there with 1 swing of the bat now. That's the end of the over. The score is 105 for 1.
So close,
say
yet
hello.
so far from the boundary rope.
Hello to Kuldeep, who's watching, I think, from Spain. How are you, Kuldeep? We saw you for Kings 11 a little bit earlier in the week.
Hello, Kuldeep.
And he's asking the name of the commentator. Well, it's Nikki Chowdhury here, and I'm got really good at spelling your last name.
My name's Nikki Chowdhury. Should I just spell it out?
Go on.
N-I-K-K-I, and then Chowdhury, C-H-A-U-D-H-U-R-I. Did you get it?
I already typed it
Oh,
by the time you
look at
finished.
you. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, hello to you, Kuldeep. Hope you're well. And hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching from Virginia in the USA as well. Good morning to you.
Talking about the US, I met some people on my flight here yesterday, okay?
All right, this should be good. Swing and a miss.
And from the US, okay, so it's apparently a niece with her auntie. They were on their break. So I bumped into them in Wagamamas as I was waiting.
Okay.
And so apparently on a break, so the auntie is just broken up with her boyfriend.
Oh, this is good goss. I really don't want to see a 6 this ball. It's in the air. It won't be 6. Could be a chance. Should be taken. It is. I'll give you time to finish your story.
Yeah.
But Munpreet will go for 57. He set him up within 1 swing of victory, but he is the second man to fall. 105 for 2. Masood gets his wicket.
So she asked me, she's like, oh, where are you going? I said, Rome. And she's like, so are we. I was like, oh, nice. And she got chatting to me. And I
Does
was
break means break/vacation?
No, it means break-up vacation.
So you got to tell me these things.
Okay,
'cause I'm
so
not down with the
no,
lingo.
that's what I was. I was like, what's a break?
Say it again.
It's a break.
A break-up vacation.
Yeah, so I was like, what's that? And they're like, oh, so basically it's a breakup vacation. I was like, right. And then she's like, okay, so basically both of us have broken up with our partners. So I broke up with my boyfriend of 6 years, and my niece here, she's broken up with her, she called off her engagement with her partner of 13 years. So we both found out, so we thought, let's just get out of the US and let's go. So they went on a family trip, and then from the family trip, both of them booked flights to Paris, cancelled their return flights, then they booked flights to London, then from London booked flights to Rome, and they're like, we're just not going back, we just need to like live life.
Ramzan is just going to push, thankfully, because I want to learn more about breakays. And is there one space where all the breakays go to have drinks in Rome, perhaps?
I have no
Corey
idea.
knew about this, and he would have been all over it.
I have no idea, but like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is actually such a cool concept. More people
This
should
is
do
why it's good to get some new ideas in the chat. You got your pulse, finger on the pulse, Nikki. You've taught me a new concept of breakays.
I learned a new concept as well, so I was like, wow.
Swings all around this one. This is getting deeper than I thought it would. They need 5 off 8 now. Surely they're going to finish it off soon. JP is in the chat saying, been watching since the beginning here in Massachusetts, USA. Thank you for the outstanding coverage. Thank you, JP. Got to say, I have been to Boston once. I love the accents in Massachusetts. I can't really do it. Boston. From Boston.
I'm not even going to
Not
try.
really good with accents. Yeah, the one accent that I can actually do reasonably well is South African, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to risk it.
Oh, go on then, please,
No,
come
no,
on.
no, no.
I want to, no, can you please just say cricket stars need
Maybe
5
I-
runs in 8 balls? Can you just say that for me?
A bit like your Bengali, it'll come out organically. It's not going to come out before that.
But yeah,
I'll surprise you at the end. I already gave you the Afrikaans.
that's true. You did surprise me with that one, but I
And
surprised
let
you
me
with
say to
breaking.
you, to Renaud Pillay in chat, ek is my left here. A bit wide, grabs a bit of the tram line there. So creeping up, and creeping's the way I would describe it.
So, new concept of break here, I learned something, and apparently they cancelled their flights back to the US like twice, which are non-refundable. They were like, let's just live life. We're thinking of getting a Paris apartment for 6 months.
Seize the day. Well, this one's going to be game, set, match, and thankfully this one is put to bed now. Ramzan on the charge, goes walkabout, slashes it over backward point. He gets 4, takes them to victory. So Cricket Stars and Ginebrecia split the points on the opening morning. Well, both these teams, I think they have some things that were positive, some things to work on, but ultimately they'll each take 2 points away from the opening morning of matches.
It was literally a cruise in the park for Cricket Stars today in this game. So it's been great to watch. A good partnership that obviously helped them steady the ship and actually take them in deep.
Yes.
With an over to spare, that too.
Yeah, and so look, you can see a bit of chat between these teams. I mean, it's friendly rivalry. It's a bit of a community, of course, but yeah, some laughs now. Ultimately, each team will get something they want out of the first 2 matches. Cricket Stars in this one do it with 6 balls to spare. Ramzan finishes it off, and he batted very well in the first game, despite them not getting over the line. As we go back to some of the highlights, and well, as good as they were in the field and with the ball in the opener, Gina Brescia just could not really get anything going here, and some costly ones. Extras really were costly for them in this innings.
Yes, definitely. You can't afford to give those extra runs here. We've got literally, it's a tight game, tight amount of overs, and you got to just keep it sharp. Keep it sharp and just aim for the bish,
Speaking
bash,
of sharp, they had to look sharp in the officials' tent there, because that ball was whistling past Andy House. Looked like he just withdrew the digits at the last moment. Diana is still nursing a half a broken leg from copping a Maximo last week, and well, only half a broken leg. She's pretty tough. She's Romanian. Speaking of fielding, that's probably not the way to do it. It's a triple F foot fielding fail, which created another boundary. And Rajmani, he does have shots all around the wicket, and did look a lot better. Still not quite his top form at 19 off 13. But the real star of this innings for me was Manpreet Singh, 57 off 31. It was Hassan Ali that took 2 catches in the innings. Ultimately, that would be the only wickets. But their Cricket Stars looked a lot different. They were chasing more, but they chased better, and they win match 2.
Yes. Well, a game. I'm looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. Oh, and there have been some interesting drop catches.
Yeah, there's following someone and then following someone, and that was just overdone, wasn't it?
Yes.
As the wheels fell off in this over, there were a lot of extras, and well, late on, another chance given. That one wasn't taken.
I think anything for the 2 teams coming in later, they should really, it's work sharp on your fielding, just make sure, and the bowling, let's keep it tight. To not give anything extra away and really make the batsman work and hustle. I was going to say wustle.
Yeah.
Work and hustle.
Well, you have to hustle and you have to wustle. I mean, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. 2 teams shaking a bit of rust off, I think, after a couple of weeks on the sidelines. Cricket Stars do get 2 points. So does Gina Brescia. Now the others have to try and play catch up. Albano will be up against Fresh Tropical next up. And this match will be starting perhaps a little bit late. I think it will start 10 minutes behind the scheduled start time. So it's about 15 minutes until we start the 3rd match of the day. Fresh Tropical winning the toss and batting first. And I have put the mockers on Naqvi and Sharif, but I just feel that they are super important. We know that they essentially carried them all the way to the Super Series final last year, where they fell to Gina Brescia. Albano, though, they got some good players, including the Enigma, Monu Lal. He'll be opening the batting. Also has a job to do with the ball. Jorawa Singh with his leg spin will be important. And also, be good to see FanCode Kumar, Parveen Kumar. We call him FanCode because he has a 4-digit shirt number. And then also one of the great names in European cricket, Barty Banger, coming up as well for Albano.
I can't wait.
And well, I know that you, Enrico, will take our viewers through that one. I'm looking forward to just taking a bit of a back seat and watching it. Should be a good contest. Let's look at the scorecards. And it was Manpreet that really did the heavy lifting. Over half the runs required were scored off his bat. He scored 57 off 31 with 3 sixes and 6 fours. He had good support from Rajmani Sandhu, and that opening stand of 79 really set things up. Baba Hussain came and did what he had to do, 11 not out towards the end. Ramzan hit the winning runs with a boundary. And ultimately, they would get there with 6 balls to spare. But look at those extras, 17 wides and 3 no balls. It just was a very much an indisciplined performance, really, when you've got what I call a par total on the board to give away that many runs in extras. And looking at the bowling, well, again, one standout performer there, but he didn't have a lot of help, did he, Rookie Ahmed?
No, he did not have that much help, but good figures, and keeping them down to six and over is really, it is difficult, especially look at the size of the boundary, and with some of the, I'll be honest, shocking displays of fielding as well. It was a good job, especially compared to 16.5, but Hassan Ali, 6.5 looks glorious, and let's hope we see some more figures like that in the next game.
The catches went to Hassan Ali, but he had a different kind of bowling effort this time, giving away 33 off his 2 overs. Masood 1 for 31 for he did take wickets, but it was all for nothing as Chinabresha couldn't defend their 111. They went down with 6 balls to spare. Well, we'll take a few minutes off, then we'll be back with the introduction to match 3 in the afternoon session. The 2 teams that qualified through Milan. It'll be a rematch of the Milan final, Albano versus Fresh Tropical. When we return in just a few minutes, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Nicky Chowd with me. Rico Full will return for the afternoon session as well. We'll see you shortly. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. It's opening day of the Super Series, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. It is Super Series time and we're halfway through opening day now. Highly entertaining start to the day. And now we're going to see some old foes reuniting here in the afternoon session. Matches 3 and 4. We'll see the two Milan qualifiers locking horns. It's Albano versus Fresh Tropical. Let's go out to the middle because Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Head. Heads is called. It is heads. We're going to bat first. Fresh Tropical.
So it is Fresh Tropical that have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Look, no surprises from me there. I think they want to go out, they want to bat with freedom. That's the way they play. And really of all the teams here in this Super Series, I think they are the ones that take on the game the most and they do it early. And Amir Sharif is a very, very important player for them. But they do have lots of players that can impact the game. And we've seen them, even with 9 wickets down, still getting the job done with the bat. So they bat very, very deep. And then they have the bowling, which of course is led by Zahid Chima in the second innings of this one. But Albano, of course, we saw them losing the final to Fresh Tropical back in Milan, but they do qualify on account of the 2 spots available in Milan. So they'll want to get some revenge here. Jorawar Singh, I think he's a player to watch. He's a very good top order batter and also a very wily leg spinner. He's not afraid to bowl in the power play. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these two teams lock horns in matches 3 and 4. Let's go over to the hot box or the ice cube. The ice cube at the moment because it is getting really hot. I know that Rico Fort and Nikki Chowdhury are there. They're going to take you through this one. The news from the toss, guys, in match 3 is that Fresh Tropical, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get this one started.
Thanks, Vinny. I wish it was an icebox in here. It is absolutely boiling, although there seems to be a bit of a breeze. I'm sure Rico and I are going to enjoy this. I'm very excited actually. Fresh Tropical against Albano today. It's my first obviously day here and I've heard a lot about all these teams and a huge amount about the spectacle of cricket we're going to be seeing. So obviously they're going to be batting first, Fresh Tropicals. So I'm excited. What about you, Rico?
I'm very excited. And well, can I first say congratulations to you on your first match done with Vinny. It was a fantastic match. Lovely to listen in to you and also hear a little bit about your background. No doubt that we'll have more questions come from people on the chat and well, me and you will have some interesting conversation as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This match is going to be a humdinger of a match. These two teams actually played in the final in Milan and it was Fresh Tropical that ended up being victorious. But everybody knows Fresh Tropical, Nikki, for the batting. They've got some really big hitters, but they haven't quite clicked. I mean, we see there the batter was this ball saying that Fresh Tropical 109 to 97. But look, they've got big hitters in there. I mean, people will know the likes of I mean, you know, Lakvi is somebody that can really go big for them, but it never really happened in finals. Amir there as well. They don't hold back. They only play one way, and that's it. They just go forward. They just attack. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But one thing they are able to do is defend. I mean, in that final, they only made 88, and you thought Albano was going to get there. Sikandar Abbas was the man for Fresh Tropical that helped them get to that score with 27 for 16. But they were able to defend it and they bowled Albano out for 78 despite a late flurry from the number 9 batter, Ajay Kumar. And, well, Party Banger also. Talking of Party Banger, well, he's going to be doing the bowling there now. I mean, and he certainly is. I mean, he's a bit deceiving. Have a look at him, Nikki. It looks like he's going to come through pretty quickly, but he's got the art and the knack of holding the ball back and he deceives a lot of the batters.
Is he one of those that comes in at one pace and the ball comes out at a completely different pace? Well, we'll have a look here as he's... Ooh. Dead ball. He wasn't ready, clearly.
Yeah, there you go. Look, we hyped him up.
We hyped him up, and he's just come in and just made us go whoosh. Pop that balloon for us.
He goes flat. Well, that was the wrong type of bang. This wasn't what we were expecting from Banger. Anyway.
Not the Party Banger from Party Banger, right?
Yeah.
So let's hope this one. Right, he's in. First ball, he's bowled. And it's been played away down to the deep square leg boundary. It's going to be a boundary first up. There's a bit of bish bash bosh to start the innings here between Fresh Tropical and Albano.
I like that bish bash bosh.
Bish
Right?
bash.
You got your theme. Yeah, I mean it was. You see what I mean? I mean it came out a lot slower than you think. It was pretty full, but it was straight. It was a bit of a risky shot maybe. I think if he doesn't get this right and it hits his pads, I think he could have been in a bit of trouble there, Nakvi. But like I said, this is the way that these guys play. They go out there and they hit the ball hard from the word bang.
It's a bit of see ball, hit ball here, and that's what it's going to be. Yes, it could have gone the other way, but it didn't. So let's just look onto the next ball. I think Party Banger is on his way in. There we go. He's here, bowled. And it's a repeat of the first ball. It's gone back down to the boundary at square leg. Another boundary to kick-start the innings for Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, well, this is dangerous because when Nakvi is hitting the ball cleanly like this early on, it's going to be danger. And you can see again, it's not a bad delivery. It's there, it's full, it's straight. And you can see that Barty Banger was saying, well, you miss. Well, I've got you. Well, the batter there, Nakvi, saying, I don't know about your name, but the only banging I'm doing is this Kookaburra to the boundary. 4 more.
You miss, I hit, eh?
That's the way he plays.
That's the way he plays. It was a very nice looking shot as well. He kind of admired it himself. Look, going over down to the boundary. Let's see what's he got in the bag this one. Here comes BB, and again it's down, flick down to fine leg for 4 again.
Well,
oh, it's gone for 6.
It goes all the way. Manos arriba, 6 carreras. Boom. Shaka. Lucky and Nakvi. Well, this time it was, well, this one was misdirected down the leg side, and there it goes. About a metre over the boundary rope. 6 more, so he's on the move, he's on the groove, he's in party mode. 4, 4 and 6.
He's a man with a mission, clearly. What's he had for breakfast today?
Well, I don't know. You know what I like to say when these boys hit the ball like this? They've certainly had some aloo parantas. You know, you like your aloo parantas?
Oh, I love aloo parota. I love gobi parota.
Gobi, yeah.
Gobi, aloo. Just give me a parota with some makhan and I'm happy.
Oh, now you got me started. Now I'm hungry. All of a sudden I'm hungry. Start talking aloo parantas, I'm hungry. Well, Nakvi has certainly had a few. Let's see what he does here. 3 boundaries so far for the first 3 balls.
I like a bit of crispy parota.
That's what I'll get one. Pukalagi, buddy, pukalagi. Here he comes, banger.
Here he is, bangers in, and we've got a bit of a hoik at this one. It's been played down to deep square leg. They've just taken a single here. So it's a bit of a chance for Sharif to get on strike. Amir Sharif to show us what he's got in the bag.
Yeah, Amir Sharif. So it's okay, Nakvi, thank you very much. Let me have a couple of balls. And that's what he's going to get in this one. 15 already.
Probably saying you can't hike all the fun, have all the fun. You can't hog all the strike, can't have all the fun. It's my go. And let's see if he takes him up on that offer. It's already 15 up in the first over so far. As here comes Parthi Banger in, and this one's just down the leg side. It's a wide. Okay.
Yeah, I think Nikki, that's what happens, doesn't it? When you first ball, second ball, and the first 2 balls weren't bad balls. When they go to the boundary, the third one was a bad one, gets smacked for 6. All of a sudden, the bowler's lost his shape, lost his confidence. He's under pressure, he's under attack, and he's feeling it.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it. Just knocks him off his line and length, and there's going to be mistakes, just like that wide. And this one, we've just got it worked down to fine leg. How many going to get? 1 and shoot. No, they haven't come back for a 2, although I think there was a 2 there.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you've got a good start like this, and the last thing you want to do is risk a second. So maybe a good shout there. I mean, it was a little paddle down the legs, wasn't it? Just not too much pace in the ball. It holds up nicely for the fielder. I think it's a good call. There's no point taking that risk.
No risk, but just a bit of hesitation. Maybe they could have got 2. Showing good intent here. They're showing a bit about them here. Both Nakvi and Sharif. Parthi Bangers in, and this one's been attempted pull, but no luck, no run here.
Yeah, so he finishes with a dot there. I mean, it was there for the shot, wasn't it? I think his eyes probably just lit up here, Nikki, and Zain Nakvi. I mean, that's right in the slot where he would normally pump that away to the boundary. Well, this is how these teams got here, and you can see there that Albano and Fresh Tropical, they both got those golden tickets because the number of teams that we had in Milan, the winners, who were Fresh Tropical, and runners-up Albano qualified. And we also have Gina Brescia here, the Cricket Stars, and Roma. Well, what about Roma on Saturday? They won 3 on the spin on Saturday on finals day here to book their place. And, well, it's nice to see the home side taking part. And maybe they might fancy themselves being favourites, Nikki. I mean, they just played last week on this ground as their home ground. They're in good form. They got better as that week progressed last week. Do you think that's going to play a big part in this, their current form?
Well, I think so. There's always that home ground advantage, and then you just feel comfortable, more acclimatized to the scenario, the situation, the locality, and just, yeah, maybe there will be an advantage. There always is, as here comes Hamid, and he's bowled it, and it's been sloshed away to the deep cover boundary. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one man, this youngster who's bowling here, Jawad Singh, is one to watch out for. He's a very, very talented young player. And also, look, it's nice to see spin being used for the first time and using spin in the power play. What do you think of that?
I think it's always got its benefits and it has its disadvantages, right? But if you get it right, you get it right, and you've got a few wickets in the bag. But if you get it wrong, it can go very wrong. Yeah,
the first one maybe just a bit over-pitched outside the off. But to the way, it was a nice shot from Sharif.
Here we go, he's in again, and they've literally dabbed that into the offside. A quick single. Good cricket here. Good cricket, a 4 and a single. Just keep it ticking.
Yeah, but you got to be annoyed, haven't you? If you're a bowler and you got that many shirts, count them up, the blue jerseys on the offside, and they still take a single like that, you're going to be a bit annoyed.
You'll be very annoyed. There shouldn't really be a single there, given the size of the actual pitch in general, right? But they're quite laid off. They're quite hanging back, the fielders here. So here comes Singh. He's bowled, and this one is looking to cut it, which has gone straight through to the keeper. Playing a miss here by Zain.
Yeah, the captain and wicket keeper, Irfan Sheikh, making the stop.
Got Singh in again, and this one's been hooked over extra cover. It's going to make its way back down to the boundary, and it's another 4 runs here for the Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk for me. If you've got a spinner bowling in the power play when you only can get 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, things like this are going to happen. I mean, look, once you're outside the power play, you've got a man out there. That's a catch. So it's a gamble which, okay, can play off. They're hoping that the spin, keeping the pace of the ball, will do the job.
But you've got to bowl the right length.
Got to bowl the
You've
right
got to
length.
bowl the right length. Too full like that one, and it's going to go. And they've just decided that they're going to treat that sort of bowling and sticking a man out there on the boundary. As here comes Singh in again, and this one's just been left outside the off stump. It's just turned a bit, this one, actually.
Yeah, look, he's a talented player. I mean, he does get the wrong one in as well. He gets a bit of flight. For me, at the moment, maybe just putting it through a little bit quicker. But look, if the balls are going on at the over, it can finish well. It'd be a good over.
Oh, this one's just been dragged down a bit. It's been tossed up, down, and is it going to be caught? No, it's dropped on the boundary on the offside. Satwinder Ram, I think, is the man. He's just dropped it.
Well, Satwinder Ram, not only did he drops it, it's a horrible throw. And thankfully, there was awareness from the man doing the backing up there, because that, well, it could have been a lot of overthrows. But yeah, you've got to take these.
Wasn't great cricket. It was a drag down. It was the dropped catch, which should have been a sitter, and then it was a terrible throw back.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got to take those. Joe Hart, he'll be very unhappy that he's not picked up a wicket there. 11 come off that over of fees. The score moves on to 28 without loss. 2 overs down.
That could have taken a wicket. Like they say, sometimes the bad deliveries get wickets in cricket, and that one was definitely a chance.
Yeah, chance that goes back. You have a quick look at the standings there so far. So you can see that early on, the first 2 matches this morning in the Super Series, well, there was mixed fortunes for both sides. Both won 1 and lost 1. And you've got to say that the Cricket Stars, they did wake up in that second match. They were quite dominant. And, well, this one really could be very much the same. It could be that the spoils are shared by both teams. Let's see what happens here. It's the last over in the power play.
And we've got a bit of Jasdeep Singh here. In he comes.
Well,
He's coming. It's a short delivery, and it's just, no, it's not going to be wided. It's not going to be wided. Just have a look at that, height-wise.
well, I mean, that is very close to being a... I suppose the umpires will say that maybe he's just tuck it, but I think if he's in his crease, in his upright standing position, that for me is it's close call. That should be in a wide, I think. That's over his head. Gets away with it.
It's going to be a better delivery, and it is this one. More fuller pitch, and it's just a play and a miss here by Sharif.
Yeah, that's a better ball from Jasdeep Singh. Didn't see Jasdeep in Milan. So he's somebody who's making his first appearance in this Italian summer in Rome. And, well, so far he's made a good start.
Yeah, it's made a proper good start. Let's see, hopefully he can contribute with a few wickets as well. It's just 2 balls in. Let's see what this third one holds. And this one's just been worked into the offside, just short of a fielder, and they've taken a single here. And, yep, just all that excitement. If it was hit a bit harder, it might have gone straight to the fielder, but it wasn't. So they've managed to just take a single there.
Yeah, they take a single once again. I'm going to say the same thing I did in the last over. I think there can't be a single there. You've got enough bodies in there. You can afford, because you've got a sweeper out there, you can afford to have one man just in slightly, and that's Arslan Sabir. I would have him in at least a couple of meters just to stop that single.
Yeah, just to put that pressure there, just to make them think that actually, no, this could be a risk. This could be a dangerous decision. And I feel like there's a bit of a delay going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the man at the non-strikers end there. It looks like he's taken his gloves off. He may be having he's asked to have a bit of treatment here. So let's see what's going on here. But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Alu Parontas there. So come on. So tell me, again, what are your favourites, Nikki?
Oh, food-wise?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say aloo parothe,
Yeah.
gobi parothe.
Yeah.
I love butter chicken, biryani. Just even like simple stuff like dal chawal, tandoori chicken.
Well, look, tell us what are your favorites. I've got to say, I do like the mix with the aloo and muli. Aloo and muli parathas.
I like aloo. I'm not a huge fan of muli. Like it's not. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of muli, but like aloo parotha, like I love it.
With butter and yogurt, or just
both? You
both?
gotta have
Yeah,
both.
you
You
gotta
got a
ha- you
good
gotta
chunk
do
of
it.
butter on top that
gotta
just
do
like
it.
melts.
Yeah.
And then you got to have the dahi on the side, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see which one of these players out here have had their aloo parathas or any type of parathas this morning, because I always say, when somebody performs well, they've had the aloo parathas. And maybe Singh, who's bowling here, has had a couple. He started pretty well, hasn't he? He's caused a few problems. I think what we haven't seen at the moment on this track, we haven't seen an out-and-out quickie that uses the wicket to their advantage. I mean, it's got a lot of bounce on this track, but we haven't really seen a bowler use that to their advantage as yet.
Yeah. Here comes Singh again, and this one's down the leg side. It's a wide. Like I said earlier, really got to keep tight with these extras. They can't afford to give these runs away. Every run counts.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I know that captain, who's behind the stumps here, Sheikh, he won't be happy to see that. He'll be wanting these bowlers to bowl at the field. All right, he gets away with it. It's just the wide. Can he get his radar back online?
Here he is, and this one's lodged over. That's going to be a big bish bash bosh. It's a 6.
6 carreras, Ginna Sona, que grande! And that's what you're talking about. And this is just timing. He's not trying to hit this too hard. It's a beautiful shot. Gets himself in a position. I like the way he holds the pose and he says, "Shakka maar ditta, meri photo vi khich do."
Like a stand and deliver shot, that one was. Clear definition of stand and deliver. You go fetch that.
Well, Naqvi, this is what he does. Look, just look at that. Nikki, without even sort of breaking sweat, 27 of 10 balls. That's what he can do. That's why he's so dangerous.
He's going to be dangerous. They're going to really have to contain him and bowl some good lengths and lines to him. Hopefully Singh does the same, and this one's gone, and it's another bish bash bosh. That is what a back-to-back.
Well, this is a lovely shot, and this is Asim Ali. Well, he's not taking guard out in the middle. Well, he's taking guard out there where his teammates are. Well, look at this. It comes out the middle of the bat, and how about this for a defensive shot as well? Look, there you go. Forward defence. Nicely played. Well done, liking that. Shakka lag gaya, says more.
Oh, it's going to be an expensive over from Singh. Come on. And this one's just driven down the ground to mid-on. And they've literally scampered a single here, and oh, that's a bit like calm after those two back-to-back big bish bash bushes.
Yeah, it's a better delivery though, wasn't it, for Singh?
Much
It was
better.
fuller. Naqvi, he gets bat onto it. They take the Singh. A good throw from the fielder, direct hit, but the batter was easily in. And that is the end of the power play. 43. You've got to say that's a good power play, and they should go on from here, really. You're looking at 110, 120.
Yes, definitely. They've made a good base for themselves to work on here, so there's no going back. I can definitely see a score of roughly 110, 120, and it would put them in good stead, wouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly would. And you saw the man there who was doing the defending. Well, he's not even gone into bat. That was Asim Ali. Now, he played for Albana in 2021, so it'll be interesting now playing, of course, for Fresh Tropical. He's probably will come in at number 3, and he's another one like Naqvi, just comes in and hits big for fun.
Here we go. It's this one. Where is it going? And it's another bish bash bosh over the covers.
Just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? I mean,
So
look.
easy. And it's a really hard shot to play against leg spin.
Yeah.
The ball's going away from you. He's bowling at a decent pace. It's slightly bouncy out there. It's just...
It's a lovely shot. Look, he makes it look
already
easy.
on 40.
Yeah, he's racing away. I told you, look out for him.
And it's in again, and it's going to be another one.
Oh.
He's definitely had his aloo
I
paratha
tell you
for
what,
breakfast.
he's had his aloo paranthas, and well, he's had dessert as well, because he's timing it sweet like a box of jalebis. That is 6 more. That is big.
Oh, I do love some jalebis.
Oh, I love some jalebis as well. Well, how can you do it? Aloo paranthas and jalebis all on the same meal. Well, that is a lovely shot. That was a Bizway supersonic hit.
And given that you've got a restaurant, I'm going to come down to Alicante just to eat some food. Anyway, in again, and this one, oh, slightly drawn back. It's gone up in the air. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he's caught. That is the end of Naqvi. He's gone up for 46.
Yeah.
What a brilliant 46 that has been as well.
Yeah, so we're taking the catch there. Well done. And, well, Jodwar, things haven't gone to plan for the spin bowler, but he does get the wicket. It's not the best of deliveries, but Nakvi, I think he's seen it short. His eyes have lit up. He's wanted to smash this a long way, but he gets the top edge of the bat and a comfortable catch taken. So Jorrad Singh takes the first wicket, breaks the partnership.
They're going to be glad about this. They're going to be super glad that they've broken this partnership. Otherwise, they probably looked like it was going to be a long, long day ahead of them.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you said it. What a knock. Just 15 deliveries, 46. That's what Nakvi can do. And, you know, to be honest, that's one thing that in Milan, Fresh Tropical didn't do. Their batting didn't really click. It was all down to the bowling. So having somebody like Nakvi scoring runs quickly there. Now, look, you've got someone like Asim Ali who's coming in. He can do the same thing. He's very destructive. But he hits the ball really straight. I think if you pitch up to Asim, if I remember correctly, he's going to dispatch it. So watch out. It's coming our way.
Let's have a look. And this one slightly back of a length. It's just cut to point. They're looking for a one, but they've gone back. He's turned him away. So no run here.
Asim Ali, like I said, he did play for Albano in 2021. So he's somebody that Albano would like to see the back of pretty quickly.
See, I like his sun hat, by the way. And he's in, and he's giving it straight to the... Oh, and he's dropped that long off.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Goodness.
And, well, that is Jasdeep Singh putting that down. That is going to be costly. Ali could have gone for a duck, but he survived. It was hit hard, but you got to take these, Nikki.
You got to take these, like we've been talking about. You can't let these opportunities fly by. Everything's very important, especially after the start they've had. And this one's in, and he's... Where's it gone? It's gone down to mid-wicket. No run, though. Just inside edged it. Did not go anywhere near where he wanted to go, and that's the end of his over. Singh's over.
Yeah, Joel White. It's not... I mean, look, he's bowled his 2 overs now. 24, and he's picked up that 1 wicket, so don't forget that. I mean, that's an important one to get Nakvi out. Took a gamble, I think, bowling him in the power play. But the thing is now, with him bowled out, who do you go to? It looks like going to Jasdeep, who was the guilty man who dropped that catch. Can he make amends? Because, well, at the moment, Asim, he was on 0. He's only just got 1 to his name. He would love to get him out and take a big, deep sigh of relief, really.
Yes, definitely. They'd like to get 2-3 wickets here, I think. Otherwise, it's going to, I think the game's just going to go a little bit ahead of them. So let's see what goes on here. We've got Jasdeep Singh is coming in. Is he going to bowl a better delivery this time? This one is not. He's done exactly the opposite. It's been punished and it's gone for 6. There's a bit of bish bash bosh is back again at the beginning of his 2nd over.
Cracking shot. Rocks bat, and he cuts this up in the air. You know there's nobody out there. What a terrific shot that is. That is powerful. That is 6 runs.
Is he wearing sunglasses?
Well, yeah, it all happens. Don't worry. I mean, as well as the foot fielding, sunglasses are a must.
A bit of fashion going on as well. And this one's gone up. And is it going to go again? Yes, it is. It's another 6.
Oh, that is big. Volley, volley, volley. Brrr. And, well, this fresh tropical storm is hitting Rome, and it's hitting big.
It is a hard storm.
Well, this is what you expect from these guys. They don't hold back. When they click, they are dangerous. They are awesome. And everybody knows about their power. Well, they've got one of the best names in cricket, Fresh Tropical. And when they turn it on, they certainly turn on the style.
They are going hard like thunder right now. And let's hope Jasdeep Singh can have a little breakthrough for the sake of his team. And this one's gone over, and it's going to be caught. And he's caught it long off.
Yeah, I mean,
I told you I jinx things.
You jinx things. Jorrad Singh, he's having none of it. And that's the same place that he had a catch dropped by Jasdeep. But he says to Jasdeep, look, you may have dropped mine, but no hard feelings. I've taken yours. This boy does not drop catches. I'll tell you that now.
Say, I got your brack, brother.
Yeah, look, nice catch, well taken. He's got a good awareness of where the boundary rope is. So, well, I suppose Jasdeep, he does make amends, doesn't he? He did drop him on 0, but he does get his wicket thanks to the catching abilities of Jorrad Singh.
So I said they could do with a couple of wickets, and look what happened. So I better keep my mouth shut, really. Like, look. Yeah.
So unlucky 13 for Asim Ali. As he goes.
Do you believe in unlucky numbers?
Sort of. I'm very superstitious.
Are you?
Yeah.
Here we go. This is a better delivery. It's inside edge, and it's going to make its way down to the boundary for 4 runs. That was an easy way to get off the mark here. Nice little way to come in inside edge and just get off the mark and ease that pressure. Yeah, there's a lot on their shoulders now, having to make this big total that they're the openers have put them up for. So
Yeah, I mean, the runs will keep flowing. I mean, that's the way that these guys, they play. It doesn't matter what the situation is. They could be 3 wickets down for 2 runs. They will play the same way. But at the moment, things are working in their favour.
this one's in. It's been clipped away, and again it's making its way down to the boundary. Another 4 runs, back-to-back 4s for Jamil.
Well, this is a lovely shot, isn't it? This is just pure class. It's timing. The ball is drifting down the leg side. He gets himself into position early, doesn't he? And Hassan Jamil plays a lovely shot. 4 more to him.
Rico, I was meaning to ask, have you got any more questions coming in?
Any more questions coming in? I'll be watching the cricket. It's all happening out there.
So much is going on.
I'm going to take a look. You take over for a minute, and I'm going to glance in at
Okay, we got
the
this
screen.
one, and is it going to make its way back down to the boundary? It's been flicked away by Jamil. No, they're going to come back for 2. Well fielded by... I can't see that shirt number. I'm too blind. Way too blind.
Well, look, there's a lot of chat going on, and Chris Smith's been in there. He's still liking the food chat as well.
Anmol
We've got
Gill
Keanu
fielded
as
that
well.
one. Just saved it off from the boundary.
And, yeah, good stop. So it's time for the guys to take a bit of a break, and well, we can do. Well, why don't we do some more food, more food chat? First of all, thank you to everybody that's on the chat, and keep it coming. Keep the questions coming as well. I will promise to keep an eye on them.
What's your go-to meal? Like, if you're playing cricket or you're playing a sport, what's your like pre-match meal? Like,
Yeah. Now you and so okay. Well, me, I mean, you played cricket in England. The one thing I loved about cricket in England is the tees, right? Because when you're playing all-day cricket, you have the tees. But I mean, me being a bowler, I was a bowler. I always wanted to field first.
yeah, I
Field
can
first,
understand that.
because then you can have a really big tee because you don't have to run, and then I could sit back and let the batters do their job, and I can, you know, what about you? What's your preference?
Obviously, going out, if you're batting second and obviously being a batsman, you can't eat at tea because you've got the nerves and you just
Yeah.
don't want to feel heavy and you go out. So always pretend you'd prefer to bat first, and then obviously it's a nice spread. But sometimes like weather like this, it's too hot as well.
Yeah.
Like having a tea and this, you just want cold water, cold drinks just to flush it through you. So
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I can tell you one thing, and of course, I mean, everybody's spoiled at the moment with cricket in Europe. I mean, not only have we got this Super Series, 4 matches today, that we also got the Night Series as well. Remember, we saw the Golden Ball there yesterday, but we were talking about tees in Portugal at that Miranda da Curva ground. I mean, they do fantastic tees. I mean, I know they're not tees at the moment because they're playing the night matches, but I mean, I was there last year, and the ladies like Nina and Catherine, well, they spoil you after the match
Oh,
with
really?
the food. And it's proper teas, eh? You get the proper lunches.
what's a proper tea? Go on,
The
explain.
proper
Give
tea
us a
is the proper sarnies, properly filled. So door wedges, you know, door wedges, proper thick bread, filled so you can hardly get them into your mouth. And then you got the cakes afterwards. Got to have the cream cakes.
yeah, cakes are good.
Yeah, they certainly look after you in Portugal. Hello, everyone that's listening in from Portugal. And I know you made a fantastic start there. And, well, you beat us to the Golden Ball as well, so well done. Well, look, what about this? What do you think of the shirt number here?
We've got PinCode Kumar coming in.
Yes,
His
certainly have.
PinCode in shirt. In he comes. Good delivery, actually. Does on the off stump. It's been swashed across the line down to long on. They've taken a single here. But talking about cakes, actually, yes, I'm in Italy, but I'm not here for the cakes. I'm here for the tiramisu.
The tiramisu, okay, tiramisu.
Tiramisu,
Yeah,
I am obsessed with tiramisu. Like, there was a point during lockdown, I think I was making tiramisu like every week and giving it to people just so I could like just have that odd spoon. I'd go to the fridge and take a spoon and just eat it. And there's a short delivery, and where's it gone? It's gonna be a big bash, bish bash bosh. It's been pulled away by Jamil.
Well, I can tell you what, if you bowl short to this man, he is going to punish you. And look, he has so much time to play that shot, and I love the way. I mean, one thing about batting, it's balance, isn't it, and timing. And the balance there was perfect. His head was beautifully still, and he crunches that away for 6 more.
Yes, it's lovely looking shot, and you just can't bowl those lengths. You can't bowl that short here. You just can't afford to.
Takuma, well, he's got a key in the right number to get that radar right. Let's see if he does here. Better!
And it's bowled! He's going to be very, very, very chuffed with himself. PinCode Kumar or Parveen Kumar, whatever he prefers. But that is the end of Jamil. He's heading off for 16. A very well-worked 16, just off 4 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the pin code strikes. He gets the right number keyed in. And now, well, he's got lovely on the back of his shirt. This was lovely jubbly. Off stump, out of the ground.
And he's reached his destination. And that destination is sending Jamil back home. Ta-ta, bye-bye.
Yeah, he's got to go. But like you said, I mean, doesn't mess around, does he? I mean, there's a quick fire, 16. He's out of the 5th delivery. That's exactly what they wanted. 2 4s and 1 big 6 in that innings. Remember, you still have got Amir Sharif out there. He just on 8. He's 8 of 8. So he's like just keeping things together. I think his plan is, he knows that the hitters are coming out. He's just going to keep feeding them to strike.
Yeah, by the looks of it, that's what it's going to be. So if you get a few more breakthroughs here, and I'm not going to say it again because otherwise I'm pretty sure Albano are going to, Fresh Tropical are going to come at me.
You can't. I mean, you got to be biased here. You can't be picking a side, otherwise they'll be onto you. You know, Nikki, they'll be onto you.
I'm not picking a side here.
Yeah,
I just realised I'm digging myself a hole, so I'm just going to hope that Butterbean starts this ball. Come on, Butterbean, come bowl. Save me here. Thank goodness. Here he comes. He bowls to the new batsman. It's a short delivery, and that's definitely going to be wided.
Yeah, this is definitely wide. This is wide because it's gone over the head height of the batter. Just have a look at this. I mean, how high does this go? This is a ping pong shot.
It's like, I got no business with the batsman here.
So, a few people liking that ball. Chris Smith saying what a ball that was. It was a good one. That was the one that took the wicket.
This is a better delivery. It's a fuller one. It is a swing and a miss from Abbas here. Sikandar Abbas is the new man at the crease. And I'm loving these sun hats, by the way. Like, I think I need to get myself one.
Yeah, Sikandar Abbas. Remember, we talked about him earlier. He was the man that scored that most important 27 of 16 in the final against Albano. And it was thanks to that they got to 88. But, yeah, he's coming down a little bit lower than he did in Milan. He's a useful batter, though.
He's in again, and this one's a wide delivery outside the off stump. I'm surprised it hasn't.
I think it moved afterwards. I mean, we'll see it again. I think it's probably okay. This look, it goes through.
Just
and
about.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those.
It's a tough one.
It's one of those, isn't it? Umpire's call. The umpire deciding here that it doesn't quite catch the line. Maybe one that he gets away with.
Generous umpiring here going on, I feel.
They're normally very consistent, I have to say. Our men in black. Very good, but that one maybe just escapes them.
Our men in black must be roasting like a tandoori chicken, honestly, though. And here's another one. It's a play, and oh, he's nicked off.
He's got him. Caught behind. Good catch there from Ifran Shaheed. The captain takes the catch and the pin code. Well, he puts in the right combination again, and he gets another. I like to see the batter go straight away.
He's gone. He's off. Try to do something funky with his hands, and it's ended up not having any output apart from sending him back to the dressing room. Just go sit in the shade.
Go sit in the shade? Well, that might be a good idea.
Drink some pani pillow and go sit in the shade.
Yeah, but I think he would have preferred to get just a few more runs on the board, but it was not to be. It was well bowled. I mean, it's caused, I think what it is there, he's caused a few issues, hasn't he? He's pitching the ball up, but he's shown he's not afraid to bang it in short as well. I said that you will get something out of this wicket if you put something in. And certainly there, you see that the bowler, and Pavan Kumar, was certainly putting something in. 86 on the board, 6 overs scored. So come on, where do you think they can get to from here? What do you think they'll be looking at?
86, I'm going to say around 115-ish, just because we've lost 4 and...
115, really? Okay, I think if they get to 115, the team that will be happy about it will certainly be Albano.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It's my first time seeing Fresh Tropical, so if they're going to crack now, you don't know, the low order coming in, they might just try to go too hard too soon. They still got 4 overs left, so they've been going at 14 and over roughly. They're going to have to try and keep that up. Here comes Monulal in, and this one's a big hoik to cross the line, and is it going to make it? And yes, it's a big one. It's a big bish, bash, bosh.
Well, it went in the air a long way. You can see fielders, 2 of them were sort of getting lined up to take the catch. But I reckon this one maybe a little bit assisted by the wind here, Nikki, just taking it over them.
It was up there for years. It'll be 2023 by the time it came down. Lal in with this one, and again hoik to cross, and where is this one going? Is it a repeat? Yes, it is.
Well, this one is bigger than the last. That is bashed out of here. And I think he's got to pitch it up. He's bowling too short. He knows it. As soon as he's bowled this, he knows it's going to be dispatched. That's a big hit.
That was a get out of here kind of ball. Get out of here. Don't bowl that to me.
Well, what a start this is now. So a new batter comes in and decides, right, I'm going to take charge of the situation. Don't worry about it. But Amir Sharif at the moment is saying, right, it's time for me to get going.
This was a better length, but it's been caught. He's deserved that. Better length and a victory for Monulal here.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit this pretty well, hasn't he? He's timed it well, but he's gone straight into the fielder. And I think that's his second catch he's taken, so he's shown that he's got very safe hands indeed. Arslan Sabir, well done. I mean, look, this is timed beautifully. Sweet out the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder, takes a good catch.
Beautifully timed, and the Enigma has done it for his team. How good. He must feel chuffed after those two back-to-back sixes. He must be thinking, oh, crikey, there could be a long, long over here.
Yeah, look, I think Danny Hudachat will be happy. Hello, Danny, if you're watching. I know Danny is a big fan of the Enigma, and it's the Enigma that strikes. So, look, they are scoring briskly, it has to be said, but wickets are also starting to fall. But, yeah, I mean,
I told you so.
I mean, you said 115. I think Fresh Tropical, they will be disappointed if they don't get to the 125 mark. But, like you said, once wickets fall, they can start to fall at, pretty quickly. And Monulal, even though you bowled the first few short, as soon as you pitch up, there you go, you get a wicket. See, you got to pitch up.
Exactly, and they're going to go tumbling down if they don't. And this one, just a play and a miss. That was a much better delivery here, much better length. So if you're bowling anything short, it's just going the distance. It's not deserving a defence. It is going out the park. So
yeah, New Batter just trying to make some room for himself to try and sort of cut that away, or late cut really, but misses out on it. Amjad.
Let's see, come on, is he going to strike lucky again here? The Enigma. And this one should have been worked across down through point on the back for very smart cricket here. They've got themselves a single. They're looking for two, but decided against it. Can't afford to lose any more silly wickets here.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think two was probably on there. One batter was certainly up for it. Amjad wanted to go back, but he's... Hanamoon says, no, you stay there, let me have a go. So let's see, he'll be disappointed if he gets out here now, because really, technically, I think they should have taken it too.
We've got Monulal coming into Shoaib Ahmed, who's hit this one. Where has it gone? It's gone out the park.
Well, that is big, and I know that Corey was getting excited, thinking that that ambulance was going to get hit at some point. Well, this wasn't far off from it at all. This is a big hit. That is a bizaway. Supersonic 6. Que grande, que guay, bel colpo.
I'm guessing that's Spanish?
Italian.
Italian.
But actually mixed bit of everything. That's me.
So what
I'm a
languages
mixed
can
bag.
you speak?
KY is Spanish. Bel colpo is Italian. That's a good hit. And, well, we might as well throw a bit of Portuguese in there as well, because this is what's happening in Portugal tonight. The Coimbra Knights are taking on the Gamblers SC. Well, Gamblers, it's a new team. Let's see how they get on here. So match number 11 and 12. And remember, stay tuned, because last night in Portugal, not only did we have the golden ball, we also had a hat-trick as well. So it was all happening in Portugal. And I must say, the ground there, Miranda de Corbo, is looking absolutely immaculate.
Looking so good. I want to take a flight to Portugal tonight. I want a golden ball going on here. And here we go. This one's just been worked away for a 1 again. And that was a nice little retraction in the over. It's been a good little retraction.
It's a Kumar. He comes back onto bowl. He's second. He had a successful last over. He went for a few, didn't he? But he did pick up that wicket, and he'll be trying to do the same. Can he get that code right again? Picked up 2 wickets, in fact, in his last over.
FanCode Kumar back into the attack. Come on, Parveen, what have you got? And it's a short delivery. It's gone up top edge. Got attempted pull. Is it going to get caught? It's dropped.
Wow.
Oh.
This is, look, it's a really good effort. They're the hardest catches to take. He's just bowled. He's had to turn around. He's got his skates on. He's done the hard work, though, hasn't he?
He did all the hard work. So he must be gutted. He even covered the distance. It was in his hands. It just wasn't balanced enough.
Yeah, look, you see, he went so far. Even the camera couldn't keep him in. But there you go. He does the hard work. And once again, it just in the hands and straight out. Could have gone to the fielder, actually. So he gets a bit lucky. So 107.
Can't make up for it, Parveen. And this one's just a play and a miss.
Yeah.
I'll be happy with the dot balls here. Anything that's a dot is a good.
Yeah, he just...
A dot ball's a good one.
Yeah, I thought he, for a moment, maybe pulled a muscle or something, because he stopped very quickly once he bowled and started shaking his leg, but then realised just his lace that needed to be undone. So dot ball, yeah, dot ball. Look, we always say in this format, Nikki, dot balls are gold dust.
They are gold
You know,
dust.
short format of the game, every time you get a dot ball, it's a bit of gold dust.
Just want to bowl the ball and get out the over. Like, that, done my job. I've contained the runs. Now you try and hit me. I'm sure Amjad is thinking the same. Got to hit them, and he's been bold, has he? Yes, he's been bold. A very nothing shot, to say the least, though. Just a bit of a... Yeah, it's a bit of a shot.
Yeah, he moved, he backed away, didn't he? Backs away, and the ball was well bowled, well pitched up. I'm not sure if he makes any contact with the bat as well, whether he plays it on, but it sort of hits the outside of the off stump and takes his 3rd wicket. So well done to Monu Lal. Yeah, you see, look, it's just the head was nowhere. Head was in the air, and the ball probably doesn't come up as much as he was probably expecting. I don't think it was the slow ball, just played all around it.
Don't think it was either. I just think maybe he lost a bit of concentration there. It could have been that. Maybe the sun was just getting to him. It is getting up to peak sun o'clock, if that makes any sense. But you know what I mean. You know when the sun's like really sunny. It's like really
Let's just say it's hot. Let's just say it's getting really hot, because it is getting hot. But one man who doesn't seem to mind it is, well, the bowler, because the hotter it gets, Akuma, he's loving it. Let's see.
Loving it. Here he comes. He's bowled this one. It's been slashed by the new batsman. And he's looking for 2, but no, he's not going to get 2. Is he, Bilal Hamid?
Nah, that's the captain comes out now. He's a very intelligent player, good cricketer is Hamid. Has Chima on his back, can confuse a few people, but yeah, good cricketer, very good bowler, leads his team very well. A bit like old rookie, Rukhsar Ahmed, experienced players. And no doubt he's out there to battle and try and get his team into the ECL next year.
Is there a story about the name on the back of his shirt? Here he comes, this one. There's another dot ball. It's a good one from Parveen Kumar. Some dot balls here. And he's finished the over. He'll be very chuffed with himself.
He finished really well. Look, only 2 runs have come off that over. And, well, look at this. This is the big news. So, flick the switch to prime time, because it will be on the 9th. Yes, the European Cricket Championship that is starting on the 12th of September. Well, there are the match times now. So, 9:30, 11:30, 1:30, 5:30, 3:30 and 5:30. So that last match, we will have floodlights. It's getting bigger. It's getting better. We're going to have some fun in Kardama.
Wow, so there's 5 matches a day there. It's going to be a busy, busy day.
5 matches a day. There's no rest for the wicket, as they say. But look, Kardamania, I don't know if you watched any of the coverage from Kardama last year in the ECC or earlier this year, the ECL, but it is an absolute haven for cricket. It's a great ground, great facilities. And we see some fantastic cricket there as well. And remember, if you are in the area at all, come on down, because the fan zone would love to have your company. We have some fun in Kardama. Oh, this was a big hoik from Hamid, wasn't it? I mean, he's lucky still to be there.
Big hoik and no hoink with the stump bails. Oh, right. So what do you think? What total are we seeing here? We've got Monu Lal's coming in, bowled this, and he's bowled! This one's a big swing with a huge, huge, huge ding, and the bails are off. And that is the end of... It is the end of Who was it? I've lost my...
It's Hamid.
Hamid
is gone. Well, that's a bit of dynamite action there. And it was always on the cards, wasn't it? He was swinging blind. And you miss, I hit, said the bowler, and he does hit him. So, look, they're losing wickets quickly. And the boundaries have stopped here as well.
Told you.
It's 108. You said 115. You know, you're pretty close now here.
Pretty close.
I was saying that they really be disappointed if they don't get past the 120. I was thinking 125 mark. But look, that's what this game is all about. As we said, a couple of wickets. Because don't forget, not only are you getting a wicket, it's also a dot ball. So pressure now on these batters that are going out. They're wanting to hit big. They're wanting to hit boundaries. And, well, it's going to be Zahid Chima who comes out.
Chima's in, and what's he going to do? And he's going to play in a miss. He's going to play in a miss, and they're very, very, very chuffed with Monu Lal. Lots of shabash, shabash, shabash going on around the ground. Everyone understands the value of this dot ball.
Yeah, he seems fired up, doesn't he? Monu Lal, he's fired up. He's getting the ball in the right areas. 2 for 19. He's looking for a 3 for himself. Zahid Chima is looking to get hold of one. I mean, he's a big guy. He hits it, it will stay hit.
He'll keep going. He'll go all the way to the Coliseum. And this one, where is it going? It's a boundary. It's made its way just short of making it a big one.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a terrific effort in the field there.
It is.
Diving full stretch, but Ajay Kumar just couldn't get there. I think he realised that the catch wasn't on, so then trying to really smother it, he couldn't. 4 runs.
That kind of looked very like, I was a very brave dive, honestly. I think I would have been more worried about damaging my face. Like breaking my nose and getting the ball on my nose.
He's decided to try and take one for his team. Right, next ball.
And this one's gone up. Where is it going? Is it going to be caught? And he's caught. A lovely running in catch from long on.
Oh, what a great catch. That is
Pin code,
Kumar.
Kumar has found the correct pin code on the field, and he's ended up at the right coordinates, and he's taking that catch, and he's sending off. Who's he sending off? He is sending off Mr. Zaichima for a very, very short visit.
Yeah, it's another
to the
batter.
middle.
Another batter goes out there, swings the bat. At least he did get one boundary to his name before he departed. What a good catch that is. They're the hardest catches, aren't they? When you're coming forward, the ball is dipping on you, but he's kept his eye on it, kept his balance. I love the way he gets a little slide in to get underneath. It takes a very good catch. Well, I don't know about you, but whatever number he's keying in at the moment, it's doing him wonders. Good catch.
It's doing him wonders indeed. We've got Faisal Muhammad is at the crease. Let's hope he makes a bit of a contribution and you get closer to your score for the sake of the Fresh Tropicals. Your predicted score 125 at the moment, they're 112 for 8. We're around the 9th over. Here comes Manulal, and this one's just been played off for a single. A nice easy single.
Yeah, he takes a single, but it means that he's going to go back on strike because that's also the end of the over. So look, 113 that takes it to. So it's going to be around about this, well, sort of in between. Well, you'd be disappointed if it's not in between sort of 115 and 125 here. But you've got the new batter who's going to go back on strike again. And also the other thing is it's 8 wickets down, so you can't be taking too many chances. But it's very important over indeed. And Albano, well, they'll be trying to keep this score under that 120. I think if they do that, they'll be very happy and they believe that they're in with a chance because Fresh Tropical, well, don't forget, they were 78 for 2 of just 5 overs.
Yes, exactly. I think we've got a different bowler here. I haven't seen him bowl yet. Gurjeet Singh, number 26, with a bit of spin to end.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure about this. Let's see. I don't think he's a out-and-out spin. He's a... They've got to take the single here. Well, hesitantly, they do. It looks almost like Hamoon didn't want to get on strike. Well, he does.
You know why it looked like spinners? Because when he warmed up to mid-off and he was chucking the ball to Joravar Singh, it looked like he was just doing some off-spin to him. But clearly not, as in he strides, he bowls, better length, it's gone up, top edge, is he going to get caught? He's under it. Yes, it is a caught and bowled.
Oh, well done, caught and bowled.
Gurjeet Singh comes on and he strikes with a wicket. How good for him. The Albanos are going to be in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, I mean, again, this one doesn't quite come on to the bat as quick as the batter was expecting. And again, it's that action. I think what it is, if you look at his actual bowling action, the sort of shoulder comes over, doesn't it? That's why when we saw him warming up, it looked like he was going to be bowling some offies.
Yeah,
but
the shoulder comes over and he just kind of bowls with one arm. That left hand just drops very quickly. You know the left hand that they say is the steering wheel when you bowl? It just drops a bit and he comes over with just like one arm. But it doesn't matter what he does because he's been successful. They need one more wicket to end the innings here.
Yeah, quite a few people on the chat saying it's been a very good comeback by Albano. It certainly has. I mean, we just mentioned a moment ago, 78 for 2. Was it 5? Yes. Now 9 wickets down.
And 115 might work. I might have a right prediction as well. Let's see. This one's gone over, and is it going to be a boundary? Oh, what a piece of fielding.
That is fantastic. Oh, well, I tell you what, he has eaten some jalebis because he's got sticky fingers because this is what he needed to stop this. This is fantastic. How about this for a stop?
Get out of here. That's insane.
And does he release it in time? I think he does. Just there. Yeah, that's great. Superb. Well, I thought, well, for a moment, I was going to be smiling if that went to the boundary because that would have been over 150. Right, 115. Let's see if it's going to be... I'll tell you what, if it's 115, you're going to leave here and buy a lottery ticket.
What's happening here? What's happening here?
Oh, 115. Adios. Go buy that lottery ticket. I tell you what, if I told you I'm superstitious, you just go and buy a lottery ticket today. I'm telling you, Gil. 115 it will be. And they are all out with 2 balls to go. Well done, you.
Thank you. Dinner's on you then, Rico.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Well, I know. I heard you talking about pasta carbonara, so pasta carbonara it is. Well done. And look, I tell you what, that's really brave captaincy as well, isn't it? I mean, to give a bowler that hasn't bowled at all to bowl the last over, and it's paid up. 2 wickets there. And that is the end of that. And 115 it will be. Talk us through these highlights.
Oh, it's been great, hasn't it? And what's been great is my prediction. I predicted Fresh Tropical would end on 115, and they did. They got off to a really good start. Some back-to-back boundaries, some lovely looking shots, but clearly there was just no partnership there.
Yeah, but look, this is what we were talking about when we were watching early on. This is Fresh Tropical. This is the way they play. In fact, this is T10 cricket. It's about going out there, the bat versus ball. If you click, you click. If you don't, you don't. Well, Naqvi, he made a thunderous start, didn't he? 46 of 15. But then after that, Amir Sharif, he played a few good shots when he started seeing the ball well. He went for 20. But give credit to Albano. They just kept on picking up those wickets.
Yes, they did. And they were good. They had dropped some, but they got some in the end. And that's all that matters. They've kept them to a respectable total, which on this field, I think, with the way the ground is, the way the wicket is, I think is pretty achievable. As long as Albano really keep their head strong, I think it's going to be a good game. It's going to be a very, very good game. But again, I think it's the same thing. Albano, they've got a couple of batters that if they click early on and get runs quickly, it will be interesting. But one thing, and remember that we saw this in Milan, Fresh Tropical, they weren't scoring these sort of runs in Milan. They really weren't getting going, but they were able to contain teams. Well, that was Lovely. Lovely was in the mood to party. He was knocking the stumps over for fun, and he got some good help from Monulal as well, didn't he? He got some good help, some good working together, and he was clearly in the right pin code, wasn't he? Yeah, Kumar and Monulal were doing the damage. Came on to bowl early. I still think it was a bit of a gamble to go with Jawar early on, but in the end, that was a good catch because that was hit thunderously out the middle of the bat. Nicely held there. No problem. In fact, he took two really good catches, did Sabir. But they just, look, there were some that went down. There were difficult ones. But in general, they just kept up to the task. And every time, look, don't forget, when he started bowling, the first two balls were short and they were pumped out of the ground. Then he got his line right. And as soon as you're bowling and you're bowling at the stump, that's what I say to all the youngsters that are watching. Look, when you're bowling, that's what you want to be doing. Bowling at the stumps and jagade fatte. That's what it's all about. A brave effort there from the fielder. But that was the other nice thing I like to see about Albano. All of them, they played well as a team. They threw themselves around. They tried to stop the runs. They took the catches. That was a good catch taken there again by the pin code. It was a good performance. Great catches. Although, some of them also looked like some near-miss collisions, but we were safe. Some good catches, and I hope we see some more in the next innings. I think seeing good catches and some excellent bits of fielding just like that one with the sticky jalebi hands. Jalebi hands. I tell you what, Nikki, if it comes down to just being a few runs that to make the difference of this match, when you look back at that stop, that's going to be crucial. That's going to be crucial, indeed. Yeah, well, that's the ground. That's where we're at. This lovely ground here in Rome. That's where the Gladiators are doing battle in this Super Series. And this is the scorecard. Well, it was, good start there from Naqvi. I told you, watch out for Naqvi. He can go boom, boom very quick. He did. Got good support there from Amir Sharif. Remember, 78 came off the first 5 overs, but only 37 off the second 5. It was a bit of a collapse, wasn't it? Yeah, it was definitely a collapse. After Sharif, we're looking a bit like a mobile phone number here on the scorecard, aren't we? A bit of 0-7-2s, 1-4s, not too many contributions after the top 2 batsmen, really. Bit of a collapse. Let's hope we don't see the same again. But if we do, it's going to be a heck of a game. Yeah, Jeffrey Maguire, he's there. Hello, Jeffrey. He's saying good prediction to Nikki. Well, yeah, it was a fantastic prediction. Look, thank you, everybody, for your lovely comments. Dinner's on Rico. Yeah, I'm going to have to buy dinner. I come to Rome, and it's going to be it's going to be an expensive week, this one. Look, what about the bowlers? Who impressed you there? You know what? I just actually think Monulal actually impressed me, and Parveen Kumar. Yeah, look, those two. The figures show it as well. Absolutely. Look, just 35 runs both of them conceded. Yeah, Monulal, the first 3 deliveries. Remember, they were short, and he got pumped all over the place. And he came back. And look, he came back. 3 wickets for 24, 3 for 11 from Kumar as well. Outstanding performance from there. But also, it was a good all-round performance. I love their effort and the determination in the field as well. So, what do you reckon? 115, you predicted it, 115 on the board. Obviously, you haven't had a chance to see these teams, but it's all about the power play, the first 3 overs. I was going to say, I think it depends about the power play and if they lose any wickets in the power play. If they have a good power play, I think we're in for a good game, and we're going to see that in a bit, aren't we? I think we certainly are. I think these two teams, I said it right at the beginning that we saw the first 2 matches today where the evens were shared, if you like, one apiece, and I think this one could be exactly the same. That's what
That's what was going to be so good about this series here, this Super Series. The teams are so evenly poised together. Fresh Tropical, 115 on the board. They got the runs on the board. Look, they'd be disappointed, though, that they didn't bat the full quota of the innings. I know it's only 2 balls, but 2 balls could be 12 runs, so they'd be disappointed about that. They'd be disappointed they didn't get to 120, but take nothing away from Albano. I think they fielded really well. They've got to go out there and get 116. They've got 10 overs to do it in, and I think, well, we think that it's all to do with the power play. They need to have a very similar power play. The power play from the Fresh Tropical was 43 runs in the first 3 overs. And I think if Albano can do the same, well, this is going to be very much game on. Well, we're going to be back in about 10 minutes' time. So join us, me, Rika Full, and Nikki C, when we come back for the conclusion of match 3 here in Rome.
Let's see if my predictions are right, eh? are back. It is match 3 at the Roma Cricket Ground, and we've got Fresh Tropical taking on Albano. Fresh Tropical put on a score of 115, and Albano are currently at the crease. Let's see if they can chase it. I'm joined with Rico. Hello. Your mic might want to be on, Rico.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I was just having, I wasn't eating any early Brontas, but I wish they're coming soon. Getting a bit peckish now, all that food thought. Well, this is going to be a very interesting run chase for me. I think Albano, they did good work in the last part of that innings, the last 5 overs. Already given away just 37 runs and taking those wickets, so they restricted a very strong Fresh Tropical team to under 120. Here we go, here's the reply.
Here we go, Bilal Hamid is in, and they've gone up, and it's a wicket, first ball of their innings.
Well, what a start this is. Well, this is full, it is straight, he's going across the line, and well, let's see it again, but I reckon this is plumb.
What did I just say to you before we went live on air?
Yeah, that's... I mean, the umpire takes his time, doesn't he? And then you see, yeah, he's saying, you got to go, there's nothing I can say to give me any doubt, and he's gone.
On that side vision, look at that. He just looks like he twisted his ankle on his front foot. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, he's...
Not a comfortable position to get in, and it's not a comfortable position to leave the ground in without making any contribution whatsoever.
Well, wicket, very first ball, and Bilal Hamid, the captain, well, he knows what he needs to do. He needs to strike, and he does. He gets the wicket first up. That's a big one to get.
And we've got new batsman. Number 10, Joravar Singh, is at the crease. He's got a lot of digging to do, and he's got to bring his team back. 0 for 1 currently, Albano.
Well, the battle of the two captains only lasted 1 ball. Bilal Hamid getting Ifran Sheikh the very first delivery.
We've got number 10 against number 10. It's been worked into deep mid-wicket for a single. Getting off the strike, he must be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, he certainly will do. Joravar Singh, he's probably in a lot earlier than he expected to be, the young talented player.
Yeah, he probably was not expecting. He probably think I can have some bunny, just chill a bit before I've got to go do my job. But no, wasn't happening. Hamid was in to the attack, up and early, and got that breakthrough. Let's see what he does next with this one. Bowls, and it's just been played to mid-off. Taken off the knee, no run. Fielded there by Amir Sharif.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit slow backing up there. Joravar Singh for me, the non-striker. I think as soon as this hit, I think if he needs to call this, I think you've got to take those singles.
Yeah, I can't say no to those, can you? Here he comes, Bowles, and this one's just been flayed away down to third man. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, hay poquito de suerte ahí. 4 carreras. You got to take the odd chance. He swings hard at this, does Monulal, and it gets a thick outside edge. Goes for 4 runs there at the third man area.
Hamid is not happy with that. He's a bit of frustration shown as he walked back to his run-up.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of that. I mean, look, what would you do? Third man up or in the circle?
At the moment, it's power play, so you still don't want to leak too many runs, so I'd keep the third man back.
Yeah.
If they're going to slash at it, it's going to go.
Yeah, he's being moved back here now, so the man that was sweeping on the offside comes in.
Here we go, and this one's gone up. Is it going to be caught? We've got 2 of them going under it, and it's taken! There's 2 wickets in the first over!
Well, how about this for a catch? I can see there's going to be a collision here. The wicketkeeper now is just adjusting his eyesight. Well, that was Shazad Hamyuan. What a good catch this is in the yellow. Does he take this one-handed? Have a look.
No, it's both-handed.
Yeah.
But they were going to have a collision. He saved himself there. He's really saved himself, Shazad Hamyuan.
I reckon that the fielder there, Shahub Amjad, is very thankful that the keeper's taken this, because if he doesn't, I think this is hitting him right in the head. And, the keeper afterwards is wiping his eyes. And, well,
probably can't see.
The sun is very hot, but you're absolutely right. 2 wickets in the first over with the ball to go. What a start.
I don't want to jinx what I asked you before we went on air. I was like, have you ever seen this situation when...
Well, these wickets have got... Look, it does happen, but look, I still think there's plenty of depth in the batting here. But they've just got to calm down a little bit. But the captain, Bilal Hamid, what a start he's made. You asked me the question earlier about the Chima, if it signifies anything. I think it's just a nickname. I really do. Maybe he's a supporter of Zahid Chima.
Maybe. Do you have a nickname?
Me? A nickname? I have a load of nicknames. I don't think I can say any of them on here.
This one's a wide delivery.
Ooh, I'm a little surprised at this one, to be honest. I just see this again. I thought this was okay. Was that the bowler in me? That's not a wide, surely. Well, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sanders, you can tell he's a batter. That's not. What do you reckon? Wide or not?
I think that's pretty wide.
Come on. Now you're ganging up on me. Just gotta go to buy you dinner.
Well, you've got no choice now, and this one's just up in the block hole. Been played and taking a single here. Yeah, you've got no choice.
I got no choice. I know I've been done. I've been snookered.
I'm going to have to go on Google Maps and find a place now that I want to visit.
Well, you Rav, he's saying Fresh Tropical, the best chance of a win here. Well, let's see. And, well, Helix agrees. And, well, Shrug is saying Rico's nickname is Legend. But Shrug, thank you very much. Well, we're just having a look at the matches without golden ball. Look, a few days ago, there were lots of zeros after that. In fact, it went to 400, but now, thanks to Portugal, I don't know, Charlie Hunt was there. And saw the golden ball on the team. Maxi as well, and Shub, he's out there as well. And Tyrone. So, guys, keep up the good work in Portugal.
We've got Zaychima coming in to bowl, and he's bowled this one, and it's gone bowled, is it? They've gone up for a
yeah,
goal, and
he's got him. Zahir Chima, as Mr. Maximo calls him. He does the goods, and I'm telling you, this opening attack off the captain Hamid and Chima, well, it's going to cause you problems. And here again, I mean, it's not a bad shot. He just doesn't get the power into it. Goes down on one knee, does Arslan Sabir, but only defined Chima. He's up to the task. A really good catch. It was really a comfortable height for him, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, comfortable height. He's just been very chuffed with that. Coming in, first ball, you're over, and boom! 7 for 3, Albano. They're in a bit of a pickle here. They've got a long, long way to go.
Wickets are falling like some of the flies around us here at the moment. And, well, Zahid Chima comes into the attack and takes a wicket. How about that? And at the moment, they are in tatters, Albano. And remember, they were very disappointed to lose that final in Milan to this very team, Fresh Tropical, chasing 88. They only managed 78 all out.
And this one's a play and a miss. They're going to need to eat a lot of parotes here to get them back up and get that energy in.
Yeah, I mean, that was not a good shot. You have to say, I don't know what ball he's seeing here. But look, he's not even looking at the ball.
The ball's in a different country compared to where he's playing it.
Not the best of shots. So it's Satwinder Ram, who's the new batter.
What's going on here? What's going to happen? Here comes Chima, he bowls. This one again, it's a play and a miss. Again, a different ball and a completely different shot. The ball's in like China compared to...
No foot movement, look at that.
Yeah,
His feet don't move inside the crease. He throws the bat at it hard. The only thing that's going to get there is the edge of the bat. Third man is in place as well. And Chima, at the moment, he's running the show. I'm pretty sure sooner or later he'll probably try. I mean, he's got quite a nifty slower ball. I wonder if he tries that here, slow and straight. Let's see.
Looks like a man with a mission. Here he comes, bowls this one, it's driven. And it's going to be stopped by the fielder at deep cover. It is just a single there. Albano need 109 runs from 51 balls. We're looking at 12 runs per over here. With 3 wickets down, it looks, not going to lie, quite challenging.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I mean, they've still got Jordan Singh out there. He's only faced 1 delivery. He came in at number 3. He just can't get on to strike. Well, he is now. Let's see what he can do about things.
Let's see, here he goes. This is one play and a miss.
Yes, that...
Kya baat hai.
I tell you what, the bowling is really good, but they're having difficulty playing the ball that's just moving away. It's got a little bit this late swing. Look at this here. Look, starting to swing, but that foot is just not coming across at all, is it? Got to get that foot right out there and maybe take an extra step outside your crease to try and hit the ball on the swing.
You can hear the breeze now picking up at the Roma cricket ground. What a name for a ground as well. The RMG, and here we go, he's in, and he's looking to pull, but he's just not made a connection there.
Yeah, great finish to the over. What an over that is from Zahid Chima. Just the 1-1 from it, and the 1 wicket as well. Just changes his line slightly. He probably senses that Jawar Singh is probably going to try and come down the track, so he bangs it in a little shorter, and it's a short and straight. It's another dot, and it is 8 for 3 after 2 overs.
There's a message here saying Albano ki hoche. And that means in Bengali, what's happening? And I can say, wickets porche here in Rome. Lots of wickets are falling here. Lots of Bengali viewers as well, I believe.
There you go.
Lots of Bengali.
We have the biggest, I mean, look, we are serving the world with the finest and most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. A frenzy of cricket taking the world by storm. That's what I say ECN is. It's no wonder we have viewers all around the world. Welcome to you all.
Amir Sharif's in. It's a swing and a miss here by Ram. It's a swing and a miss. Surinder Ram needs to get his eye in here. Can't use up deliveries. The run rate's going to just go up and up and up and up.
Yeah, he's not going to get any easier. Amir Sharif now coming into the attack.
Yuvraj Singh says, Nikki, you are bowler. No, I am not bowler. I am batter. Again, this one just played off the legs, worked into the leg side. It's going to make its way to the boundary. It is. Deep square leg had no chance. 4 runs here.
Yeah, 4 runs, and Tasir Hassan and both coaches get deep Lagya Choka. And this is just time, beautiful timing. So it just goes to show he came out swinging blind, did Ram. Just goes to show if you keep your eye on the ball and get bat and timing into play, you're going to get runs, 4 runs.
They need all the runs they can get at this rate. Here we go, and this one's just using his feet coming down, and he's just... I don't think he hit his bat, did it? I think it just came off his pads.
Yeah, leg buys. I mean, if he stayed still here, I mean, worst case scenario would have definitely got a wide. It was down the leg side, or he could have played a very similar shot that he played to the ball before. But allows the ball to hit his pads, gets a single, so he does get Jawar onto strike. I think that's important. You've got to try and get him on the strike. If he can get game, play a few nice shots to get themselves in the game.
Here we go. This one's in. It's looking to work on the leg side. It's top edge. Is he going to get caught? He's going to get caught. It's gone. Caught by the man in extra cover. Oh, it's all going on here. It's wickets galore. Sharif has now entered the scorebook and making a contribution.
Yeah, Asim Ali takes probably one of the easier catches of the day, and this comes off. I think this comes on the top edge of the bat. He's trying to work this onto the onside. Gets top edge, goes up in the air. It's an easy catch. Then, well, Sharif gets in the wickets as well. So inside the power play, and wickets are tumbling. That's 4 down now.
They're tumbling indeed. Wah wah, kya baat hai? Tell me. Tell me, Fresh Tropical, you're doing a top-hand job here so far. 4 wickets down. It's only the 3rd over.
Yeah, Fresh Tropical. I mean, it's early on in this Super Series. Only day 1 here. But Fresh Tropical, certainly from this display, are just showing us all just why they are a team to be reckoned with. We know what they can do with the bat if they click. But even when it's an average performance, their bowling attack, the way they have the ability to pick up wickets is sensational. 13 for 4, 2 balls to go in the power play.
Yes, we've got Anmol Gill is in. Here comes Amir Sharif. He's played this one and just fielded by extra cover. Lovely bit of fielding. It was hit quite hard. It's a bit bouncy, but no run.
Yeah, that's a Sif there again. He's just taken a good catch. Well, you, Rav, now are saying, well, how many runs, Nikki, will he score if I'm bowling? Well, I think we don't know. We've never had that challenge.
And this one's just gone for 1, though. If we're talking about runs, no, it hasn't. I'm confused. I kind of blinked and then something happened.
Yeah, Stephen there saying Fresh Tropical bowlers.
They were looking to go for a 1. It didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Fresh Tropical bowlers looking good. And look, Leslie has turned up. Hello, Leslie.
Leslie's here. He's been providing all the goods.
I tell you what, I can hear your tummy rumbling even with my headphones on. So you're going to be happy now. So you've got some food.
I am very happy. I told you I'm just really weird. If I wake up early in the morning, I'm just more hungry. Maybe my brain's just having to work more.
Well, you've had to put up with Vinny for a bit, so I can understand it. Vinny does make you hungry. He uses up all of your energy when you're working with Mr. Maximo.
I've got to deal with him all day. Here we go, and this one's just inside edge. It's going down towards fine leg. Taking a single here. They're looking for 2, but no is the call. Sticking to 1. I wonder what is for lunch today. Ooh.
Now what do we got?
Some rice.
Look at this. A bit of biryani. Hey.
Looks very happy.
But Vinny's going to be tucking into his biryani. See, you're all wondering what Vinny's doing. Well, I can tell you what he's doing. He's going to be getting tucked into his biryani now.
He's got a big grin as this one was just played away for one.
Talking about tucking in, and at the moment, Fresh Tropical are really tucking into this Albano batting lineup. Nothing really going right for them. And just have a quick look at that scorecard. It's looking pretty bleak, isn't it? Nobody really hits double figures. We've only just seen 2 boundaries, 2 fours, and I think one of them was streaky as well. This has been well hit. Goes to the man at mid-wicket, and he goes right through him. And maybe he should have done a bit better there, and he knows it as well. He's disappointed that he's allowed to go through. You've got to get yourself down, haven't you, here? I mean, look, on this outfield is beautiful lush grass. I mean, there's no excuses. You've got to get down. You've got to make sure there's no gaps there. That's a bit of lazy fielding for me.
It is a bit of lazy fielding. It's lush outfield here. You can be tumbling around and it's not going to hurt.
Yeah, you've got to be diving around, haven't you?
Dive around, get yourself, get dirty, get down, go, help your team out. Here we go. And this one's again hoiked across the leg side. It's just going to be 1 run. Fielded well, a bit bouncy and bubbly out here.
Bouncy and bubbly. That's like Bunty and bubbly.
Bunty and
Bunty and bubbly.
bubbly.
We're bouncy and bubbly. Never about the Bunty.
Did you watch the movie Bunty?
Oh, I love the music.
Bubbly, Bunty.
I love the music. Love it. But yeah.
They are coming to your town. Da 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 da. Short ball has been played away. 1 run. Didn't go anywhere apart from just stopping at mid wicket.
Yeah, I mean, it's all. I mean, look, at the moment now, I mean, we're sort of a ball away from the completion of this over. Already that rate is past the 15 mark. And if there's any way to get back into this match, somebody's got to start hitting the ball big.
Fuller delivery this one. I think it's going to be a leg by.
Yeah, that's off the pad for sure, isn't it? I'm
sure.
not seeing, well, I say for sure, there's no signal from the umpire.
And look.
Well, maybe there was a bit of an inside edge onto this. Let's have a look, see if we can pick anything up on this. Nothing that I can see. But anyway, maybe that's one that's just been missed. But it's only a single. Singles are not helping. It's all ticky-taka here at the moment. And I think there was a little feather of a bat onto that one. So it's going to be a run that goes to Ram. But, well, what do you reckon? Come on, you're in this situation. You're out there batting. What are you going to do? Come on, Nikki.
You're going to have to dig it deep a bit longer. You're going to play 2 overs and just try and get a single every ball and work for 2. If you get a boundary or an over, it's good. But let's see what goes on. A short ball is trying to...
Well, I tell you what, this is why we say on the European Cricket Network, you got to wear your helmet. If you're not wearing a lid here, this is going to hurt. This is going to knock you down. I think that's right on the lid, just on the underside of that grill. Look, I always say that... No, you got to wear your helmets. You got to wear your protection. Ladies like men that wear protection. I always say that to get your lids on men. Well, that was a feisty delivery from Faisal.
Faisal Mohammed's in again and it's top-edged. Didn't reach any fielder, unfortunately. They managed to scamper a single here.
Well, he's in a bit of a daze. Well, his name is Ram, but he's the one who's being rammed is the batter. 2 short balls. And this one... Well, this one is right at him again. He obviously doesn't like the short stuff. That's another one. That's 2 on the trot. He's been hit on the grill. Well, Faisal, I wonder if the umpire might have a little chat with him and say, hey, come on, son, pitch it up a bit.
Let's see. Number 88 coming in. And again.
Oh, no, again. But where's this one going? Oh, it's a tremendous effort from the fielder there at third. Is this on the lid again? Have we had a hat-trick of balls on the lid? There we go. And yeah, we have. I've never seen that before. Well, he's smiling about it, is the bowler, Faisal Mohammed. Well, I don't wonder if the umpires are going to have a chat to him and say, hey, guy, come on, get it up there. 3 on the trot, all on the grill.
Is it going to be 4? No, it's gone up, though. There's a fielder under. Is he going to take it? He's taking it. That's a wicket. 3 on the grill and 1 in the hands. Adios, Ram.
Yeah, well, Ram, he didn't fancy it. Gill didn't fancy it. They took it in turns to get down to the other end, but somebody had to phase, and it was Ram. And this time, Ram, he gives himself a lot of room, said, you're not hitting me again. But he gets the toe end of the bat. Up in the air it goes. And a very easy, comfortable catch there taken by Zahid. So another wicket. And, well, it's in tatters, isn't it? Zahid Chima taking the catch and giving Faisal Mohammed his first wicket.
So they're in a bit of trouble here. It's going to be 5 down now. Albano It's gonna be a bit of a siapa for you. Come on, sort it out.
The new batter takes the guard here. Faisal Mohammed, well, he's already hurt 2 batters. Sent 1 back.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. It's just down the ground. And I think it's gone. It's a big bash bosh. Bish bash bosh.
Well, they needed this one. The umpires are just, they're not sure
I
where
think
this
it
is going.
is.
I think it's, yeah, this is going all the way.
Even the fielder
Come on,
signaled.
don't be shy. Put them up in the air. Manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6. Sí, así, así, así. 6 carreras. Bueno golpe. Yeah, just checking. I mean, it was pretty close. It always best to be sure.
This one again, just pushing a single here. Yes, it's just going to be 1.
So that will conclude the first 5 overs. So it's a time for the players to take a bit of a drinks break and time for us to have another little chat. Look, so we know the importance of this match.
Yes.
It looks like it's in favour, well in favour of Fresh Tropical here.
Definitely.
I mean, you need to see something special from Albano to bring this one. But look, they're playing each other again after this. So they're back-to-back matches again. What will Albano, in the remainder of this innings, the batters that are out there, what do you think they'll be thinking about or wanting to do to set themselves up for that second rematch?
Well, I think it's a good opportunity now for them to at least get used to the bowlers at least, right?
Yeah.
Fresh Tropicals bowlers, so that it is a long way off trying to win this game unless something miraculous did happen. So I think maybe now just getting used to it and knowing and learning from your mistakes. You've had this opportunity, right? I can come back and bounce back. So
yeah, I think that's very important. And I think the other thing that will give them some heart as well is what happened in the first 2 matches.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how it was 1-1. They're looking to do the same thing here again, but they've got to be positive. And a few things that perhaps didn't go their way. Also, I think with the bowling, I mean, personally, I would keep Jawar back to bowl once the power play is out of the equation. I mean, that could be a little bit more successful, and I think he, with the fielders out, will be able to pick up 1 or 2 more wickets. But the thing is, I think maybe they want to be looking to rejig the batting order slightly as well.
They
Just
might.
maybe take a gamble, have a hard hitter out there in the power play just to maybe give them a better start. But it's never going to be easy because, as we've seen here, Fresh Tropical, their bowling so far has been, I mean, it's been top notch. I don't think I've really seen a Gandhi ball as yet.
No Gandhi balls, but yeah, I think you're right about having to rejig the batting order. They've had a bit of a collapse here, and I know it's all well done and said that you can have a look and hopefully not avoid the mistakes again, but maybe just rejiggle it about, because they're still.
Yeah, I think the other thing you want to be thinking is to yourself is saying, well, I mean, they've had that little short break, and I'm sure the captain would have said, look, guys, probably this is not going to happen in this match, but let's bat all the way. Let's bat our 10 overs, and let's get a respectable score on the board, and let's take that into our second match. Short delivery, this time being pumped away to the man at third. They will take a single. It's nicely played by Ajay Kumar.
And the thing is, I think Fresh Tropical know that even if they allowed the odd single here and there, they've still got this in the bag.
Yeah.
So obviously not to just like get lazy and go easy on them, but as long as they stop these runs. Like this one's just been coming down, it's worked down to mid-off. Just a single here. So they'll be pretty happy like this if they just decide to go, if Albano decides just to bat like this. I think Fresh Tropical going to say, thank you very much, I'll have that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time there's a single and it's not a boundary, I mean, they'll take that. Zahid Chima, he's a quality player. He's been around for a long time. He's going to, not too many batters get the better side of him as he comes in again here.
Here he comes. Let's see what goes on. This one slashed again down to long off. A single here. They'll take these all day.
So what are you thinking of this format then? Is it the first time you've really sat and watched T10?
I'd say I have. And it just goes so quickly.
Yeah.
Literally, I don't think you've got even time to think because it's the next over.
Yeah. So come on, it's coming up to the end of the third match. So what do you think are the key disciplines that you've got to be really strong at? This will help. Sorry, this is an amazing hit. Well, he's picked this up. This is all about timing. Well, some of the key disciplines has to be able to hit the ball and hit it hard. That is 6. 6 are the best.
That is a big 6. And obviously, if you can clear the ground, that's obviously very helpful. Secondly, bowling straight up. Bowling stump to stump is so important. If you just give that extra bit of width, or if we bowl too short, it's going, it's gone.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think the merit of bowling straight as Chima comes in again.
Let's see this one. It's gone. Where is it going? Down to the deep cover boundary and fielded very well. Just stopped.
Yeah, nice shot to be playing, I suppose. You're getting it over the infielder. It doesn't quite carry to the man in the deep, so you'll take a single. So Chima will be probably happy to have a go now here at Kuma. And I think the other thing that amazes me, and this is what a lot of people were saying early on, and maybe come back to that after this delivery.
Let's see what's happening in this one. Bowls. And it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Dot ball. Yeah, but another thing that's quite amazing, and a lot of people say the same, they say, well, when the boundaries are short, I mean, these are short boundaries, they're 50 metres. I mean, you probably haven't played in a ground where the boundaries look so short, especially the straight ones. You expect to see a lot more runs, don't you? You expect to see a lot more straight drives, straight sixes, but you don't always see them.
You don't always see them, no. It would be nice to see more of them because they're very nice looking shots as well, but we don't.
Just have a quick scan there. The bowling figures there. 2 wickets to Bilal Hamid. Didn't he bowl well? He did that 1 over. And then he sees Zahid Chima. He's finished his spell 1 for 11. Amir Sharif, he's taken 1 for 4. He comes back into the action. And this one is taking a little bit of a inside edge. It goes all the way for 4 runs. Well, that's a bit lucky, but they all count.
Everything counts at this straight, especially Albano will be taking anything and everything.
Yeah, so it's Sikandar Abbas. He finds that this one goes for 4. He's really got an interesting action. Just have a look at his bowling arm when he comes to deliver. It's almost like he's going to pop his shoulder out of its socket. Have a look.
Let's have a look. Sikandar Abbas coming in to bowl. Short delivery, it's pulled away, and it's going to be stopped by the man at mid-wicket. On the boundary, of course. Just a 1 run.
Yeah, no mistakes there from Zain Naqvi. Certainly shown us some of his hitting abilities and why he's so dangerous. But now he's just taken well, it's almost like he's taken a little break there on the boundary in the sunshine. Just getting ready for the next match. Let's see if you're going to see some more fireworks from him.
This one's going up. It's not going to reach the fielder at long off. It's just going to be another easy single for Gill and Kumar.
Yeah, good variations there once again for Sikandar Abbas. Just takes the pace right off this. The little grunt gives it away. That's become a thing now, hasn't it? The slower ball. It's always the grunt.
Grunt. It's like,
Yeah.
Bowled, a shorter delivery, and it pulled, attempted pulled and bowled.
Well, we saw the slower one. Well, there was nothing slow about this. This was the quicker one. And it was a boogie, oogie, woogie Kookaburra fireball. And it shatters the stumps. And that is the end of Gill. He goes for 14 off 11.
Oh.
And he just played right round this middle stump. Bang, out it comes.
Albano currently 6 down.
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't come up as much as he expected. Does stay a little bit lower. But still, it's not a good shot. And, well, another batter departs. Once again, he did get going, I suppose. There was a little bit of a fight back there between those 2 batters, but that's the end of Gill. And that means that Singh now has to come out there. And let's see what we haven't seen him bat before. Remember, it's the first time we've seen him in this Italian summer. We saw him bowl pretty well. And let's see what he can do with the bat.
Let's see what he can do. I think everyone's going to be asking this question out there in that dugout. The Albano dugout. What can he do? Can he help us? So we need help. Well, he's just managed to get a single there. Get himself off strike. Might be gone, phew. Now I'm on the other end.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark. I mean, partnerships, though, Nikki, are so important, aren't they? It doesn't matter, you know, sometimes you may start with, like you were saying, just it's a few singles, it's a bit of tiki-taka, but you need to get the partnership, start to feel the bat on the ball, start to get the rhythm going, and then, like you say, play some big shots. And that's something that Albano just haven't been able to do.
No, they haven't. And it's obviously evident in the scorecard, but this one's been hoiked away, and it's over the man on the mid-wicket boundary. It's bish, bash, bosh.
Well, that's a good hit, isn't it? And this is what they need. And maybe, you know, we were talking about this during the drinks break. Maybe they need to just rejig the batting order slightly, get some of the big hitters out there so they're hitting the ball like that in the power play. I wonder if they'll take note. That is a nice shot. Nicely played. Hello to Lily Panda and Neville Ross that are in the chat. And Neville Ross saying new style of helmet maybe is required. Well, I've never seen that before. 3 shorter deliveries on the trot, all on the lid from Faisal Mohammed. And then with the 4th ball, well, they say about softening them up. Then the 4th ball, he took a wicket. So you see it all here on the European Cricket Network.
See everything. And you're also going to see Amir Sharif come in to bowl right now. Here he comes. He bowls. Again, just clips away into the leg side. Another single here. Just Deep Singh just ticking away with some singles.
Yeah, this time he will get the run. Last time he was robbed from it. It was given as a leg bye. So he's finally off the mark. Off just his second delivery. But Kumar, well, he's 16 off 7 deliveries. Let's see how he goes about things. Certainly does hit the ball quite cleanly when he strikes it.
Come on, Kumar.
This was a very... Well, this is the slowest of slower balls. It outfoxes the batter. It outfoxes the wicketkeeper. And it's the 3rd man that has to tidy it up.
Come on, come on. They need some big hitting here right now. Some big hitting.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of work from the keeper there. And Hamyun.
Here we go, and this one's playing a miss. Another slower ball. Everyone slowed down there. It was a bit of a what's going on?
Yeah, it's this slow, short delivery that seems to be the thing at the moment, isn't it? I mean, it used to be, I know for a while, it was a lot of the slow full tosses that were always getting batters out. Now it seems to be this one taken over. Batters' eyes light up and they miss it.
And this one again playing a miss, and it's a wide delivery.
Yeah, back to the live action there, but this one is a wide. Yeah, gets quite a fair bit of movement away this time, but well, the keeper, he might as well get rid of his gloves. He seems to be using his pads more than his gloves there. Hamyun.
All right, let's see. There's going to be another wicket on the cards here. And it's a play and a miss. No wicket, but it's a play and a miss.
Yeah, well, this is when you probably find that all the other 10 fielders are shouting at the bowler saying, bowl it straight at the stumps, because he's going to miss one, the straight one, because he keeps missing all of those. And you just get the feeling here that, well, just Deep Singh, if he does get a straight one, it's probably going to leave his stumps in a bit of a mess.
Let's go. He's down the track. He's gone over, and it's over the head of the fielder. It's a big one.
Well, it's a big one, and Jaspinder Singh says to me, Rico full, don't forget, I had some aloo paranthas earlier today as well. I'm not going to miss the straight one. I'm going to hit it out of the ground. Big hit. Well, the lower batters are certainly dealing in 6s. That's a good hit. 6 more.
Very good hit.
Jaspinder Singh, he's saying, okay, I've got a feel of it now. Where's he going to send this one?
Let's have a look, shall we? This one is going down to 3rd man, and it's going to be a boundary. No FFF can fix it here, can it?
4 more. And, well, Jaspinder Singh saying, there you go. 6-4. And I'll tell you what, it looks like he's hungry for more. Not quite where he was aiming for this to go. But nonetheless, it's 4 more runs. End of the over. And 67 they move on to now with 8 overs completed.
2 overs to go. Just look at the chart on the screen, then you can just see there's been such a steady rate for Fresh Tropical compared to Albano. But just wickets, it's red dots galore.
Yeah, red dots galore. But the thing about it was, and I mean, that's the difference, I think, for me. Fresh Tropical, I mean, after that, the good start they had when they were losing wickets, and they were losing them quite frequently, but they were scoring runs all the way through. Albano, they've lost those wickets, but when you look at the scorecard, we'll see that the batters haven't really contributed. And this was the man, Hamid, that started it all. Remember, the very first ball of the innings, he got out his opposite number, the captain, Irfan Sheikh, was out very first ball, and they just never recovered from that.
There's a message here saying, Nikki, open a YouTube account, please. Why should I open a YouTube account? What would I do with a YouTube account? What sort of videos are you? And it's bold!
Well, there you go. That ends that discussion with a bang. And it's Hamid. He gets another one, picks up his 3rd wicket. Well, I'll tell you what, 3 seems to be the number for a lot of the bowlers. If we're going to get wickets, let's do it in 3s. And the captain, Bilal Hamid, just knocks another stump out of the ground. Well, they're flying out like the sticks of dynamite here. That's well bowled. And thank you very much to Sunil Shetty, who says it's nice to have you back. Yeah, it's lovely to be back. And certainly loving all the action that is happening here this week So come on, you got to open a YouTube account then.
Okay, tell me what you want me to open a YouTube account about. I have an Instagram account, and sometimes I post videos there. I had a little series called Nick Off with Nikki at a point a few months ago, and I was doing like cricket videos there, but nothing on YouTube. What on earth did I do that for?
Helix loving the stumps being cartwheeled out of the ground. I must admit, there is no better side. I know it's a bit of a pain in the bum maybe for the umpires. They have to keep putting the stumps back together again, but I do prefer those stumps being uprooted rather than using the spring back stumps. It's lovely. Well, the captain, he's looking for a forfeit. And he nearly gets it. It gets an edge. It flies past Hamiyun, the wicketkeeper. 4 runs.
He's looking for a forfeit, but...
Well, he does get a forfeit. This is the ball that goes for 4. Not quite the 4 that he had on mind, but he'll have another go.
Okay, now they're saying, Nikki, come on. Okay, you got to tell me what this YouTube account has. If it's like something that I think, okay, maybe I could do this, I'll do it. To be fair, it's not the first person that told me to make one, so I'm very lazy that way. And this one's gone over the top. Is it going to be saved? Yes, a bit of fancy footwork there. Saved the boundary.
That's a good start, and my money was on the ball, but Asim does really well. You see those shades come in handy. There you go, look. Asim wearing his shades and making a pretty good stop here in the end. He judges this really well, and maybe there's a bit of luck involved as well, perhaps. But it doesn't matter. Ball gets stopped, and he stops the 4. It's always nice to stop a boundary when the bowler is your captain. You might go higher up the batting order.
But I'll be funny. I prefer to stop the ball with my hands and my feet. And this one's a play and a miss.
Big swing. Good carry through to the keeper. Nice hands there from Hamiyun. It's another dot. As we see an aeroplane fly past. And on that note, it's a good time for me to say thank you to Bizaway for all the work they do for us, one of our partners, and they're getting us both here safe and sound. Myself and Nikki. Nikki, you came from the UK. I flew over from Spain. It's great to be here. And there, right on cue, is another wicket. And it is 4 now for Bilal Hamid. It's just full, it's straight. It was an ugly shot. And the head was nowhere. And they say keep your eye on the ball and your head straight. Well, the only person who's kept their eye nice and straight was the captain bowling. Bilal Hamid takes a 4th wicket, and it is the pin code that has to depart. 73 now for 8. 9 overs down.
Okay, so that's it. Are you doing some videos on Instagram? If you're doing some as you most some videos on Instagram, then it's all good. Doing YouTube videos is a big job and takes time and editing. I can do them. I was actually, during lockdown, I started a business, and I had to start like editing videos and posting them because I was doing cooking videos, and then I ended up starting a takeaway like home restaurant thing, all of that. So I had to do editing then. I know it can take a long time, but it's actually quite fun.
Yeah?
Yeah. This one's in. It just worked away for a single. I made a lot of butter chicken in lockdown. Let's just say that.
But they didn't take the single there. They should have taken the single. He got sent back. He doesn't want any runs to his name. Yeah, no single. So he just wants to stay on strike, maybe. Well, this one is going to drop just once. Oh, well, almost makes a blunder there.
Okay, so there's one. Nikki, there are a few women cricketer vloggers, so you should start and do cricket talk. Okay. There's one reason.
Yeah, well, there you go. Good evening, all. How is Wazza? Hello, Wazza. Good evening to you as well. And Felix, very active on there. Chris Smith as well. And, loving the action on the chat. Thank you to everybody. And remember, tell your friends, tell your family, we want 300,000 of you subscribed. So come on, get hold of anyone you can.
And it's down the wicket, and it's a play in the miss here. Missed opportunity perhaps for a stumping. I don't know. I need to see a side-on view of that. But we're into the next ball here. Bowls, and it's down the wicket again, and it's over extra cover. 1 run. Are they coming up for 2? Indeed, yes, they are.
Take 2. It's Barty Banger. He's saying, I'm going to do some banging on my own. Barty, he does hit the ball pretty well.
Here we go, another one. Yusufi, and he's bowled. He's gone. It's 9 down. Albano, 76 for 9. Barty Banger is gone. He's tried to come down the track. It's a play in the miss, and he's been clean bowled. Ta-ta, bye-bye, Barty.
Yeah, bye-bye. And, well, it's Asim Ali He comes on the ball, takes the pace of the ball, and he gets bang out. So there's no banging, no bang bang from Barty. It's only his stumps that get banged. Heat's going to like that because that's more stumps that have been damaged. So a ball to go in the innings. And I tell you what, before this ball, good news. 299,000 now. We're almost there.
Are we doing the ice bucket challenge?
We're almost there. Well, 1,000 more. So come on, people. Keep clicking that button. Keep clicking. We want to do the ice bucket challenge here.
Oh, please. Can we? I just want to do the ice bucket challenge for any reason right now. As last ball is bowled and it's come down the track, played him his hand, he's stumped. That means Albano have been bowled out for 76. They've lost by 40 runs here.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's not the best of shots, is it? I mean, he comes down the track, big swing, and, well, that means it's going to be... It's another one of those. It's a duck. He has to go. And look, last time round when they were trying to chase 88, they were all out in that final for 78. This time, they don't even get there. It's 76 all out. So Fresh Tropical, well, they do the damage. So 20 wickets have fallen. That's an amazing stuff.
They've done the damage indeed, and they've stayed tropically cool throughout the entire process.
Yeah, look, how often do you see that in a match? I mean, Fresh Tropical, they were all out with 2 balls to go.
It was the first ball of the innings as well, a wicket.
Yeah, first ball, that LBW from, I mean, look, he finished up, he was a star performer. Certainly, probably could be in for the Player of the Match award with these 4 wickets. It's the first 4. We've seen a few threes today, but this was a very good catch, actually, from the wicketkeeper, Hamiyun, because it could have been trouble for that man over there. I mean, that ball was in danger of hitting him on the head. I don't think he was going to catch it. But look, they just had a terrible start, didn't they? I mean, by the second over, after that catch taken there from Chima, they were 8 for 3, and they were in all sorts of trouble, and they just never recovered. But yeah, I mean, 20 wickets fell in that match. I mean, that's quite extraordinary. And also, it's not often that we see a team that's bowled out come back and win a match.
No, we don't. But look what they've done here. They've turned it around, and it's been great to watch. I told you this was going to happen, and the way they started off those wickets, they really set up the tone. The power play is so important, and they really made the most of it.
Listen, you have told us a lot of things. You told us 115, it was 115. You told us this was going to happen, this was going to happen. Can you do me a favour? Tell us we're going to get a golden ball.
I can't say that.
Come on, tell us you're going to get a golden ball. And let's
no,
just let's
you're
put
going to hold me up for it.
Ah, come on. Look, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It could be 3 out of 3. Well, this one was up in the air, and there's another comfortable catch. That's one thing that we've seen today, actually. I mean, very few teams have put catches down. They've taken the catches, taken the chances. Albano, so come on quickly as you watch the end of these highlights. They've got about, 10, 15 minutes before they get out again. What are they going to be saying to themselves in that interval so they can come out with a bit more confidence?
I feel like definitely they're going to have to really watch the bowlers a bit more here and make sure they just don't give their wickets away. A few of them just gave their wickets away with a bit of some heavy shots, really. So I think it'll be important just to really come and work on building a partnership. So whoever you're in with, just build that partnership, sustain it, not just come in and try and do your own thing and swing and head back home.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I always think that I mean, these are experienced teams. They've played this format before, but sometimes I think that they just, because it's T10, that they're a little bit too reactive, that the adrenaline is flowing, and they think they're just going to go out there and bang the ball to the boundary all the time. And it's not about that. I think it's about what we said before. It's all about getting partnerships together. Get a partnership together and get scores on the board. I think we saw that earlier. We saw Gina Brescia do that very well in the very first match of the day, where they only lost the 1 wicket. It wasn't a big score, but it was a score. It was a score that could be defended. And I think Albano, that's what they need to be thinking about. And just having a look at the toss for the next match. So Fresh Tropical have won the toss and they're elected to bat first. So they're going to be trying to put the runs on the board again and really put the pressure on Albano. So Albano, they've got to have a little bit of think. Well, at least they know what they've got to do. And I think the main thing is trying to keep Fresh Tropical to around about that 100 mark, because they've had their issues with the bat there. So that match is coming up in, well, it's going to be about 15 minutes time for the start of that match, as we have a look at the scorecard, what we saw here. And really, when we have a look at this, you can see where it all went wrong. It all went wrong at the beginning. They just weren't able to get to the kind of start that they needed. I mean, look, it didn't help when you're losing your captain, Irfan Sheikh for a duck. And then, look, all of the top batters, Monu Lal, Jorwar Singh and Aslan Sabir, they needed something to happen, didn't it? You had that little bit of a fight back, didn't you, from the middle order there. Ram, he got Ram twice, but he got 13, 14 from Gill. Ajay Kumar, there was Jasdeep Singh not out in the end. But really, they just didn't have the start they needed.
Exactly. It's really worrying when your highest score is only 16 as well. You can't afford that. We need something more than that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Need a lot more than that. But look, take nothing away from Fresh Tropical. Is one thing that we saw them do in Milan a lot of the time. They bowl really well. And I think it's always, I mean, when you're a bowler, if you've got fielders that you know you can rely on and they take those catches, they're just going to give you more confidence. And that's exactly what we saw here, the bowling figures. I mean, Bilal Hamid, the captain, 4 for 13. And, well, you can see that every bowler that was used picked up a wicket.
Yeah, everyone's picked up a wicket. It's been good. Everyone's contributed. I think they're going to be very happy with themselves.
Yeah. And look, I got to say, I mean, well done to Asim Ali there, coming on towards the end, picked up 2 wickets as well. And also, well done to you. It's been an absolute pleasure. And
Thank you so much.
It's been great working with you. And I know that's a lot of people. You've got a lot of fans already. A lot of fans
great.
there
Thank
liking
you
your
so
work.
much.
A
I've
lot
got
of
my main fan right in front of me here.
a lot of tips for you as well to get onto YouTube. But no, look, it's been absolutely it's been awesome. It's been great. And I know that you're here for the next match as well. And you'll be hovering around and listening in. Well, myself and Vinny Sandhu go through the next match between the same 2 times. So come on, how much have you enjoyed yourself?
Oh, I've enjoyed myself so much. It's been so much fun working alongside you and Vinny, and I can't wait to be back tomorrow. It was going to be a great day, a great week.
It's going to be a great day. It certainly is, and you never know. You know, these teams in Italy are so nice that they often bring us some treats, and we might get a few aloo paranthas as well.
Talking about treats, I'm going to go have my lunch.
You're going to have your lunch. Well, look, you go and have your lunch, and I tell you what, you all join us back in about 10 minutes' time when we get ready for the final match today. It'll be myself and Vinny Sandhu back in the box.
Hello, welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground Super Series. A long time in the making and only one spot for the taking in the ECL. And we have seen 4 of the 5 teams already today. We won't see the host Roma CC until tomorrow, but we are going to finish opening day with match 4, and it's the return clash between Fresh Tropical and Albano. Don't forget though, we have 2 more matches from Portugal tonight in the night series. So a 6-match calendar. Well, it's all action all the time here on ECN. So why don't we go over to the coin toss? Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss for match number 4.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. We want to bat first.
Bilal Hamid of Fresh Tropical has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. That is what they like to do. We know that we had a bit of a typical Fresh Tropical innings, to be honest, in the first half of match 3. Had a lot of bish bash bosh at the start, but in the end there was a bit of a collapse and they ended up making 115. I think if they click, they should make a few more of those. Got to say, I really like Jorowa Singh though for Albano. I think he's such a strong pair of hands. Great to see FanCode Kumar back as well, and the Enigma Monulal is always an exciting player. So of course, one of these teams would like to square it up, and well, potentially we could have a 4-way tie on the points table after day 1. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the last game of the day. Have loved the thoughts of Nikki Chowdhury and her first experience in the box, but it'll be myself and Rico Full to take you through the first bit. So this one over to Rico, the news from the toss in match 4. Fresh Tropical, they won the toss and they're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu there, giving us the introductions to this next match. It's going to be the same 2 teams that we just saw do battle again, Albano versus Fresh Tropical. And Fresh Tropical, you see there, winning the toss, and Bilal Hamid having no hesitations to want to have a bat again. And you see, same 2 teams out there again. I mean, you've got Ravinder Singh that comes into the lineup for Albano, but they need to pick themselves up, don't they? That last one, you got to say, it was a bit of a hiding. 115 to 76. Albano just never clicked with the bat. And player of the match, Bilal Hamid, taking 4 for 13, the captain. And when he took the wicket off Irfan Sheikh off the very first ball of Albano's innings, you knew that they were up against it. Well, I was saying that Jawad Singh, I'd like to see him bowling outside of the power play. In fact, well, we saw him bowl this second over in the first match between these sides, but they're going to open with him. So opening with spin. So I think this is all about trying to see if they can get the fake shot from the hard-hitting openers. So once again, it's a bit of a gamble. Here we go. Short, up in the air, and it's going to go over the inner circle, and the fielders can't stop it. 4 runs, despite the efforts of the field. So 4 runs to start off straight away, and just a little bit too short there. I just thought that he was just dragging the ball down a little bit too much in the first innings. He didn't give as much flight as I've normally seen from Jawad Singh. So I think if he's going to be opening up, he's got to bowl the same. Give it some flight. Well, this is short as well. It was short. It was Gandhi. It goes all the way. Bowl! Volley, volley. Inna sona shaka lagya. Well, this time, Asim Ali doesn't use his bat to stop it. He hasn't even got the pads on yet. He uses his pad. There we go. He says, I'll just stop that with my pad. And, save his side from a Kookaburra, smashing into their tent. Let's this one go. Now that's better. That's where he needs to be. Pitching the ball up, getting the flight up there, trying to get the batters to come out of the crease. Nakvi goes big. He's up in the air. It's an opportunity. The pin code under it. Takes the catch. There you go. Jawad Singh gets the wicket. Nakvi, he goes early after 2 boundaries. He's gone for 10. So, having Jawad Singh opening up does work. Now, remember in the first match, there was an opportunity to take a catch in the very same area, and it was Singh that put the catch down. But this time, no mistakes. It goes in the air a long, long way. But, well, he takes a really good catch there, does the pin code. So Kumar takes the catch. Jawad Singh takes the wicket. So the gamble from the captain to open up with the spin pays off. Nakvi, he does go. So that's the first one of the big ones that you want back in the camp. That being, well, he finally did get his pads on pretty quickly in the end. Asim Ali, we saw him stop one with his pads. And he put them on pretty quick because he's next in. Asim Ali Goes out there pretty calmly. Always wearing his shades, isn't he? And there was that catch once more. Nutbeat going for a quick fire 10, but as you remember me saying in the first match, that is the way that Fresh Tropical play. Asimali just plays this out onto the offside. Just takes the opportunity to get the field of bat onto a ball. Haven't seen him get going really. He likes to hit the ball well straight. Short again, and this time it's going to be one bounce, 4 runs, and that's the third short delivery being bowled in the over from Jawad Singh, and every time it's been short, it's put away. I think he's just, you can see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to do the wrong and the one that goes straight on, but he's too short. The shoulder drops too early, and this one, well, this time it's stopped by the hands. End of the first over. I suppose there was some success. He does get the wicket off Naqvi, but not before conceding 14 runs. So 14 for 1. Just once again, and let's have a look at the top batters. So Naqvi, well, they're happy to get rid of him. 19 runs he's got so far. You've got Sharif out there on 87 and Abbas. So got plenty of batting there still to come. And top bowlers, well, Gurpreet Singh, he only bowled the 1 over in the last match. And Chima there as well. And Monu Lal are the men that have been doing the damage with the ball. And talking about the man who does the damage, well, Mr. Maximo, he does a fair bit of damage as well. It's time to welcome him back into the commentary box.
I do some damage. If you're talking carbonara on a Saturday night,
yeah.
I mean, I had the kitchen scrambling, put it that way. Tell me some story about them being out of it, but got 2 bowls in and was thirsty for more. Anyway, here we go. Jaspal Ram in over number 2.
Nice shot played, and a good bit of fielding as well.
Now, I want to say a quick hello to everyone on the YouTube chat as well. Jeff McGuire watching from Northern Ireland. Hello, Jeff. Hope you're well. And he wants to know why the name Fresh Tropical. I do believe it's the business which supports the team, and they do a bit of a trade in tropical fruit. Sounds pretty nice on a day like today, hey, Rico?
Sounds exquisite on a day like today, you have to say. Well, this one has gone a long way up the air. It could be a second. He's got plenty of time, and well, maybe too much time. They've got in each other's way. And this one, I don't even think he gets hands onto it. And now they have a little bit of the debate. Now, I tell you what, sometimes it's good to have your shades on. Other times it's not. And Kalaki try
that's Monulali Enigma. Looks like he goes the pre-high 5 almost, just to try and nudge him out the way. And tell you what, Ram is devastated after that because, yeah, had a feeling that was going to go bad. Too many cooks. You know all about that, working in the kitchen, Rico.
Know all about that. Well, who want to be a bowler? And it's actually well bowled, pretty close to finding the outside edge.
Got to say, Fresh Tropical, not only do they have some pretty good uniforms, they've got some pretty good floppy hats. Look at the size of this hat. That's almost Richie Richardson level diameter. That's a big swing and a miss from Azam Ali, formerly of Albano, of course, last year. And I think he was player of the match in the game against Fresh Tropical. They said, okay, we'll have him.
No ball called, and I suspect this is a foot fault, no ball. So we will have a free hit coming up. Let's see if we can pick anything up on this, but the umpire's very quick to call it. Yeah, I mean, he's a long way over. So just take the single. So it's not going to be Harley that gets the opportunity to play. The free hit is going to be Sharif. That does mean that the field can be changed because there's a new batter on strike. Here we go, free hit time. And it will still be free hit. He has the license once more to go the full Monty. Let's see if he takes it. So this time he can't change the field because it's the same batter. So
Shrug's got a question which I believe I know the answer to. He said, how many times have both teams been bowled out? So how many times we lost 20 wickets in a match? I think that's only the 3rd time that it's happened. And specifically even talking about the first team getting bowled out before the end of their 10 overs.
Oh, it's another no ball. So, I mean, it wouldn't be out anyway because it was a free hit. And even though the catch gets put down, I suppose it doesn't really matter. But he's got to get this right.
Yeah, he's got it all wrong. And these are big no balls either, as well from Ram. Is there like a double free hit where maybe you just get to throw the ball up to yourself and then whack it for 6.
Yeah.
Because he's already a free hit. And he's bowled another no ball. Well, these are costly. Fresh Tropical, they're going to be loving this because once again, they'll be donning the immunity cloak. Azamali will be the man with the opportunity on this occasion.
Well, he does the same again. No ball, then bowls are wide. And just spraying it all over the place at the moment.
How long have you got? Because you might need it. And it's not great. We had to field for 45 minutes in the sun. And Rum's going to maybe stretch that. But yeah, just got to sort it out. He's got the yips. It's starting with the run-up. I mean, he's not getting the delivery stride right. And, I mean, these are no balls by several inches, it looks like. Azamali saying, bring it on. How many more free hits can I face here?
But he's going to get one out the middle, surely. Waits for this one. I mean, let's see if he charges him. He may as well. No, he waits patiently. And this one is going to go down to the third man.
Yeah, so dodges the free hit. Again.
Yeah, I mean, once again, he's playing with that line, isn't he? He's getting very close. You can see that the umpire, Asad Ali, he's all over him at the moment. Our man in black out there, Asad Ali, and Suleiman Saeed. So
2 very experienced umpires out there, of course. ACL experience.
It's well run. That's good cricket. Just drops the bat onto this, out onto the offside. They take the single. Good communication between the 2 batters.
So last ball of the over. They're not quite away yet. I mean, Fresh Tropical, their first game that they played in match 3, that was such a Fresh Tropical innings. Fast start, you're eyeing off 140, 150. Typical Fresh Tropical. And then typical Fresh Tropical, huge second innings, second half collapse.
Yeah.
And how's the 115 prediction from Nikki?
It was, yeah, it's cost me a dinner, that has. I mean, but yeah, I hope she's gone out to buy a lottery ticket. That was my recommendation.
I'll be buying KFC shares in Italy if that's the case. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the second over, 24 for 1. But I've got to say, Nikki quite enjoyed the experience, and I think the viewers did as well. As we look at the table, Romy CC with the day off today. Fresh Tropical can go clear at the top of the ladder with another win here. But yeah, potentially, if Albano can win this, we'll have 4 different winners in the 4 games.
Yeah. Hello to Minas Khan from Cyprus. Thank you for joining us. And he says it's good to hear your voices, and it's good to know that you're there with us watching. Hope you're enjoying we've had so far here in Italy, our Italian summer, and the start of the Super Series here, day 1. Jawar Singh. Short, and this has been pumped. That's gone a long way. And that's 6 more. And so far, that's 4 short deliveries that have been bowled by Jawar, and each one of them has been punished and sent to the boundary. He just is not getting the line right here, dragging it down. This is a big hit. It's a powerful shot off the back foot. 6 more.
Yeah, what a shot that was. And that covered by some distance. Jawar. Well, he's going to go even further this time, and this is an absolute party banger from Azam Ali. This is out of the ground. Maximal, 6 more.
Boom shakalaka. Well, boom blastic. This is what we're talking about, and look, I love the way he holds the pose, and he says, Shakata Marita Diana, get that many 4 wickets there. That is big.
Jawa's not a huge turner of the ball, but he does slide onto you, and he gets good bounce. There was a lot of over spinners. That one was absolutely smashed out of the ground.
This has been hit pretty hard straight. It's going to be 4 runs, is it? Oh, that's an amazing stop. This is sensational. What a stop this is. Well, there's a lot of people that say we don't like to see foot fielding. Well, I don't know if there's any other way you could have stopped this. This is a really good stop.
I mean, look, could have tried the hand method. That's what the umpire was trying as he just dumped out the way. And then a proper kick job from FanCode. Gets that just right.
Who wants the single? He's sent back. So
yeah, I'd say right now, Fresh Tropical, they're not slowing down for anyone. Azam Ali, if anything, he, pound for pound, is the most reckless of the Fresh Tropical batters.
Oh, this is big. Oh, adios, Balota. That is a Bizaway supersonic hit Well, that is gone a long way, and that is ending up in one of the fountains here in Rome.
See, Jorawat keeps putting a bit more pace on the ball, but I don't think it's working. Sharif is waiting for it, and he plays it more like a medium pacer, and he just absolutely bangs it over mid-on for 6. I think, if anything, got to slow it down. Jeez, he's gone for 33 now, Jorawat. Last ball of his spell.
Oh, this is another ball. Volley. Ginna Sora. Shaka. Lagya. Mimo. Well, that is ambulance bound.
I think the ambulance officers come out saying, what was that? You see it goes,
oh,
bangs, and
right on the money. Right on the money. Hello, anybody home? Who's knocking on my door, he says. Well, I'll tell you what, he came out with the emergency bag. He's going to have to put a big plaster on the top of that ambulance. Well, there you go, Corey. You wanted it. We had it. I wonder if he's watching. That's right on the top of the ambulance there. Well, what a hit. He should get extra points for that, shouldn't he?
How Kookaburra-proof is the ambulance? That's what I want to know. And what I was worried about is if the ambulance staff get hit, who is attending the ambulance cards? Well, here we go, bang, and that is a proper. He said, hello.
I reckon he thinks.
Can I help you?
I reckon he thinks somebody's banging on the ambulance. Say, hey, we need you. He comes running out with the bag.
How good were his reactions though? If someone was banging on the door,
it's pretty good.
He was at about half a second.
You know what would have been good if when that hit the ambulance, the lights just went on. Well, there you go.
I didn't hear it, but I think he did.
Well, I reckon. What's happened? Okay, here we go. That's the end. 49 for 1. End of the power play.
What do you think about Jaspal Ram coming back in over number 2 for his second over when he had a lot of issues with extras in his first over?
Yeah.
But he only went for 10. He dodged more bullets than Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future 3 in the second over.
Well, he tries to do the old switch here. And,
see, this isn't a wide.
Oh, no. Hang on a minute.
You can't call this wide because he changes his position. Once he does that, he doesn't have a leg side. So you should be umpiring it with the tram line. So it's one that doesn't come up very often, but he's very unlucky to be called for a wide there.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I'm going to put my bowler's hat on here and say that's unjust, because if the batter's going to be able to do that, I should be able to bowl the ball on that side and not get penalised for it. Okay. And this is hit beautifully. That is gone straight. That is big. And that's another one that's out of the ground. Kinna Sona Shaka. Well, it's raining runs at the moment here in Rome. And this is 6 more. And I told you, this man, when he gets going, he hits the ball straight better than anyone I know. 6 more.
Check the forecast. Sunny with a chance of rain in Kookaburras. And how about that? Absolutely smacked out of the ground. Well, maybe stick to right-handed. That would be my advice to Azim Ali. That one went a long way.
And this one's hit straight down the ground as well. It's going to take some stopping, and it dissects the 2-man perfectly. 4 more. A lovely straight drive. This is just beautiful. Excellent batting. Excellent timing. And, well, if it's pitched up to him, it's going to be hit straight. I think they've got to change the line here. Got to be slightly shorter. Try to get him cutting the ball. Try to get him outside the off stump.
Tropical storm continuing at the moment. And at the eye of it is Azim Ali, 13 off 11. Cannot miss your lengths here to him. He's wanting something he can drive out of the ground. I think you've got to get in the block hole. Can't give him something that bounces. Maybe a slower ball. Often he's his own worst enemy, trying some ridiculous shots. But just the basic shots right now, holding his shape and smacking it, I'd stick to that.
Yeah. Just looks like there's somebody behind the bowler's arm there. Just be moving out the way. Here we go. Ram back again. And, well, this time, Ram, he doesn't want to change. He wants to go for the stumps. He wants to try and knock the stumps out of the ground. It's always a dangerous one. He gets away with that one. He just gets a single.
Yuvraj Singh donated 1,000 rupees just on account of the ball hitting the ambulance. Saying it's hit the ambulance.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big hit. And
well, the projected score, it's not even a number. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
It's a number that cannot be calculated.
Once more. Oh, this one, maybe it was a slightly slower delivery. It's one that the keeper, Irfan Sheikh, he wasn't able to take this one cleanly. Goes right through. And the batters, well, that's good running. Hasim, he says, okay, we'll take it. I'll get back on the other end. Of course, he wants to be there. He's hitting the ball so well at the moment.
Yeah, the heat does some things to the systems. For example, the worm sometimes won't turn up anymore. If it gets too hot, the worm just disappears and obviously digs underground. And the projectors score NAN. Have not seen that before.
Up in the air, this should be taken. And, well, it is this time, no mistakes. So that brings to an end what has been a very exciting knock from Asim Ali. Yeah, but once again, it's better, wasn't it? Didn't get the ball up there for him to drive. He tries to do something else, but still, it's unlucky 13 for him. He's out of his 13th delivery, but not before he's put a quick fire 31 on the board. Well batted indeed, and certainly has put Fresh Tropical in a good position. But do remember that in the first match, it was very much this way. Fresh Tropical, they started really well. I think they were 78 at the halfway point, but then Albano did come back into it by taking some wickets.
I forgot to ask Nikki before she left exactly what the final score would be, and we could have just skipped straight to the ending. She got that one spot on last time, didn't she? But yeah, it works every time but once, doesn't it? Asim Ali skies this one, and pretty well taken. Had a long time to think about it, didn't he? Anmol Gill, but does take the catch, 62 for 2. Last ball of the fourth over coming up.
Yeah, so Ram, I mean, just put these problems behind him. Still having some discussions there with one or two players that are giving him a few suggestions how to iron out some of those no balls that he's been bowling. He's just been attacked by a swarm of wasps here for a moment. Good job that Nikki has left. Maybe that's why she has left.
She wasn't a fan of the wasp population, was she?
This will be a wide delivery, and the batters decide that they're quite happy to stay as they are. That's the new batter. Now this man, he hit the ball pretty well as well, didn't he, Jamil? I mean, he didn't hang around, came in, and he smashed, I think, 3 boundaries of his first 3 balls.
He's a good player. And Fresh Tropical are a team that are built for T10 cricket.
Oh, this has been lasered, and well, that is gone like an absolute rocket, and it goes all the way for 6. What a hit! This is bang, and bang, bang. Thank you very much. 6 more. That has been blasted for 6.
Never goes that high off the ground, but it was a laser beam, wasn't it? And it takes us to the end of the fourth over. The score 67 for 2. Albano right now. I haven't been able to get too much revenge on Fresh Tropical, who did take the Milan Trophy away from them just around about 3-4 weeks ago. Right now, 69 for 2. Can Fresh Tropical capitalise, though? That's the question on this very, very good start.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where they've let themselves down sometimes. They've made good starts and then they crumble. And I think that's one thing that their captain, Bilal Hamid, will be saying to, especially these batters in there now. Look, when you get a good start, try to bat a little bit sensible. And, well, you try telling them that, because this is another one that is out of here. Bang, that's another big hit. And they're hitting 6s for fun at the moment. This has been smashed out of the middle of the bat. And that's another one that's gone. And, well, the ambulance is still there. I'm just wondering whether he wants to think about moving a few more meters back.
Just go to www.bulletproofambulances.com and order one in, because I think we need one.
Well, now it's the turn for me, Sharif.
It's funny, we talked about the Super Series saying there's no way the ambulance is going to not get hit. And here we've seen it on day 1.
Short, and this is Gandhi, and this is probably going to be another one. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. Well, whether you're white as an ambulance or you're somebody's car, you're going to hit you anyway. Wouldn't it be funny if that's a car that belongs to one of the ambulance crew as well?
You don't want to park your car anywhere near here.
Boom.
That'll have a little bit of a leak underneath. Yeah, pin code Kumar getting the treatment. At the moment, it's the batters withdrawing runs as Sharif has raced to 27 off 10.
Well, Jawar, lovely. Well, that's a number, isn't it? 105911. 2 numbers together.
Might be the roadside helpline here.
What's the emergency number? 911. So if you take the 5 out, 911.
If you're in America, that is.
Yeah.
Hello to all of our US viewers.
Yeah.
Friendly time of the day now. Mid-morning or early morning, depends which part of the country you're from.
Hit hard through the gap, 4 more. This is a good shot. And he's starting to play shots now all around the ground. Amir Sharif starting to look very dangerous. We know that he's a, well, terrific run scorer. He scores quickly and he can play shots all around the ground. And that, Vinny, is what he's demonstrating now.
Yeah, really good shot selection. You got to know your field, and he knows there's nobody back on the boundary. So if he gets any piece of this, I mean, even if it's at a fielder, it's not going over his head. It's going to be 4. So FanCode's gone 16 and he's only bowled half an over. Not a great start.
This gets the toe end of the bat. It is going nowhere but straight into the hands of the fielders. So Amir Sharif, after playing some fantastic shots and get racing away to 31, he goes off his 12th delivery. And, well, maybe a little bit unlucky here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to kick himself because that would have been a wide, I think, but he's not in that negative mentality. So he goes to slice away over point, doesn't quite get it. And so that is the second wicket to fall. And third wicket to fall now, in fact. And Fresh Tropical, 85 for 3.
Yeah, so Kumar, I mean, he's taken a bit of a punishment, hasn't he? He's gone for 16, but at least he does pick up a wicket with 2 deliveries to go in his spell. And there's another one to get. Now, look, this is where now Fresh Tropical have sort of drifted away. They've made good starts, and then, well, batters have come in, swung the bat, and got out. And sometimes, okay, they may have got a boundary or 2 before they're out, but there's been no partnership. This is where I think someone like Bilal Hamid will be saying to the batters going out there now, look, put a partnership together. You've got such a good score on the board. Even if it means seeing out 2 overs maybe where you're just taking run a ball, do that and then get going. What he doesn't want to see is like 6 wickets or whatever falling for the space of 20 runs because everyone's swinging the bat at everything.
Seen it before. Good comeback from FanCode though. Needed a break and he got one.
Yeah, and a bit of a wild throw. The batters, well, one of them certainly. Abbas is keen to try and take a second. He doesn't. It will just be a single. He'll be looking to finish well here. Try to keep his spell under 20. He's gone for 17, but has picked up that 1 wicket. An important one to get of Amir Sharif.
Skander Abbas, the new batter, gets off the mark immediately. Jamil was a man that held firm in the 2021 Milan final.
Finishes his spell with a dot, so he does well. It's been a bit of a mixed bag from Kumar. But like I said, he does finish well and he does pick up a very important wicket. 86 on the board at the halfway point. It's a time for the players to have a little drinks break and a time for us to have a little bit of chat.
Yeah, we will. And got to say, big thank you, Nikki Chowdhury. Wasn't she great on the first
day?
today?
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, well done. And plenty of support for Nikki as well on the chat from people all around the world. So, yeah, what a great introduction.
I think it's high time that we had a female voice in the box. I think something we've been looking out for a while, but obviously weren't going. I mean, you've got to be picked on merit first and foremost, and I think she did a great job. I love the cricket experience she brings to it, and I also love it she has a slightly different perspective on the game. Yeah. And, well, we've got a slightly different perspective on the ECC this year because it was revealed over the weekend that we can flick the switch to prime time because the ECC is going to be under lights. In fact, we'll go all the way to about 9:15, 9:30 in the evening. And isn't that exciting? Also means if there's any weather around, we can go even later. And so it's going to be a whole different kind of feel and a different look.
Absolutely. That was the one thing that came to mind to me to say, well, look, I like that idea because, you know, weather can do some weird things. And if we do have a bit of interruption, to have the flexibility to like play around the clock, that could work in our favour. Certainly I'm looking forward to that. I think that just adds another touch to it.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a year of firsts, we know that. There is another bombshell on the way, but I can't say anything about it yet because it's not confirmed.
You can't say that and then not tell us.
People
have a word
having to wait for news because we kind of had to wait an hour or so before just getting final confirmation on that. The robot has cooked me up like a steak, saying Mr. Maximo's got some big news. He's going to tell you shortly. And then said, oh, hold on, we can't actually say anything until we're sure. But anyway, thanks, Robot. Robot's been pretty quiet today. Must be a work day in the office.
Hey, listen, there's something that we haven't done.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it now. You ready?
Yeah, we do it.
Come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us.
Lurkers.
If you are lurking, please let us know where you're watching from. Jump in the chat. I know not everyone can jump in the chat all the time, but you're asking for one comment.
Yeah.
And I think you might have mentioned that subscribers is ticked over to 299.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't
it? On a Monday. Oh, that one's about as high as you can hit a cricket ball. And well, watch out, Karina, because that one is coming down in your neck of the woods. Maximo! What a start. Skander Abbas. Well, we called him coach in the Milan series because he's wearing the coach's jersey. Right now, he might as well take the ball to school. He takes 6.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to Nicky earlier that sometimes what we don't see is though we have these shorter boundaries, 50 metres, we don't see too many straight hits, but we've certainly seen that in this innings. We saw it earlier from Asim Ali. Now, Suganda Abbas, he wants to get in the act.
Gurjeet, welcome to the crease. And he's going to go for 6 more, and this one is coming, it's coming, and that is on top of the cube. And that is 6 carreras.
Ah, you got it. That is a big hit. I tell you what, that was right on top. And, yeah, it was going right here. I tell you, I put a target on my head. And well, I was soon to move out the way of that one. There you go, on the top of us. Have me eye on it all the time, you see. Where were you going?
I've got a quick quiz question for you in a second. First, we'll watch another 6
Oh,
because this is going, and it is gone, and it's coming our way. There's another one on the cube. And what I was going to say is name things that have been landed, had a cricket ball landed on them. Ambulance, cube, oh, sorry, we haven't got there yet. But I tell you what, this is quite a display of hitting at the moment.
Yeah, this is just lovely hitting. Look, I was there. I was all ready for it. I don't know where you were. What's this towel? It's like you're like you know the boxing coach that's got the towel there and you've got a bucket of water in your hand and just.
Well, at least I'm not only wearing the towel. Good hit. He's gone for 3 6s in 3 balls.
This has been hit pretty hard. It won't be a 6, but it will be a boundary. What a lovely shot that is. Love the footwork there of Suganda Abbas. Gets to the pitch of it. Bang. Down the ground, 4 runs. Great shot.
This is a guy on finals day, if you remember. He really turned it on.
Yeah.
And when the going got tough, he got going. And he's just banged a magical over in only 4 balls. And he might be thinking of going supersonic, 30 plus.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got to thank him, really. When you go back to that final, he's 27 of 16 to get them to 88. And then they defended that. But he is an awesome stroke player. There's more to come from him, I'm sure. And I think this one catches a bit of the bat on the way through. Just see if there's any signal from the umpire. No? So, yeah, it was bat on ball.
Yeah, I think there's a big inside edge. I'll see what he was on walkabout, wasn't he? And yeah, he's a huge inside edge into the pad. Next thing with Gurjeet, though, he's steady, but also his predictability can also be a weakness as well as a strength. Right now, he's bowled at kind of length that certainly Suganda was comfortable with, driving him out of the ground. Jamil's turn now.
And that's a good ball. I mean, he doesn't aim at the stumps this time. I think it's something that Jamil was expecting. So he gets a dot to finish, but it does go magical. So even though the last 2 balls just go for the 1 run, but it was the first 4 where the damage was done. He goes with 23 off his first over. The score already past the 100 mark, 109 for 3. So at this moment of time, it doesn't look like Fresh Tropical are going to make the same mistake as what they made in the first match. And, well, Albano, they had their struggles with the bat, chasing first time round. And it looks like it's going to be an even bigger score here now.
Yeah, that 115 is looking pretty easy to beat at the moment, isn't it? I want to say hello to Thunder, who's watching from Bangladesh. Nice to have you with us. And a few of the lurkers that have popped out. I want to say hello to Ivan as well, watching from the UK. And JP said chalk up the win for Fresh Tropical. A long way to go, of course, but they certainly have been good so far. Here's the Enigma, Manulal. Starts for low full toss, knocked away for 1. And Raihan K. Rahim is lurking in Bangladesh as well. So I want to say hello to everybody that has taken the time to say hello to us. And I noticed Yuvi, maybe after the brrrr on top of the cube. 1,000 rupees. Thank you very much, Yuvi.
Yuvi, you're the man. And thank you for all your support for European cricket. And everyone else, of course. This one has been absolutely pumped, and it's going to be another. This one goes all the way over. What a hit. Sweet out of the middle off the bat. Sweet as a bowl of rasmalai.
Yeah, cha-ching, cha-ching. Hassan Jamil says, I'll have some, please. That almost goes into prehistoric times, doesn't it? The archaeological dig over there. So Jamil has watched it. Now he said it's my turn. Doubles his score in 1 hit. Hunter saying a bit of a competition of 6s between these guys.
Lal. Pitch is up. Sometimes that's dangerous. It gets a bit of an inside sneak. They think about 2 and decide it's not worth taking the gamble. It's a good choice. There's no point giving a wicket away here at the moment. Both batters looking good.
Yeah, Frostbite in the chat saying Fresh Tropical must be one of the very best teams around. such strong batting lineup and backed by their bowlers. That's true, but we know that with such a dynamic batting lineup does come some volatility, and they are prone to collapses. That's what you would say. Manu with the ball.
This is hit pretty well, but should be taken, and it's a good catch. Jorwal Singh, well, he hasn't had the best of times with the ball, but his catching has been as good and as superb as other well-judged catch. And a wicket for Monulal.
Yeah, useful one, isn't it? I mean, Jorwal, he is as safe as houses down there at long off, isn't he? We saw it in the Milan series. Now we've seen it today as well. Sakan knows he's in trouble there. As soon as he hits it, he gets decent enough power, but he just doesn't get the elevation to get over the outfielder. So that will be the 4th wicket down now in the 7th over. It's 117 for 4.
Yeah, good catch, but you're absolutely right. He wasn't able to get underneath that one, and certainly got the power in it, but not the height. And a good catch taken by Jorwal, judged it perfectly, couple of steps inside and takes it comfortably. So 117 for 4. Couple of deliveries to go in this, the 7th over.
Here's Shazad Humayun, the keeper. He's coming in a bit higher than we see him sometimes. Obviously, I think this is a good opportunity for him to get some batting. They can all swing it. And we even saw all the way down to a number 11. Remember the 10th wicket partnership we saw, I think it was 26 in one of the games back in Milan. That's the highest we've ever had, I think. Does well to stop this, or does he? Can't touch it.
Oh, I think this is going to be a 4. I think he's left his hand on the outside of that boundary rope. This is so disappointing. He's done everything well. Look.
You're right. Look at his left hand.
Watch this hand here.
Look at this. Just leave it. Leave it. Pin code.
Left hand and
4
4 runs.
Well, I'll tell you what. He might be good at Twister if you're playing a board game at home, because that left hand wasn't going anywhere, but yeah, that is costly, isn't it?
Yeah.
It will be 4 in the end. And the ball had stopped.
He's done so
Just
well.
had to leave it alone. Jorwal was coming to the rescue.
Full toss, up in the air, opportunity. It's not easy, but he takes it well and takes the catch. So it's another wicket. So we know this can happen with Fresh Tropical. I mean, they've got the runs on the board. So I think Hummingwood there thought, well, look, I'm just going to go for it. He said, I got lucky with the boundary first time round. Maybe I'll get lucky again. It wasn't to be. The slow full toss. He scoops this up. Doesn't really get any power in the shot. A well-judged catch.
Give half that wicket to Pin Code. Cricket IQ 5911. Because of that, Hummingwood's back on strike and he holds out next ball. So uses up 3 runs but takes the wicket. 1-2-1 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we have more action from right here in Italy, starting with the hosts, Roma CC. They have a big test first up against the Cricket Stars. But remember, Roma CC, they are coming off some cricket, and they were really red hot come the end of week 4. Cricket Stars, a little bit hit and miss this morning. In the afternoon, we'll see Albano and Gina Brescia. And I can tell you, Fresh Tropical have the day off on day 2. Join us tomorrow from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for the second day of this Super Series in Rome that will determine who represents Italy at ECL 23. Right now, starting the 8th over, Chima has come out to bat. Zahid Chima. Hassan Jamil, though, will be on strike. And here's Rocky.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Well, what can Rocky do here?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Do
not bad,
feel
is it?
like
Not
there
bad.
won't be no chance of a copyright breach because you weren't that close to it.
No, that was my own version. Here we go. Has he got a knockout blow?
Ravinder Singh.
Well, he has got a knockout blow, but it's a full toss. You can't be doing that. Come on. Well, this is like a punch below the belt in boxing. He's gone for the head. And he's not allowed to do that. Not in this game.
Yeah, probably chest tie is my guess. Let's have a look. It's a proper loosener. Yep, chest tie, and it ends up on the dirt pile. Play it where it lies. This one is a terrible start at all. As Jamil will also cash in on a free hit, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the way to do it, is it? No ball straight away. He just never looked comfortable. It didn't look like he had his run-up sorted. Rather than stop, he carried on. Ended up bowling a juicy full toss, which got put away and also called. So, free hit coming up. Not sure what the debate. Maybe just checking whether that went for 4 or 6. I think there's a bit of discussion there. I think it probably was 4. I think it probably bounced and went over the rope. And still some more discussion there with the scorers before the umpire will finally give the signal.
Yeah, so certainly no doubt it was a There's no ball.
Well, there you go. 6 has been given,
Yeah.
so it's 6 runs. So that's how you get 7. Well, that's one way how you get 7, and we got 7, a spectacular one the other day. But that's 7. 3 hit.
Found the horn.
And this one came right off the top of the bat. He's quite happy just to take the single and say to Zahid, there you go, Zahid, you have a go.
It's a run for Q end, I think. There you go. That's not where he intended for it to go, but he will get a run. He don't see batting so often, not required a lot of the time.
He's flicked this up in the air. I don't think it will carry to the fielder. And gets himself off the mark.
He's lucky it was so dainty, because otherwise that's carrying. It's just hanging in the air at a comfortable pace for the fielder. But he does get off the mark. 130 and motoring right now. Fresh Tropical. Albano having nightmares about Fresh Tropical. This is the 3rd match in a row in ECS cricket they've run into them.
Well, this one gets rid of the inside edge. They're taking on the fielder, and throw came in. I suspect he may have just made it home. It didn't really. The fielder had a lot of work to do to get to the ball. And yeah, he's comfortably in. So well run, and opportunity now for. Oh, big swing, and this doesn't miss the leg stump by much.
Slow ball, I think. That one from Rocky. Not a bad piece of bowling. Yeah, when Albano and Fresh Tropical met in the final back on the 18th of June, that's over a month ago now. Fresh Tropical 116, defeating Albano 78. No, never really in the hunt. So the formula's always been the same in these matches. Fresh Tropical putting big scores on the board and defending them.
Short, hit hard, and trying to get it in the gap. And this is good work. Really good work. Excellent to see. And, well, could have resulted in a run out as well. They do take the 2. And the fielder, well, let's hope he's okay. He's done marvellous work there. It's just the other side of the banner. He's probably winded himself, actually. Let's see this. He does really well. Stops it. He's puffing, and then I think he hits himself down pretty hard.
Yeah, he wipes himself out a bit. That is how to do it. And, well, there you go. It's just the old reverse CPR. Is that what you call that? Well, that's it. Not CPR. He's just saying, go over there, go in the shade. We'll have a quick breather. Maybe they'll replace him with the 12th man here.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay here. I think he just, when he's hit the deck, he just winded himself a little bit.
Yeah.
And you see the fielder just trying to push the wind out the other side.
We talk about the fielding though all the time, don't we? Gives us a chance maybe to talk about Portugal.
Yeah.
Because you've got Portugal coming up tonight as well. And I know we had the golden ball there last night. Then we had a golden ball previously in Portugal. So our last 2 golden balls in Portugal. And yeah, certainly looking forward to listening to Charlie, starting about 2.5 hours from now. Good to see Anmol Gill seems to be up and about. He's retained his position down there at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, he seems to be fine. That's good. Rocky to continue. Let's see if he can finish well. Gets the Yorker in. Well dug out. The batters just chancing their arm a little bit. Why not? Got plenty of wickets in hand. And that's the end of the 8th over now, and that score. It's, well, at this moment, I think Fresh Tropical eyeing up a score more than 150. 134 now, 5 wickets down, 8 overs completed.
Yeah, I mean, the 150 does seem on, doesn't it? Right now, they're on 167 pace, the way they're going. So, 13 from Ravinda, not the worst over we've seen. Remember, it started with a big no-ball 6. So, from there, he avoided getting hit to the boundary again.
The worm is back. It's nice. It's not hiding itself under the ground this time. And, it must be, I mean, you're going back with the pin code here. Kumar to bowl, he needs a good over in here. But already, Vinny, I mean, Albano must be thinking already, once that score's gone past 120, that really they're in for a hiding here. It's a nice played shot. It's dealt with pretty well with the fielder. They think about taking him on, decide against it. I mean, they've just never been able to bat well against Fresh Tropical, have they?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, Fresh Tropical back their bowling attack as well. So a lot of people tipping them. And Jenna Brescia, obviously some personnel issues. Cricket Stars.
Oh, this is sweet. What an epic hit this is. He muscles this over the boundary. That is a huge shot. And once again, It's in the danger zone of the ambulance. Well, we've seen it hit once already.
I think this hits it again. Have a look at this. Holds the pose. And just track that Kookaburra. Bang. That hits low down. So he had one on the roof, one on the door. And let's just say, a gentleman in the tent just out in the front of the ambulance. And at least he's in the right spot. His pin code.
This is nicely played out of the offside. They take just an easy one. Yeah, I mean, look, I reckon they're pretty close to moving that ambulance now. Either that or they're going to need one of those military ones.
The funny thing was, armored. The other day, there was one that landed perfectly, probably where the one on the roof hit it. Yeah. There was one that landed perfectly there. The ambulance wasn't there. And when I tell you, you're going to love it. First, we'll look at the wide.
Yeah.
Because the ambulance had to rush a player to hospital. The 12th man pulled a hamstring running out the drinks in the drinks break vigorously. This actually happened.
Honestly?
We didn't realize at the time, but he had a slight twinge on his hammy and he ran out so enthusiastically that he pulled his hamstring and had to be carried off by about 3 of his teammates.
He's had enough. Yeah. He's saying, I'm out of here. Adios, baby, he said. This one is going to be hard work for the field. Oh, he's got this all wrong. And he's got it all wrong. And, well, it's a bit of a Rocky Horror show for the fielder because he's got this. I think he's overrun it. And then he's trying to stop himself, trying to get the brakes on. And, well, there we go. Poor old Rocky. Things are just not going his way. Look, yeah. Come back, come back. We're sorry. We're really sorry. Don't go anywhere.
I actually don't think it's much safer there, to be honest. To be a one-hopper down to Jorwa, just a single.
Yeah, I don't think you should be parking it with the... Oh, well, they think about it. They don't in the end. I don't think you want to be parking it with the windscreen sort of pointing in the direction of the cricket.
I don't think it's something that they teach you in ambulance school either. is the kind of hot zones of a limited overs cricket match.
Well, they've decided that they've had enough. The ambulance, it's moved. Anyway, back to Kumar on the line. This has been hit straight down the ground and it gets over the fielder. It's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. And, well, it just keeps getting more and more and bigger and better if you're a fresh tropical fan. And talking about fresh and tropical, well, we've just had a bowl of fresh tropical fruit. Isn't that nice? Thank you to Lorena.
It'll come in pretty handy in the innings break, I imagine. But, yeah, 150 up now, 154 for 5.
Yep.
All right, now it's Albano in the eye of the storm. Just not able to put too much together here on opening day of the Super Series.
No, that's another over. That went magical. 20 coming off that one, off Kuma. He goes for 37, though he did pick up that 1 wicket. But, yeah, things getting from bad to worse. And they just need something to go their way. Monulal is going to bowl the last over. And Zahid Chima has played his role in this partnership, 10 of 7.
He's the enigma in over number 10. He's been pretty good in last overs as well, or towards the end of innings. He was certainly the one that really impressed me with his ability to keep things quiet, but you're really getting tested now because Fresh Tropical, they're not going to run out of wickets this time, so you know they're going to be giving you both barrels and then some.
Chima wants to get back onto ball. He does. He won't mind that. Should be just a single. And I think that's a good plan. Get Jamil on strike. He's hit it so well, hasn't he?
Happy with 1. And Jahidul Islam saying in the chat that Fresh Tropical batters are like hungry lions. They're feasting on bowling in this innings, aren't they?
It's up in the air, opportunity. Wants to spin on this though, and well, decides not to put the effort in on a catch. And the bowler's perhaps a little bit disappointed, and that was an attempted. I think you've got to throw yourself at these, even at these situations.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think the bowler wants to avoid a collision, which you can understand as well. It just seemed to be perfectly placed between the bowler and the fielder at point. Well, trying to get a consolation wicket, it would seem, at this stage.
Hits it up in the air, and good catch, good technique as well. And this time, well, he maybe couldn't get to the last one. And he says, see, if they hit him at me, I'll take them. That's nicely taken. Good catch taken there by Gurjeet.
Yeah, Gurjeet will take the catch, and almost had the opportunity to get Jamil back on strike last ball, but Cheema put up the stop sign and said, okay, my turn. But he wasn't able to do too much with it, can't clear the infield. And so he will become the 6th wicket to fall with 3 balls remaining. It's 157 for 6.
Yeah, nicely done, and well, good work as well. Monulali keeps picking up the wickets, and that's what he's there to do. I mean, okay, it's a lot of runs on the board, but he stuck to his plan pretty well. It's been pretty unfortunate as well. But, nice catch taken there, Gurjeet.
Yeah, safe hands. Remember, the highest score we've seen successfully chased on ECN is 159. That was by Cluj in Romania last year.
This has been belted out of here. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va, eh? Esa pelota va por la playa. Voy a la playa. That's gone to the beach. That's a big hit. Well, you were saying, how many? 159? Well, they're going to have to break a record if they're going to get these.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Fresh Tropical can do to you. And you got Tasir Hassan. He's just rocking in at, what, number 8? And he comes in. In fact, sorry, that's Amjad. Shab Amjad first ball. He just goes smash and takes 6.
Well, Amjad, he's got the ambulance guys worried. They just move the ambulance and that way in the direction of the ambulance. Well, there's no hiding. You can't hide from that Kookaburra. Big swing, gets the dot ball in.
You can hear the Fresh Tropical teammates give me a good cheer, because he probably doesn't get that many opportunities with the bat, but he swings straight through the next one.
Yeah, I mean, he gives it everything, doesn't he? I mean, that's all the white goods, including the kitchen sink. He misses out on it, so one more ball to come. Monulal, I mean, his effort's been tremendous for his side. 3 for 21 he's taken so far.
Last ball. Strap yourselves in.
Oh, this is out of here. This is big. Balle, balle, balle. Well, the ambulance has moved even more. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a good job he probably did, because he thought, hang on, this isn't safe. Let's try over here. Well, he can't go any more forward, can he? Otherwise, he'd be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
But that's 6 more.
They better not knock over the Portaloos when they rush someone off a little bit later. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But right now, it is T-Rubble for Albano. They've conceded 169 off their 10 overs. Fresh Tropical winning the toss, batting really well. The Fresh Tropical Storm has hit Rome, and they're sending a big message to the competition that they are here and they are not afraid to swing the willow.
Yeah, I mean, look, this time around they did get Nakvi early before he went big. He got the double figures before he went, and it was a good catch that was taken by the Pinko there, by Kumar. Lovely jubbly at that point, but you know what happens with Fresh Tropical. You may get a couple of big wickets. This one should have been out. I mean, it should have been taken, and that was Amir Sharif. He could have gone for 0 in the end. They dropped him, and then the next 11 balls, he went and scored 31 quick-fire runs. It just goes to show that they will give you a chance, and if they don't, well, they're going to put you to bed. They're going to put you in the ambulance. That's where that one went.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Kookaburra.
Shaking luckily.
Kookaburra on the roof.
Yeah.
Well, then the Ice Cube was under attack as well. We got hit twice in consecutive deliveries. And luckily, we know our roof is Kookaburra proof. But yeah, when the wickets fell, it just didn't seem to slow things down. That was the difference this time. They didn't run out of batters. And in fact, every batter that came out just seemed more emboldened to attack the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And they kept up with the rate as well. All right, the second 5 overs was slightly slower, but that's another one. This time it was car trouble. And well, that could be a little bit of a radiator problem. Well, we almost had a few head problems. There's a few on our roofs. Well, not just one, but twice. We just saw that one go to the other side. But there was some tremendous hitting, and the power hitting was great. Jawar Singh showing that he's still got safe hands, despite his issues with the bowling here today. Wasn't really at his best, but they just kept coming and hitting the ball hard. I'll talk about this was just amazing. He did everything right. And
no touching.
Just, yeah, me and you were saying, no, lift your hand up, lift your hand up. He didn't do it. He didn't listen. And it ended up being...
Kind of worked out, Luke, because they did actually get Hummy with next ball, although it did cost them 3. This is an example of how to do it. releasing before he goes over the line. And he just got a bit of the old Heimlich maneuver for no particular reason for his teammate. But how about that? I mean, there's a little bit of swagger as this one is the second time the ambulance gets banged. Well, that was about it. They said, we're going to back up and get out of here. We're in the danger zone right now. Really, all the bowlers were in the crosshairs, weren't they? Although a couple of consolation wickets late on, Fresh Tropical have smashed 169. And, well, for the last trick, Amjad came out there. Doesn't often get a hit, but he comes out and he smashes his first ball for 6.
Yeah, that ambulance was going to be moving again. He thought there's nothing safe on this side. And maybe one or two of the players are saying to the ambulance man, well, you know where you've parked in Cow Corner, that's where all the trouble is. I tell you what, that's where all the trouble was from the Fresh Tropical batters as well, because that is a very healthy looking scorecard. Nakvi got to 10 before he was out, but then just have a look at that. But not just look at the scores, look at how many balls were used to get the scores. Look, Amish Sharif, 31, 12 deliveries. Asim Ali, 31 or 13. Hasim Jamal, 35 not out or 12 deliveries. And a good contribution there from Sikandar Abbas as well, 25 of 8. They're just powerful hitters. When they perform, they can score big like this all the time.
Nobody gets more than 35. And I think that might be the highest score I've ever seen as a team total where no one got more than 35. I'll have to look that one up. But you see, they really shared the load. And this is what makes them slightly different beasts than some other teams that do rely on 2, 3 particular batters. And, well, if you're not a fan of violence, look away now because the figures are a mess. 3 for Monu Lal, but he still got hit for 27. But there was worse. But there were wickets for Jorawat, Jaspal Ram and Pavin Kumar. But really, a lot of people taken to the cleaners. And Albano have got themselves in a bit of a pickle. Look, if they can't chase this 170, they need to at least try and bat well and get close. Otherwise, their net run rate is going to take a hammering here.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to. I mean, it looks very unlikely, let's be honest, but they've got to take something positive away from it. There was nothing positive for them in that first match against Fresh Tropical, but they need some positivity. I think if they can get to a score, you know, maybe set themselves 120, get to 120, then all of a sudden one or two of their batters click is going to do them. It's going to serve them well for the rest of this week. If they don't, if they get skiddled out cheaply again, their confidence is going to hit an all-time low.
Yeah, you said it. Well, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes for the last innings of opening day, but plenty of cricket still to come on the ECN today with 2 matches from Portugal tonight. Hope you're having a great opening day. We are here in the capital of Italy. It's hotting up in the middle, and it's going to keep hotting up after this break. Albano, they're going to have to go pedal to the metal. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico, full with me. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back to Rome, where they say all roads lead to Rome. Well, they did for these 5 teams that are playing in this Super Series. And of course, what they're playing for is the prize to represent their country, Italia, as the club champions in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket in 2023. Which club will it be? Well, I'll tell you what, from what we've seen today already, Fresh Tropical are turning on the style here today. And, well, they beat Albano in the first match, 115-76. And in this one, winning the toss, batting first, 169 has been put on the board. So 170 required for victory. And the man with the ball is their captain, Ghulam Hamid. He'll be very happy with the way his batters have performed. And he would have been very happy with the way that he particularly performed in the first match, picking up 4 wickets. Can he do the same here again? And, well, he lets himself down, bowls down the leg side. Good stop there. The wicket keeper. Yeah, 4 wickets he picked up at 4 for 13, which gave him the Player of the Match award. Shazad Hamiyan making a good stop there. Shots a catch, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's 1 or 2. I'm not very impressed with that effort. Just have a look here, and look, it's up in the air, hits high up on the bat, and he decides that the catch is not on, and then he has it under control, and then at the last minute, totally loses it, and by the time he does catch up with it, he's on top of the ball, but on top of the rope as well. 4 runs. Beaten outside the off. This is one man that certainly could do with a good innings here, the captain. His front shake. He's a very talented cricketer, has represented his country in the European Cricket Championship as well. So we know he has the ability. Doesn't really quite time this shot, slightly shorter, but it's able to get a single and rotate the strike. Monulal gets ready to face his first ball. Monulal very much somebody who's they've experimented with and stuck with him being up in the power play. It's another wide delivery, and this one will go all the way to the boundary. It was a gundy ball, and despite the efforts of Shazad Hamiyan diving to his left trying to stop this, does get a glove onto it, but not able to take enough pace off the ball, so that's going to be 5. So it's not the start really that Hamid would have wanted. He's a lot tidier than this normally, having a few issues. And this one has been belted straight. Well, watch out, this is coming our way. It was just wide off the box. Nice hit straight down the ground. And this is what they need, some positivity in their batting. And 4 more runs there straight down the ground. And, well, 17 on the board. Still a couple of deliveries to go. So you need a good start. You need a positive start. And this certainly is. Well, all I can tell you at the moment is they're right up with the rate. And this has been hit hard, and this looks like it's going to go all the way as well. It does. Inna Sona Shaka. This is more like it. And well, we got a surprise here in the afternoon in Rome, underneath this afternoon sunshine. That's 6 more, and the first over has gone magical. Hamid, oh, he picked up 2 wickets in his first over in the first match. Well, this is how quickly this match can change. This time it should be stopped, and the batters decide they won't be taking the single. So, end of the first over, 23 come off it. So, Ghulam Hamid, well, certainly did not look like the bowler who took 4 wickets for 13 of the 2 overs that we saw him bowl in the first match. Well, that's where we are. We're back down to single figures. Matches without a golden ball, of course. We saw one yesterday in Portugal, and just to remind you, cricket will resume there this evening as well. 2 more matches coming up from Portugal. On your sport at the moment, 4 matches a day from Rome, their Super Series, and then the action continues in Portugal as well. Good luck to the team in Portugal, doing a fantastic job. And the ground there at Miranda de Corvo looking absolutely beautiful as well. Zahid Chima coming on to bowl the second over. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough. Chima as well, strays down the leg side. Not by a lot, but enough for the umpires to spread their wings. Big shout out to all our umpires here today, been absolutely fantastic. Sulaiman Saeed, Asad Ali and Mohammed Shahid, led well by our tournament referee. The third umpire as well, Rob Kemin, doing a fantastic job. This is another wide, this time outside the off stump. Also shout out to our crew, Andis, Martins and Karina. Our partners, Spring Productions, have been absolutely fantastic bringing you the footage here from Rome. I'm sure you will all agree that the production of the cricket has got better and better. So in the air, oh, what a good catch. This is a very, very good catch. That's quality. And Amir taking a wonderful catch. That ball has been hit pretty hard. It's travelling. But what a great catch that is from Amir Sharif. And Vinny will call this a bit of the ice cream cone, but it doesn't want to come out. The second time we've seen the ball hit really well out of the middle of the bat. Amir Sharif, well, he makes it look nice and calm and cool. Well, it was cool. It looked like an ice cream. That's why it was cool. It was creamed, but the catch was taken. So, well, sometimes when luck is not on your side, things like that happen. Irfan Sheikh, the captain, well, he's absolutely creamed this, hasn't he? He's hit this well. Not able to get the elevation, though. So it wasn't a bad shot to play, but inside the power play, you've got to get the elevation. You've got to try and hit it over the infielders. He's not able to. And he goes for 5 of the 4 deliveries that he faces. Zahid Chima picks up his first wicket. And, well, this one is drifting down the leg side. See if there's any signal there from the umpire. No, so there's a bit of bat involved. You can see the signal there from the umpire straight away. Yeah, there you go. So, umpire giving the shake of the head straight away, and then returning back to his mark, just signalling. Bit of a bat onto the pad. So runs to Singh. Oh, this one's very wide, and interesting enough, both the openers, the captain Bilal Hamid and Zahid Chima, having a few issues with the ball swinging around. I'm not sure if that's just whether the ball is just swinging too much that they can't control it, or they're just starting to feel a little bit tired. It's been a hard day's work. Oh, this one is hit high up in the air. Gea, shaka, lagia. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 punti. Cuesta grande. Nice shot. And this one, well, you can see the flags. Have a look. Take a note of the way the wind is blowing there. So I think anything that struck well, going towards that sort of mid-wicket corner area, the wind is going to take it. And that's exactly what we saw there. So 1-all, 18 of just 4 deliveries. Well, he's the man you want on strike. Zahid Chima. So goes for the full length Yorker delivery. This does not miss by much. And, it's a good reply from Chima. And almost has him all ends up. Once again, it's been absolutely fantastic to be back in Italy, and thank you to everyone for all their support and all your lovely messages for myself, Vinny, and also for Nikki. Great to have Nikki on board with us as well. An inside edge, slightly slower delivery, Chima to get the single. So one more goes to the total with the ball to go. In this, the second over. staying there or thereabout, aren't they? I mean, it was always going to be a sort of 15 to 17 required per over unless something really special happened in the first few overs. That's the way this chase is going to go, but they're there and thereabout at the moment. In the air, and oh, it goes down. So a slice of luck going towards Albano's way, and that's probably the first one that we've really seen Fresh Tropical put down, and seem to have that all the way, and then it goes down. Bit of butterfingers there. Well, this is what we've got coming up tonight. We're talking about the night cricket. So the Coimbra Knights, the home side, they're in Portugal. They're up against Camden CC. Now, Coimbra Knights, they made a good display the opening day, just fell short on both occasions, so they're looking to come back with a bang. And I'm looking forward to it. And a man that's joining me in the commentary, Ice Cube, so they say, is looking forward to it as well. Vinny Sandy, what do you reckon?
Cool. Well, I know who our biggest fan is at European cricket. It's the fan in front of us, because that's cooling us down at the moment. Here's Sharif in over number 3. He drops short, and he unfortunately gets punished. And this is a pretty good shot. Jarwa Singh's a guy I always like to see bat. He played some very good innings in Milan. Let's see if he can get them to some respectability here. 4 runs to start the third over.
Yeah, a little bit too short, and just helps us along the way. Along the way, he just swivels on the back foot. Makes a nice shot. So Amir Sharif, his first ball going to the boundary.
Yeah, looking forward to that Portugal series tonight. Andrew Winter, Mr. Evergreen, one of my favourites. You're looking very green today, Rico. Okay, this is trouble. It's gone straight up. Oh, there's 2 fielders coming around. He's going to have to stretch for it. He's going to miss it in the end. Well, another one that forced the fielder to really push themselves to the limit. That time it's Tasir Hassan. Can't quite grasp it.
Yeah, I mean, the bowler starts, then he stopped, and he just points and says, it's yours. Falla. Well, he did his best. He was really stretching. And he says, and, well, batsman, Bhatia. Oh, another chance going for Albano. Can they make the most of it? Can they make it count? Well, this one is a slightly slower delivery, well disguised by Amir Sharif. So no run.
Sharif's a good cricketer, isn't he? And we still go back to when he kept Italy essentially in the ECC last year, chasing down 145 against Czech Republic in an eliminator. Ultimately, they would win that finals day and make it to championship week.
This is up in the air, and this time, is it going to... This time the bowler says, just leave it to me. I left it to you last time, and you let me down. I'm not going to let myself down. There's a good catch. He takes it lying down, and that's well done. I mean, you're saying it. He's a very good cricketer, Amir Sharif, and showing all his ability and talent there and getting the prize wicket on Lal. Lal was looking dangerous, wasn't he? He was hitting the ball pretty well, but this time gets right the toe end of this one. And this time he said, Tu parija, meri main parniya, and he takes a good catch.
Yeah, classic enigma. He's going to be swinging for the fences, and sometimes he gets it right, sometimes he doesn't. And lightning strikes twice from the sky. This time, Sharif says, out my way.
Yeah.
I've got this one covered. And you're right, sometimes it is easy to take those lying down, because at least you've got both eyes looking at the ball where it's coming from, those really high ones. And so, second wicket falls. The pace has been good, but they've already lost 2. 40 for 2 in the third over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wicket they didn't really want to lose. They need him on a line out there. He was hitting the ball pretty well. Unfortunate here, gets the toe end. But once again, you see, it's all about technique. The head goes up in the air there. As a result of that, he skies it up. So, but a very good catch. Ooh, well, this is lucky. He had no idea about this at all, did Samir. And it gets the inside edge, goes down to the man on the 45. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, streaky one. So right off the inside edge, you're right. Fresh Tropical, I mean, what do you take away from their first day? I mean, I talked about the fact in Milan, I don't think they quite played to their potential.
No, not
despite
at all.
winning that week. But they've sent a pretty strong message today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is, Vinny. I mean, you've seen the cricket here last week, but whether the batters have been able to bat with more confidence on this track. Though we know the track offers a lot to the bowlers, especially in terms of pace, but whether it's a truer bounce, whether they can time the ball better on it. But certainly, yeah, you're right. I think in Milan and probably in Russia as well, we didn't see teams bat well. It was all about the bowlers. But here, batters seem to be more confident.
Yeah, although having said that, in the Rome series, we didn't see run rates out of the 9s. It's a lot lower than last year. It's a bit of a trend, a bit lower scores this year compared to last. I think partly it's because the fielding's improved. I think you're taking more of those chances early and stifling innings before they start. Okay, it is the last innings of the day. I've asked for hashtag random questions in the chat. A couple have come in already. Ready to go. And first one from Jeff Maguire, asking how far from the ground to the city centre. It's about 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
So
is that on the metro?
If you go by car, that is. On the metro, maybe slightly longer. Got to get to the metro station first. Yeah, so I'd say around 20 minutes. Jeff, thanks for your question. And did go in last Sunday. Haven't been in since, but I'm looking forward to taking a trip in again this week. One thing that I really enjoyed yesterday was I went to the beach.
Yeah, you did. You were floating around.
I was in the beach when the Golden Ball happened.
Yeah.
I was taken away from my phone. I got quite the shock when I got back.
He played, gets right behind this, gets his wrist into play.
And
towards third.
I love this random question from Shrug as well. He says, random question, have either of you ever been to Papua New Guinea? Thank you.
No.
That is random.
It's a big capital no. Where did that start
This
from?
is where we need
it
the
started
ECN tabloids, and it'll all be about your big money move to PNG. There was this rumour. This is why it's scary to take any time off, because you have no idea.
What happened?
We knew there was a bombshell, and it turned out to be that ECC was going to be day-night, but suddenly I was apparently getting married. Corey was apparently getting married. I don't know if we're getting married to each other. You were moving to Papua New Guinea. All sorts of rumours. Anyway, I haven't been, but I'd love to go. I mean, it seems like a beautiful part of the world. I'm a big fan of North Queensland, and Papua New Guinea is actually, geographically, it's the closest country to Australia, because it's just off the northeast tip.
Okay.
If you know what Australia looks like, it's got a bit of a point at the top of Queensland.
So what's it famous for? I mean, I don't know anything about Papua New Guinea.
A few things, but I just think it's the culture is quite unique there. And it's influenced a bit by Oceania. And cricket's taking off there. I know that Chad Sayers, as we see,
this is out. This is gone, Vinny. Well, how about this? I tell you what, you might as well go to Papua New Guinea because, well, he was running so casual with Severe, but the pick up and throw there, well, that is dynamite from Taseer Hassan. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, well, we coined this phrase on the weekend. It's hard to run with a broken heart, and I think they're losing heart in this chase. He just kind of runs nowhere. Runs almost on a diagonal, and Taseer was given a chance. He didn't let his teammates down, crashes that throw into the stumps. And so, Albano, more pain for them, having a rough time of it so far. That makes it 43 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant work. I mean, when you watch that again, you can see that I reckon that he gets blinded by the bowler in his way, but he thinks, I'm in no danger. Just have a look at it again. Here comes the throw. Take a look at the batter. You see, he's just like, the bowler's in the way. He's no idea what sort of danger he's in.
It's a genuine one stump to aim at, though.
Yeah.
That was a genuine side-on direct hit. Fantastic fielding. That's one of the reasons I thought the scores, I think, on the whole, haven't quite been as high as we might have seen last year, but with fielding like that, they're going to keep coming back. Faisal Muhammad steams in again.
It's hit high up in the air. There's no fielder there, and that is going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot. I mean, Faisal Muhammad, I mean, Vinny, you went round in the first match. His first 3 balls were short balls and bang into the helmet of the batters. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
3 on the trot.
Bowls a heavy ball.
He does.
I was going to say, how was he not getting no ball then if he kept hitting batters in the head? Anyway, it takes to the end of the 4th over. The score is 47 for 3. So sorry to interrupt the PNG chat.
Yeah.
But lots of good things happening with PNG. Their cricket, Papua New Guinea. I don't know if you're going to be over there to find out. But Chad Sayers, former Australian Test player, very good bowler for South Australia, is involved in the setup there now. And yeah, you just see that they have been slowly but surely climbing the rankings over the last few years. So I'll keep an eye on that. Here's Sikandar Abbas, who's coming on to bowl over number 5.
It's high up in the air. Somebody's got to put a name on it. Is he going to get lucky? And, well, he does get lucky. And then he tries to ride his luck and take a second. And, well, the batter, Ram, says, no, you just stay there.
I noticed also Danny Hudacek in the chat. Hello, Danny. Hope you're
Hi,
well.
Danny.
I knew you'd be watching because he's a big Albano fan. I know it hasn't really gone so well for the guys today, Danny, but he's asking me steak or chicken pie. Good question. Probably. Oh, Nikki in the back saying chicken. I probably would go steak then, so I think it would work out nicely if there's one of each.
Yeah, from steak and ale.
Steak and ale.
Steak and
Guinness?
ale. Yeah, not steak and kidney though, but steak and ale. I love a good steak. A homemade steak and ale.
Wait till
pie.
you see the Maximo Centre. They have everything.
Yeah, I've heard
and
about
then
this.
some.
I bet you're loving it at the Maximum Centre. You must have pictures.
I did try and make a rumour that I built it, but but I didn't. It does have everything though.
Well, how about this? This was a, well, we know sometimes there's a grunt on the slower ball, but this was a roar. And it was a and well, he's put off the batter.
Oh, grunted slower ball. Oldest trick in the book, but it still works. Sekanda varying his pace really cleverly there. The arm speed was the same.
This one is well stopped. Good work from the keeper. Very good work from. But then, well, I don't think you can blame him.
No. Well,
there. And that's gone wrong as well from Azam Ali. Well, we saw this done earlier. Well, this is how you what did you do? You said you broke your foot doing this.
Yeah, this just flicks off the pad of the batter, who then quickly gets back. I mean, I think you can blame several people there. But yeah, if you get this wrong, it's bad.
Well, this ain't bad. This is good because it's going all the way. Boom! Shaka Logio. This is what they need. They need confidence. And the confidence has to come from somewhere. And like you said, it's not just about trying to win this match. I mean, they're not going to put that past them as yet. They're going to keep going, but they need something positive to go into the remaining fixtures that they've got. And this certainly would help them if they can get to a decent score here.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice pick-up shot. I think I mentioned, now's the time. Yeah, forget about the target. Just try and put together good innings heading in tomorrow. You can't win or really lose a tournament on day one, but you still want to play well and maybe build. Nice cover drive here. Azam Ali is going to handle it. Does very well. Fires in the throw to the keeper, who jumps straight over it.
What is going on here?
We saw a new type of wicket keeping last week from some of the keepers, and it was, I'd call it like a double knee block. And I would say God gives you gloves for a reason. I would try using them, and this time he gets it all wrong.
Take the gloves off and give him a skipping rope. That'll be better. I mean, he skipped right over this one. Not sure what's going on there. But anyway, it's another fail.
Yeah, well, it's not even a foot fielding fail because it doesn't even get your foot on it. Anyway, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Rico Full. Rico, it's been great to have you back.
Great to be
have
back.
you enjoyed your first day back?
I said, yeah. Hey, listen, have you been into, I mean, a lot of people were asking us about the centre. Have you been into the centre?
Yeah, went to the centre last week and I had dinner by the Pantheon, which is very, very famous.
Yeah, well, look, the one thing I always like to talk about is the Trevi Fountain.
Yeah,
Trevi
we went
Fountain.
to the Trevi Fountain. It was probably as busy as I've seen it.
Did you know the Trevi Fountain, 1.3 million euros are thrown into there every year?
Is that right?
That's over 3,000 euros a day. So
Yeah.
if you've got scuba diving gear,
3,000 euros a day.
over 3,000 euros a day
I
in
did
coins
not know that.
thrown into the Trevi Fountain.
Just a minute ago, I showed Portugal, which is coming up in around about 2 hours from now. Charlie Hunt will be there to take you through that. I did not know 3,000 euros a day. I mean, I tell you what, when I first came to Rome, in fact, I know you were here when I first came to Rome for ECS cricket, it wasn't very busy at all because the place was locked down.
That's right,
so even when we did have a wander around the city, it wasn't so busy. Went to the Trevi Fountain last week, went with Corey. It was teeming with people.
Packed,
absolutely teeming with people. And so that's really nice to see that the world slowly, I suppose, coming back to a sense of normality. But 3,000 euros. If you told Corey that, he would have had his snorkel and his flippers on. He would have been there straight away.
That's the main reason I kept him. I was going to put it in the chat. I thought I better not because I know you'd lose Corey for the day.
Probably would have. Anyway, great to have your company. And don't forget, like we said, the action just starting today on ECN. The 2 matches tonight. Coimbra Knights, you're hoping to keep building. Campbell's SC as well, new to ECN cricket. They're a team that have been born out of some former Irish players, such as Dishish Kumar Balkrishna. They're very, very capable.
So Faisal Mohammed back into attack. Has the tendency to bang the ball in a little bit. We've seen him bowl a few short deliveries. So I'm sure the batters are ready and waiting for that short delivery. This one is well hit, but has he got enough on it? And the question is, no, he hasn't. It's a very comfortable catch taken by Bilal Hamid, the captain. And it's another, well, you wouldn't say it quite a failure, but for a player the potential of Jawara Singh, is, I mean, he's got to go more than 20 here, and just doesn't get it, and has to make his way back. I suppose you can't really blame him when you know that you're requiring over 20 runs per over to try and get to that victory. You're going to have to play some big shots, and he tries, and he has to go.
Going to be a long way back, isn't it? You see, business as usual, Bilal Hamid. I remember you mentioned he's got Chima on his back. Well, he is a Chima. I mean, that is one of his family names.
Okay.
But typically we know him as Bilal Hamid here, leading the side. He took that easily, no real pressure on the catch. So yeah, Albano, like I say, they're in a bit of a hole here. And they want to try and keep the margin of defeat as low as possible. Faisal, good reward for him. Tries to hurt somebody else. This is played off the nose. And it will be a single to get AJ Kumar going. Not a convincing one.
Yeah, we're right on cue. This is the short ball that Faisal Mohammed does like to use. And once again, the batter not too comfortable playing it. But does get himself to the safe end, if you like. Both batters on one. Can they get a good partnership going here between them?
Won't be a wide. He steps across. Another cool random question from Shrug. Saying, as with the A-team of ECN commentary, which member of TV's A-team would you be? Which member of the A-team? I'm locking up Mr. T straight off the bat.
Yeah, no way. Mr. T.
I read it first. I'm Mr. T.
Okay.
Do you remember any of the others? Because actually only remember
There was Murdoch, who was the crazy one. That's why I would have thought, well, that's got to be Corey then. Corey's the Murdoch. This is big, but oh, he's got this one wrong. As Bilal Hamid is disappointed with himself. I think this is catchable. He doesn't get anything on it. And he goes all the way over the ropes for 6 runs. Well, that was a bit of crazy stuff. We were talking about Murdoch. Well, this one has gone all the way. There was the face as well, wasn't it? The face? Face used to be the one that the slime one.
That's right.
And Hannibal, well, Hannibal
Smith
with the cigar. He was the one who used to say, "I have a plan. I love it when a plan comes together."
Am I showing that I'm not that old by the fact that I don't really know them that well?
What you're saying is that you went for Mr. T, so I'll be Hannibal Smith. He was a clever one. Well, that's not a bad shot at all. He says, you're going to bowl it short. I'm going to step outside the off stump and play you down there because there's nobody there. 4 runs. Nicely played.
Pity to fool that drops short of a length to something to Ram. He gets a bit creative and runs halfway to point, but along the way, he's able to work it around the corner. No fine leg. 4 runs. Yeah.
So what do you reckon here? I reckon Faisal Mohammed. There he is. He wouldn't like that. I think he's going to go for a shorter one and try and follow him this time. Let's wait and see. These two are putting a little bit of a battle together. Yeah, so, yeah, I think I'm going to be Hannibal Smith. So the man with the brains. You can be Mr. T. We'll drug you next time we get onto a Bizaway flight.
Oh, please don't.
That's what they used to do because he hated to fly, didn't he?
He's yeah.
Yeah.
Show my lack of knowledge, but at least I knew Mr. T was in them. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 6th over.
He does go for the shorter one. Ram puts it straight into the hands of the fielder out there on the boundary, on the offside. So, well, the last laugh is with Faisal Mohammed. He picks up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 17 of his 2-over spell.
Yeah, a bit unlucky to be honest. Gets a fair piece of that, but he drills it to Jamil down at deep backward point. So the wheels have been rattling for a while, and I think I can see they're about to go. That's 5 down now, 6 overs down. It's 68 for 5. Another question from Ian John saying, on my travels around Europe, how many suitcases do I have with me? Don't know if we should answer that or not, but I've pretty much got 2 of the biggest legal suitcases that you're allowed to own.
You have.
Occasionally the police come and measure my suitcases to make sure that they're not illegally large, but they're pretty big. And I've got a couple of other small bags, smallish.
Yeah, you don't travel light.
Got to do what you got to do. Here's Chima in over number 7. And well, he's going to knock him over. First ball, Zahid Chima has hit the Super Series, and he's hit the stumps, not for the first time and not for the last. The score 68 for 6.
Yeah, right on the money. And Chima just gets his quicker ball in and plays all around this one. AJ Kumar, he has to go for a disappointing one of the 2 deliveries that he's faced. And Zahid Chima, once again, showing his class. Great bowler.
Yeah, well, never a great sign when the non-striker's having a big laugh with the bowler after he's knocked your pegs out the ground. But anyway, I guess they just appreciate good cricket. 68 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, I'll just say that I travel with one suitcase. It's probably half the size of Vinny's one.
That's true.
Every time we get somewhere, when they open the boot of the van, because we need a van because of your bags, the people that are transporting us around have a look at your cases and think, uh-oh.
I'm a car Tetris grandmaster now. Everyone out the way. Leave it to me. It's, you just got to get a better agent, because I had that written in my contract early. You're gonna have to, if you're gonna take me on, you're gonna have to take my stuff. Anyway, question from Yuvraj Singh in the chat. Oh, I love this one. Coming up after this next ball from Zahid. Well, he's gonna do it again. Double down. Zahid Cheem. 2 in a row. Now he's on a hat trick.
This is great bowling, isn't it? This is what you call bowling. At the new batters coming in. It's full, it's straight, it's knocking the leg stump out of the ground. Look at that, perfect delivery. Tries to give himself a bit of room, and look, he doesn't even look back. He don't want to look back because he knows that his stumps are in a bit of a mess. And, well, that's a first baller. And could we have another hat trick?
We've actually had a couple since you've been gone. Danua with the old 4 in 4. And then somehow found a way to lose the game. Taj Muhammad in Portugal over the weekend as well. So now we're looking for hat trick number 18 of the season. Well, I wouldn't put it past Cheema here. He is one guy that is so good at hitting the furniture.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Jaspal Ram is going to be for him. That's the leg stump out of the ground. Not the first time we've seen that. One stump out on the ground, the other two perfectly intact with the bail still sitting pretty on the top.
He just gets good rhythm into his actions, Zahid Cheema. It's pretty repeatable. It's no coincidence he's always amongst the wickets. He's got 3 for 12 in this game. You know what? He's still got 4 balls left. I think he's fancying a 4th, maybe even a 5th here.
Yeah, well, hat-trick ball coming up. Zahid Cheema, hat-trick there. Both Zabardasti bowling at the edge. 3 for 12. And, well, Singh.
He's gonna have to knock out Rocky. Here we go, hat-trick ball.
And well, it just gets the line wrong. He goes for the Yorker, goes for a repeat of what worked for him so far. So does trap the pads, but the ball is not in danger of hitting the stump. So here, Rocky gets to the other end, gets to safety.
Before Zahid rudely interrupted with those 2 wickets. The question from Yuvraj Singh in the chat. Rico, are you becoming the coach of Papua New Guinea?
Well, listen, since you told me that cricket is on the up there, well...
Have you checked your mail? Well, have you checked your answering machine?
This is sweetly hit, and he's trying to get it through the gap, the 2 fielders. That's good work there. And yeah, good bit of fielding once the player making the stop, and good bit of backing up as well. But listen, that's a good point, you know. Maybe people know what's on the horizon, and I don't know. But look, you've painted a nice picture about Papua New Guinea. I wouldn't mind going there.
Let's just say it's not a 2-hour flight from your house. That's all I'll say about that.
Now listen, you got Nikki here now. Maybe you can take a little bit of a break. What do you reckon?
It's up to you. But Nikki's busy as well. And Nikki's doing some great things in the UK as well. And I know she's got a bit of a role with the 100 coming up, of course. Very high profile tournament.
Yeah.
Work on some social media content and interviewing some of the players. Do you know that Corey got called a kind of a second-hand Jason Roy by a lot of people in the chat? Thought there was a bit of a resemblance.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Amongst other things, he was called.
Well, beetroot, you mean, and lobster.
Was radiating heat. He was radioactive pretty much. And the third, I think one of the date. Look, Corey's from Perth originally. He should be able to handle the heat. As we just have a quick look ahead to tomorrow, Roma CC. We'll be taking part in the morning session tomorrow against Cricket Stars. First chance to have a look at the hosts. Albano, Ginebrescia in the afternoon. Ginebrescia hit and miss. Albano miss and miss today, really, on day 1. So join us for the second day of action, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India for another day in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Before then, you can tune in tonight in Portugal. Yeah, so I think third over the day when I saw Corey put his head on the table and collapsing in sweat, and it wasn't even hot yet. And I was like, what are we in for here? But I will say, to his credit, he stuck it out really, really well. And he kind of, when he loses his mind a little bit, it's great to get inside his brain because he does come up with some quite different insights. He actually told us a lot about, snuck into a few of his, perhaps, ways of thinking for the ECC, coaching Spain.
Oh, really? Yeah.
In September as well. Here's Azam Ali with the ball.
Azam Ali. Got the the one over.
I think from Corey, we're going to see some funky fields. This is what I
Yeah.
gathered from it. I think he's not going to be afraid to pull the pin on batters that aren't scoring quick enough. So this one will be whacked square of the wicket. This will be 4. So Gill gets the boundary as Marley goes for runs for the first time. Albano get a boundary in the 8th.
Yeah, Asim Ali bowled well, didn't he, the first match? Picked up 2 for 3. Well, he's gone for more runs in just a couple of balls than he did in that first match. But he'll be thereabout all the time. This is hit nice and straight. One for you, Vinny, or Nicky, whichever one for Purse. And Vinny Sandhu there doing the one-hand grab. It's, nicely done. There we go.
Well, no one really knew where it was going to bounce. Luckily, it landed in my hand. You know what you missed the other day as well? Corey was sitting here. We had young Gyan Kirby, who was he's a young fan. His dad, Dame, was playing for Roma Capinelli. And this guy loved his cricket. It was really nice. You would have liked it. As we see, a throw that might as well be called wide. Standard overthrow. Any advances? I've got 2, and we'll stay at 2. He was coming doing a couple of overs, and Corey was eating watermelon in the corner, and then a ball got absolutely drilled.
Yeah.
And actually, fortunately, I caught it right in front of the youngster.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Corey, I'll wait for that because this is going, and it's going to be a real teaser. It's going to be dropped for 6. Maximo Gill triangulates it perfectly. Good club selection. I think Bilal Hamid's a bit upset because he might have kept this in the field of play, but he doesn't, and count it as 6. As Gill swings away and gets a Maximo.
Yeah, this is another one that Bilal Hamid gets a bit wrong. And I think he's just checking his fingers afterwards. I think he knew he was very close to the rope. It's up in the air again. Second time lucky maybe. And, well, this time he just manages to hold on to it. Well, he hasn't quite nursed his fingers from the one he dropped. And then it comes to him straight away.
Well, he almost drops the ice screen out the bottom of the bowl here. Because look at this. It almost sneaks through. Ends up lodging in 1. And just flicks it away. And he's in the hot spot right now. Gill, again, can't quite replicate the shot earlier in the over. This one falling just shorter. So he'll fall for 18, and it'll be all the 8s. 88 for 8 after 8. Yeah, so luckily, it reminded me a lot of the one in Bulgaria, the sound that it made when it hit my hands. And luckily, of course, I was protecting the computers and all that, but also the child, who was a real cricket nut. Loved Steve Smith, born in Hobart, lived here for 5 years. Very good cricket technique as well. I think he was 9. Corey then said that he was doing his best to pull the kid out of the way. But when Anders showed the replay, Corey actually ducks out the way and protects the watermelon that he's eating. So in the highlights, we had the whole story. And of course, imagine Corey's reaction when I took a catch in the booth. You know what Corey's catching's been like.
Yeah.
Dropped 9. We actually had a stats sheet on Corey in the ECL earlier in the year that he'd actually had dropped 9 crowd catches in a row.
Yeah, I noticed that he's stopped game for him now, hasn't he? Do you think he's learnt his lesson?
Not so sure.
All right.
We have stopped him throwing the headphones down and chasing the balls. Because there was a point that anything down the ground, you just hear this.
And off he went.
We had those days?
Yeah.
We said, Corey, if you could, you're wired in here. If you could just keep the headphones on, that'd be fantastic.
It's been Rabas. Well, he makes a grunt, gets a slower ball in, but as slow as he bowls it, it hits back to him pretty slow as well. But he's not able to stop it, so single taken. So into the 80s here now. I mean, can they get to 100, push on to 100? But they have lost 8 wickets as well. Tees this one up pretty well. It's a bit of a helicopter sort of block shot there. Doesn't get any power into it, just digs it out. It's a single. Score moves on to 89.
Counter Abbas. See if we can finish things off with a bang bang. Well, no one was particularly interested in this. This ball's an orphan because nobody wants it. Batter misses out. Keeper watches it go past. Thought it might have bowled him. Instead, it goes to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened here. I think the wicketkeeper is sure that this is going to be smashing into the stumps. It doesn't. It goes all the way through. 4 byes, valuable runs.
Makes my blood boil, this one, actually. I know it's a long day, but you got to track the ball. You got to take the stumps and the batter out of the equation and just follow the line of the ball. Otherwise, you get something like that happening.
Single taken out into the covers.
That'll be the end of the over. Seems like the score might have frozen on the screen. It hasn't quite frozen out in the middle there, but it's 95 for 8 after 9 overs. So we're going to go to the last over of the day. I want to thank everyone for their viewership today, of course. ECN Robot has put something on the chat. When we get to 300,000 subscribers this week, Vinny and Rico and Nikki, I'm going to say that, we'll do the Ice Bucket Challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
And
we're up
the
for
options
this.
are I am a subscriber or I need to subscribe now. So that's just a little reminder for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, this one should be going into the stumps. It doesn't. They don't take any runs. And Rocky has a big swing at this and gets very lucky indeed. That's Ravinder Singh.
Here's the other thing about the subscribers. We never see, it's always to the 1,000, right? So we won't know until it clicks over. So it's going to say 299K now until we see the magical 300 click over.
Okay.
So if you have any family, any friends, now's a great week. Because this deal, the Ice Bucket Challenge, is only good for Italy.
Yeah.
That's the deal we made back in Milan. I think it was Milan.
It was when we started in Milan, that's right. What
think
were
you
you on
said
then?
it.
Yeah.
We
I
won
said it
296 back then.
296.
296. So that was a great time to get people involved, tell them about the magic of ECN. Ice Bucket Challenge. Where are they going to throw the ice from? Maybe the scaffolding? How creative can we get with this?
That's not throwing rocks. No, you just turn the bucket over you. You don't throw it from a height.
I've seen enough fail videos to know it can go very badly. This will be one bounce and one hand used. There's Nakvi out there. So last ball of the day.
Oh, well, you've got to be taking these. What are they doing? Well, they decide not to.
Siesta time, I think. So, yeah, been a pretty interesting first day. Probably haven't had the close games I thought we might have had. We had a mixed series at the start of the day, matches 1 and 2, but Fresh Tropical just been too good for Albano here.
Kuma wanted to stay down that end, turn down the second. Just get a single.
James Stewart, last word in the chat, has said we should add the spring production guys to the Ice Bucket Challenge as well. So for some reason they're still running, even though I thought the game was over about 2 minutes ago. But I'm going to count that as 2. I'm just going to guess.
This time they do take it. Again,
just no one fields it. Long day, hot day. I think the keeper ends up with a bit of foot fielding of his own. But it will be 169 to 100. Albano get the 100 in the end, but it's not enough. I just don't think 100 is going to win you many cricket games here in the Super Series. I just think 110 is par. I think these teams, especially a team like Fresh Tropical, they are made for this form of the game. Although they can blow themselves up occasionally, they can also blow bowling tacks apart, and they are the big winners for me out of opening day.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are. I mean, it's good. You said it. We didn't really see the best of them in Milan. We didn't see the consistency that we know that they need to have in their batting. And that's why they relied a lot on the strength of their bowling and the strength and the way that Bilal Hamid used his bowlers there. Zahid Chima was on top form as well. And what they've shown here today in these two matches is that this time round, they've brought their batting with them. They're going to take some beating, Vinny.
Yeah, I would say that, but you don't win tournaments on day one. You don't lose tournaments either, but certainly it was a rematch we were looking forward to. Even though that ball wasn't quite kept in the field of play by Shoaib Amjad, I do think they had more good moments than bad moments for the most part. A little bit wasteful early. Look, Albano, they can learn from that, no doubt about it. And for them, I think they just need to draw a line under it and start again tomorrow. Well, the ambulance had finally got with the program as well, part a little bit further away, but it was a kind of procession of batters for Albano that would continue to fall. Do like Jorawa in the number 3 position. He is one guy who can really whack it. Monulal can as well, but there's a reason we call him the Enigma, because, again, he always is good for a good time, not always a long time. And yeah, Albano, they certainly have a lot to think about after opening day.
Yeah, they certainly did. Look, there were no way out of this straight away, were they? Look, the first table went for 23, Bilal Hamid, and then it was Zahid Chima that picked up that the first wicket, 35 for 1 at the end of 2, 41 for 2 at 3. So they did get the runs in the power play, but then it was just getting those wickets, and well, it was time the Fresh Tropical started to enjoy themselves. There were still some nice shots. Monulal, as you said, he batted well. He played some big shots, and Jawar Singh, he got to 20 before he was caught on the boundary. It was a good catch there from the captain Bilal Hamid, but not everything went his way. We saw him drop a few, and lost a few fingernails as well, but that was one that he thought he should have had. He was a bit disappointed that he wasn't able to take this one.
He seemed to go through the 7 stages of grief there after letting that one get past him. That one didn't get past Hassan Jamil on the deep point boundary. Then it was Chima o'clock. Set your watches as he went bang and then bang and whacks the stumps 2 balls in a row. He was on a hat-trick. Ultimately, he wouldn't take it. But by then, you just knew Fresh Tropical. They put a mountain of runs on the board, and then they let their bowlers do their thing. Zahid with the double strike, and ended up with pretty good figures, 3 wickets.
Yeah, he's just a quality campaigner, isn't he? He's such a dangerous man to have into your attack, and he always seems to produce when the captain needs him to. And, well, talking about the captain, this is one that he won't like, but he did get an opportunity straight away, and he took that one. But still, just a little bit disappointed about some of the fingernails he's lost in the process of those drop catches he had as well.
And here's the thing, Fresh Tropical, they've got the day off as well, so they get to have a good look at the other teams, including Roma CC, and I just think that's a perfect start, especially going to a day off, because they'll be pretty satisfied with what they did there. Okay, yes, they had a bit of a collapse in the first game, but, I mean, they collapsed on a decent foundation, so they still had enough runs to get to kind of a par score. And we know that they're very good defenders. They defended scores even in the 80s back in Milan. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Roma CC, the hosts, versus Cricket Stars. So can Roma CC keep their momentum even though they've had 3 days off? And then Albano versus Ginebrescia in the afternoon. Join us from 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more cricket action from Italy in the Super Series tomorrow, the series that will determine the ECL representative club from Italy. Going to the scorecards, 170 is always going to be a big ask, and really we knew a fair way out that they weren't going to get there, but I think they will be disappointed. Albano for many reasons, and look, once again you had some batters making starts, not really going on with it. Manu Lal with 19, Jorah with 20. Savinda was the only other player to make double figures with 11. So, yeah, there is the pressure of the chase, isn't there? But, yeah, it was just a bit rough after the start they had. Looking at the bowling, well, 2 for 17. Faisal Mohammed certainly brought another element to their attack. He bowls a heavy ball, likes to go upstairs. 3 for 15, though, Chima. Zahid Chima, for me, he was the star. And the other wicket went to Sharif. In fact, Azim Ali also chipped in with 1 at the end.
Yeah, they've got a good balance there in this side, and we just saw there you've got you mentioned Zahid Chima. We know that Bilal Hamid, he can be a star companion for them as well, but they've got the spin as well. And we saw this morning those 2 teams there, the Cricket Stars and Ginebrescia, no spinners. Yeah. And I just wonder, I mean, if there's no change to their squad, I just wonder if that's going to be maybe what might cost them. Because spinners, we've seen today already, spinners do well on this pitch.
Well, here's the thing, and even Jorawat, who is a genuine spinner, I think he probably bowled too fast today. Yeah. I think that when he got in trouble, he tended to bowl faster, and the batters were feisty on that pace. So I think you do have to be courageous enough to maybe toss a few up and prey on a mistake. That's something, a theme that we have seen time and time again with some of these top batters, is that it is the spin that undoes them, just throws their timing off a little bit.
He was a little bit short, wasn't he? And we saw today, every time that he was short, he got absolutely punished. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Just float that ball up there.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank everyone out there. Thanks to everyone here from the Roma CC who have looked after us so well. Lorena, Prabath, and all the crew. To Leslie, of course, around the ground as well. Just a reminder, there is more cricket coming up tonight. Coimbra Knights versus GSC the start of night 5. Now, this game is around, well, there's 2 matches. The first one is about 90 minutes away right now, starting at 6 o'clock in Central Europe and 9:30 p.m. in India. And, well, I know Charlie Hunt is ready to take you through there. And who knows, when golden balls come, they come in a rush. So maybe we will see more golden balls from Portugal, or maybe even here in the Super Series this week. That's the scorecard we were talking about with Jorawat, 20 top scoring. He went at a pretty good pace, as did Manu Lal, but just apart from that, it fell apart, didn't it? Gill, I thought he was actually pretty good late on. Yeah. He was able to whack a couple away, and yeah, he just fell a little bit short, attempting to hit another 6. And at the end, look at the extras, probably 9 wides, 4 byes, probably a few too many, I think, for Fresh Tropical, but still they had the runs to play with, didn't they? As Albano would finish on 100. And then I mentioned Chima. I really like him. I mean, he seems to be able to bowl at the start of the innings, at the end of the innings, even in the middle of the innings if he has to. He's very versatile. 3 for 15 for him. 2 wickets for Faisal Mohammed, who shows that he's not afraid to rattle a few cages, and then singles for Sharif and Azim Ali.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good, like I say there, it's a good all-round performance there. Only the captain, really, who, well, I'm not really sure what happened with him. Just lost his shape, lost his line. He went for 23 in just that one over. That gave Albano the perfect start, but then, You know, when you've got that strength and that depth in your lineup, they can soon pull it round and pull it back together. And thanks to Chima coming on bowling the second over, getting a wicket, and then after that, everything changed. But yeah, there's a couple of key. I mean, I like to see maybe for Obama, maybe the captain, that Irfan maybe goes a bit low down the order. Maybe take a gamble, send someone like Gill or Ram up there. You know,
I was thinking that. I mean, it didn't really work, but I mean, again, they'll have to set it aside. They still have 6 more matches to make an impression on this series, qualify, and what we saw from Roma CC last week, they had a terrible first day, to be honest. I mean, they did bounce back with a win, but they didn't have a very good start to the tournament. And at one point, I think they were 1-3, but they made their run and they timed their run at the right time. So that's going to be super important. Okay, last thank yous to the Blue Crew, to Sam and everyone. To you, Rico, it's been great to have you back.
It's great to be back, matey.
Looking fantastic. Looking well rested as well. A bit leaner and meaner as well, I have to say.
Got to be done.
When looking after yourself, that's good to know. And look, I want to say big thank you to Nikki Chowdhury as well. Wasn't she a great addition in the commentary box?
Give her a round of applause, everybody. Nikki Chowdhury. It's fantastic.
Wherever
really
she is. But no, Nikki was fantastic. I'm looking forward to hearing more from her tomorrow as we head into day 2. Okay, don't forget, a couple of things to finish. European cricket, go and follow us on social media because there's lots of snippets there that you do want to catch out. Some have gone viral, like the double wicket. The double hat-trick and the 6 on the last ball finish last week. And I think there's more. We had a 7 to show as well. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and like the video so that more people can be exposed to the beauty of ECN cricket and that they can find out what it's all about. Okay, but from now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. And we have the best viewers in the world. We are so thankful for you guys. Thanks for your support. Thanks for all your interaction in the chat today as well. We hope that you enjoy your time in Portugal. But right here, we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. The Super Series will continue. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana, everybody.
Adios, hasta mañana.